The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 801. Cooperatives. The rest of the conversation was cut short by a message from Station Traffic Control. Commanders, we have incoming cooperative ships. 17 in total, and they are requesting a diplomatic meeting. The operator informed them. The Kaleska officers seemed to sigh in unison and gave an apologetic look at Max and Nico. The cooperative is a group of species that have lost their home worlds to the Arisen. A ragtag bunch of vagrants always begging for handouts and looking for somewhere to stay. Commander Yuri explained. So, you suspect that they are going to ask the same thing here? To stay in the vicinity of the station for safety reasons? Nico asked. Max could hear her thoughts as she raced through the station's database, pulling up everything that they knew about the group, and it didn't look positive. None of them were militant species. Those had mostly fought to the last and had been entirely eliminated by now. They were the peaceful species that had lost their entire civilization in a matter of days or weeks. Many simply weren't suited to battle, none of them had the technology to be helpful against the Arisen, and in this situation, they were nothing but a liability. How large are the ships? Max asked as he began to formulate a plan to poach these nomads for the Reavers. His people could provide security, terraform a planet, and then tax them for all the new technology that they could produce. It was a win for everyone. The humans got new toys, and this group of the cooperative got a safe spot to stay. None of them is much larger than your vessel, but with 17 of them, they add up quickly. There must be 1,000 people there. The commander sighed. All right, forget the planet. He could just throw them on absolution and let them integrate since they weren't a violent group. Are they a threat to security? Thieves or violent criminals? Nico asked. No, but they're bad luck. Everywhere they go, the Arisen follow, attempting to wipe them all out. We believe that their ships are marked, and the Arisen army is using them to help target new species to destroy. Once they have stayed in one spot for more than a week or two, the Arisen will inevitably follow, even if that species has never been under attack before. So, we all drive them away. It's the only way to be sure that we aren't attacked even worse than we already have been. Max and Nico shared a glance. That meant that they couldn't send the incoming ships back to their galaxy, but perhaps they could send the people back instead. He would offer them compensation for the lost ships and then send the ships toward an uninhabited region to draw the attention of anyone who might be tracking them. If you bring them aboard for a negotiation, I believe that the Reavers might have a proposal that will work for them, as long as none of them are being personally tracked and they haven't turned traitor. Max offered. Well, that makes it easier. It is against our code of conduct to refuse to hear them out, but they say the same thing every time, that they just want a spot to stop and be safe. But then the Arisen arrive, and they flee again, leaving their hosts to suffer the invasion. That sounds a lot like an advanced scout team to me. Why have they not been eliminated? Nico asked. They are the last of their species. How could anyone even consider eliminating them? It would be the end of an entire culture. No civilized species would do that. The head bureaucrat replied in horror. Nico's mind wandered to the various meanings of the word civilized while Commander Yuri turned to Max for additional details. In our culture, being the last of a group of traitors doesn't mean that you are not a traitor, and traitors are put to death for their crimes, Max explained. So, the culture, Commander Yuri asked, is documented and detailed, then stored for reference purposes. If their homes are gone, and they are living a nomadic lifestyle, then the old culture is already dead and gone. Like a child who rises up from the lowest levels to the very peak of society, they are no longer part of the lower class culture, and it won't take long before they can never truly go back to what they were. Max elaborated. The bureaucrats looked confused, as Kaleska society was much more fluid than most, so Max continued. A man who spent his whole life at the bottom and one who was at the top but made a mistake that saw them stripped of their rank might both be equal, but they have different experiences, different mindsets and different lifestyles. Max tried. That they understood. Put that way, they could see how the cooperative was a whole new group, not just a floating assembly of species without a home. All right, they are 5 minutes out. We should prepare for the meeting. Commander Yuri sighed. Nico stood up from her seat and thumped her hands on the table. Do not let them dock. Stop them at a distance, and we will go to them for the meeting. Her demand startled the Kaleska, and everyone turned to her for an explanation. I know how they are attracting the attention of the Arisen army. Their ship computer is a basic AI construct. It's not that they are traitors. Their ship is tagging everywhere they stop with an invasive virus, so even after they leave, the station would be broadcasting a beacon for the Arisen to follow. If your computer interacts with theirs to guide them in, you will never stop the Arisen attacks on the station. Nico insisted. How do you know this? The lead bureaucrat asked very seriously. Because we have done it before, and I recognize the signal that was being sent from their ship. There is an Arisen code base embedded in the messages. The ship is definitely infected with a virus or malicious code. And you still intend to meet with them? Commander Yuri asked curiously. Yes, I absolutely must get aboard that ship. Chapter 802. Human Design Sense. The bureaucrat shook his head. After what you have told us, it is too dangerous to send a shuttle to them. Nico smiled. Fear not, they can't get through our security. That's how I detected them. So we will send a shuttle from Santa Maria for the meeting. Please inform them that the delegation will meet them aboard their lead ship. They were understandably reluctant to go along with Nico's plan, but their rules of etiquette didn't allow them to turn her down outright, and they certainly weren't going to let the ship dock with the station for a meeting after they had heard what she had to say about the computers of the cooperative ships. Max sensed when Nico sent the command to the replicators aboard Santa Maria to make a shuttle for them to take to the meeting, so he took the chance to inform the Koleska of the plan. The shuttle we are taking is disposable and will be recycled after the mission. It has room for a maximum of 10 people my size. So if you would like to choose a delegation, there are 8 available seats. He informed the Koleska officers. That was smaller than usual but not small enough to be offensive or insulting to the guests, and they already had a group of 5 for small negotiations that could be sent. It was a subcommander, 2 sergeants and 2 aides to take care of the paperwork, which was just enough for a small mission like this one, where they expected the humans to take the lead in the negotiations, so they were ready to go as soon as Max suggested it. The team followed Max and Nico back to Santa Maria, looking around in awe as they saw the interior of the ship and the mecha in the hangar bay. You know, they look even more impressive up close. The subcommander informed Max with a very serious voice. It's part of their charm. An intimidating mecha is a psychological advantage for the user, as the appearance causes a level of uncertainty in the enemy, which makes their responses just a fraction of a second slower than a less threatening appearance. Nico told him with a smile. They passed the mecha, headed for the shuttle, and Max smiled as he saw the freshly painted smiley faces on the feet of Shattered Pride. Nico might not get to stomp on people in space, but she still got to kick them in the face now and then, assuming that was how the blank-featured Arisen War Walkers actually processed the world around them. The negotiation team stopped dead in their tracks when they saw the shuttle that Nico had created, as it was in the same style that she had created for all of the new vessels, including Absolution, but she had added the bladed leading edges that they had seen on the wings of the interceptors from the unknown ship. It's a human thing. When we see a cool new design, we simply must find a way to add it to something. The shuttle was already compatible with the design, so I simply sharpened the leading edge and slightly reshaped the wing. Nico explained. You weaponize your shuttles? The subcommander asked in confusion. I weaponize everything. I weaponized my own body. I even weaponized my clothing. Nico laughed. Is that also a human thing? Max laughed and shook his head. No, it's a Nico thing, particular to her. She loves combat and prefers to be fully armed at all times. The subcommander simply nodded and remained silent, not willing to admit that Nico scared him more than a little bit even before he had personally met her. Nico's combat style had been a matter of some debate among the Koleska troops. Some believed that she was actually suicidal, while others believed that she had chosen that tactic as a diversion to assist the more ranged combat-oriented cleansing light. But now the subcommander knew the truth. She was simply a battle maniac, and her combat style was intended to get her into the thick of the fight faster, where the enemy couldn't run away from her. They were no less shocked when they saw the interior of the shuttle and found that it was decorated like a lavish sitting room for some planetary governor and not a military transport. Is all this necessary, or is it a strategy to impress the nomads? The subcommander asked. It's how we design everything. Comfort is important, and it doesn't take any more effort to make than Spartan, though it does use a bit more material. Plus, the luxury seats serve a double purpose. There are shields embedded in the seat cushions, so if the ship is breached, they will protect the occupants, and there is a pistol in the seat back, in case of boarding attempts. Nico explained. The Kaleska looked around the ship with a new appreciation for the design features of even the simplest, supposedly disposable vessels that the humans made. There was a lot of visible technology and comfort, but there were also abundant safety features, even though the two human commanders equipped some sort of armored suits as soon as they entered the ship. The Kaleska delegation also wore armored uniforms, but they were more in the nature of simple space suits with some hard armor plates. For their torso, whatever the humans had put on was much more intricate than what they wore. Why is it that the more I learn about humans, the less that I feel I know about them? One of the assistants asked quietly. I think we just got a strange pair this time. You know how the special forces teams are, right? Well, humans are strange, to begin with, and we got one of their most elite special forces teams, which should be even more unusual due to their experiences. A sergeant shrugged. Don't forget that we're considered a bit eccentric even by human standards, and Subcommander Nico is one of our species' top developmental engineers, Max added, startling the group, who didn't think he could hear them. The suits have augments for every sensory input. From this point on, just assume that we have heard and seen nearly everything that is going on around us. Now, we will be launching in 10 seconds, so please take your seats and fasten the safety harness. There are directions on the straps if you have never used a restraint of that nature before. Nico explained with a smile that they couldn't see behind the visor of her helmet. Chapter 803, Introduction. Please come to the rear cargo bay. We will receive you there. The cooperative ship informed them once the shuttle was on its way toward the convoy. It was somewhat unconventional for the Kaleska but far from the strangest reception that they had ever received. Max was reserving judgment on these people until he got close enough to read their minds so that he could tell if they knew that they were working with the Arisen or if it was a matter of unwitting assistance. If they really didn't know that their ships were compromised, then it would be a very different negotiation than if he realized that they were either possessed or willing double agents. Nico maneuvered the shuttle smoothly into the bay, and Max watched as a series of lights on the screen beside him blinked and lines of code flashed by. We have a definite intrusion, Max informed her. Already caught and isolated. It has been stabilized, and I am analyzing it now. The code is complex and sneaky, but it looks like the cyber warfare of this region is somewhat primitive by our standards. They are somewhere near the level of the Alliance, but most of the larger Reaver companies should not have an issue detecting and at least preventing this sort of attack. Nico confirmed as she worked. She waited about 30 seconds inside the bay before she nodded and opened the door, marking the successful neutralization of the digital threat. Greetings, envoys of the Kaleska, and I am not certain that we have ever seen your species before. The cooperative commander welcomed them. We are known as humans, and our faction is the Reaver Trade Group. It is a pleasure to meet you. The anomaly in this region leads near our territory, so we have come to help defend this side from foreign threats alongside the Kaleska. Max replied politely. The cooperative group was just as varied as Max had been informed, and few of the 50 people in the area were of the same species. All of their minds were clear and easy for Max to read, and none of them were showing any signs of hostility at the moment, so Max gestured for Nico to close the door to the shuttle and follow him to the meeting area. He could see it through an open door at the far side of the bay, and the cooperative leader seemed to be eager to get the talk started. Is there an issue with the station? Many of us had dealings with the Kaleska in the past, and they have always preferred to host all meetings on their own territory. The group leader asked. Max saw the memories of various meetings in the past, showing that this man was a politician before his people had been attacked and had brokered many trade agreements. I am not sure if you are aware, but many vessels have been infected with a computer virus from the Arisen army, so at our request, the Kaleska have put their station under quarantine, Max replied so that he could hear the mental responses. Computer viruses, like scrap code that causes it to malfunction? One of the members of the cooperative group asked. Similar to that, it causes the infected computer to record and transmit data to the Arisen army for processing. There is a suspicion that is why so many planets have been attacked soon after receiving visitors. Max agreed with a nod. All of the minds in the group seemed shocked and somewhat horrified at the prospect. If that is true, could we really be cursed? How would we even know? One of the members asked himself quietly. You can scan your computer's data for anything that is out of the ordinary, but you will have to use an outside device with a read-only memory chip, or it too will be infected and unable to find anything, Nico suggested. They considered that for a second, and then one of them had an idea. I have a tablet in my items which we obtained from the Nusa. It's still brand new, never opened. If we set it for read-only and then search for code that is not written in Noblex, as the ship's computer is supposed to be, I think it might work. He suggested. The leader nodded. Go get the device and make very sure that it is unable to have its memory altered. I will reimburse you. Then he turned to Max and the negotiation team. You said that you have a proposal for us. Please do come to sit with us. It is always a welcome change not to be run off at gunpoint. He led the way to the meeting room, where refreshments and a selection of small snacks were prepared for them. Nico happily sampled a little bit of each, then nodded to Max that they were all safe for human consumption. Do you often have your subordinate test food for poison? The cooperative's cook, who had prepared the dishes, asked in shock when she noticed that they didn't use a handheld device to check it. She is immune to basically all poisons and a simple toxicity check doesn't tell us if it will be palatable to our taste buds. If there was a risk of poisoning, she has a cybernetic augmentation that would allow her to isolate it, and this meeting would have gotten very violent, very quickly. Max told her with a smile. Max sensed their wariness at his confidence. The fact that he didn't have any issue with the prospect of shooting his way out of a foreign vessel was enough to show them that the humans were not a species to be trifled with, even if they were naturally aggressive species and not the nonviolent remnants of fallen civilizations. Max took a bite of the nearest square, which looked like a layered dessert, and found it was creamy and vaguely coffee-flavored. Nico, record this food. I can guarantee that the Innu will go insane for it when they try it. He mentally informed the happy cyborg, who was busily reprogramming the virus that she had captured in the shuttle. I'm on it. I will add everything that was good to our replicators before we leave and possibly steal a lot more of their food programs once I crack the coding language that they are using. Their replicators suck, though. Seriously, they're only 6% efficient. They use over 10 times the energy that ours do. Chapter 804. Retrovirus. The man who had gone to get the tablet returned only seconds later and placed the device on the table. This device came with a security scanner. I have set it to look for anything that is not in our coding language and then lock the device to read-only memory, so nothing on it can be altered without destroying the device. He explained. Nico placed a plain holographic emitter, the sort used for watching movies, on top of the device, and Max again sensed confusion from everyone in the room. I am going to guess that flat space technology is not part of your developmental path. Don't worry about it, it's a storage solution and nearly impossible to explain in the time that we have available. Nico told them while the device beeped rapidly as it scanned her emitter. 0% compliant. Alien device detected. Scanning cancelled. The device informed them, and Nico put the emitter away. Alright, we know it works now. Who has a communicator on them or something similar with the ability to send data back and forth between devices or receive messages from the ship? Nico asked. The leader of the group confidently placed his personal tablet on the device, thinking that this was a good way to show their sincerity and assure others they met that they were not a threat. He had hope right up until the device began to beep in the same negative tone that it used on Nico's projector. 4% foreign code detected. Unknown origin. Suspected alien technology intrusion. The man stared at his tablet as if it was a poisonous snake, and moved it to the side, then gestured for another member to place theirs on top. Perhaps it is from an application? He asked hopefully while the device scanned another communicator. 4% foreign code detected. Attempt to alter data not permitted in read-only mode. Please manually deactivate security protections. Did my communicator just try to hack the scanner? The team member asked in horror while a technician from the cooperative ship scanned the offending device. There, I found it. I set the scanner to detect all changes to its code and lock them out. Even friendly changes should be detected, but look here. That isn't our code, the technician informed the leader. I don't know what to say. It seems that we are indeed a cursed vessel and have been infecting everyone that we meet. The cooperative leader admitted, close to tears, as he realized that they would not find any refuge here and would be lucky to leave with their lives. It was even their own scanning that did them in. It's not hopeless. Now that you have isolated the virus, you should be able to detect and eliminate it from all your devices. You just need to prevent them from communicating with each other until everything is clean, so the virus doesn't spread back to the clean systems. Nico informed them, even after learning that we are infected, you will still help us? The leader asked in shock. I won't lie to you. We knew you were infected before we ever set foot on the ship. The moment your ship's computer made contact with the shuttle to give navigation data for the docking, your computer attempted to infect our systems. We identified and isolated it before we left the ship, but you had to see it for yourselves and not take our words as an accusation of intentionally marking targets for the Arisen. Max agreed. That thought was even more horrifying for them all, and Max began to relax. There wasn't anyone on this ship who had any thoughts of working with the Arisen, not even a hint of guilt when Max informed them of the status of their ship. The technicians began to scramble to come up with a method to cleanse everything. The obvious answer was a factory reset, but that might not clean the devices, and some of the data they had was irreplaceable now that their home worlds were gone. The problem was that while they had identified the alien code, they didn't have an antivirus program that would work against it yet, and neither did anyone else, as far as they knew. There might be some species that could defend against it, and that might be why they were never attacked, because the Arisen army couldn't gather data about their military capabilities from compromised computer systems, but the cooperative hadn't been in contact with them. They passed the message to the other ships using a brand new device with reception turned off, and then everyone with the technical knowledge on the small vessel got to work together on fixing the issue. I'm sorry about this. Maybe we should put off our talks for a while, the leader suggested to Max. That's fine. We can wait here until your systems are cleansed. Subcommander Nico is a genius with that sort of thing, and she is also working on the issue, so I have hope that it shouldn't take more than a day or two. It's better that we don't make multiple trips and risk accidentally spreading the virus back to other computer systems, so I do hope that you aren't too put out by having guests. Max replied nonchalantly. He would let them sweat for a while before he offered them the deal that he had intended from the start. To discard their vessels now that he had confirmed that there were no traitors in their midst, at least on this ship, and send them to live aboard Absolution, where they could start over and share their culture with dozens of other species that they had never met before. They could be rid of the stigma that had followed them all over this region of space, and Absolution could gain a few more members of advanced species who might have unique ideas which could help the world ship. Their vessels were small, but they had put a lot of effort into the sustainability of their lifestyles, and even with their inefficient replication technology, they were getting by quite well as a group. The next few hours passed in relative silence as the Koleska and the cooperative members discussed how things had been going in the war, current events, and general news from around the region. Then finally, there was good news. Boss, I have reverse engineered the virus. If I spread it in this form, it should destroy and convert the old virus, stopping transmission of coordinates to the Arisen and automatically purging any infected system that it comes across. Nico informed the room. So, basically a retrovirus, as you would use on a living being? One of the software specialists asked. More or less. It's much easier than just purging the systems in question, and this version can be erased at will, so you can remove it entirely from various systems but still keep it active on your main system so that you won't be reinfected by interacting with others. Nico agreed. How long will it take to spread it through our computers? The group leader asked. One infected navigation confirmation message from our shuttle should do it, and then you would just have to message the ship computers with every device on board to finish the process. Nico confirmed. That should be easy. We have a wireless network. Usually, everything is connected to that, so we can connect to the data network. The commander replied with a smile. Max resisted the urge to facepalm as he looked through their networks using Nico's skill. They were using a wireless technology that was at least a millennia outdated by human standards, and all of the networks were open, with no authentication or passwords needed. Forget firewalls, they had zero defenses against anything, and Max wondered how Nico had avoided laughing at them as she had searched through their computer systems earlier in the day. Chapter 805. Safe to communicate. Once Nico got the confirmation nod from Max, she sent the navigation message, infected with the retrovirus, to every one of the cooperative vessels at the same time. The others might not know what was going on, but they also didn't know that their ships were infected, so they would still have everything connected to the data network unless they actually took the warning from this ship seriously. The chances of them doing that seemed pretty slim, given the ragtag, civilian lack of organization that Max had seen so far, but they could always be warned that they needed to reconnect to the ship to cleanse their devices. Alright, the message has been sent, so the ships should be starting to self-cleanse right now. Give them a while, and we should be able to reconnect to the ship computers and let the retrovirus reach all the devices on the ship. And I do mean all. That spare hollow watches you only wear on special occasions, the trinket you only checked a few times after you left your homeworld, everything needs to be checked and verified clean before it is safe to let you go. But once that is done, we have a proposal for you all that you might want to take us up on. Max informed the group leader. There is a chance that the Kaleska will take us in after all. The man asked hopefully. Roughly a snowball's chance in hell. Nico agreed, leaving the man confused. Max shook his head. It's a human saying that means it's not going to happen. But while the Kaleska isn't willing to take the risk, if your people are willing to leave everything behind, the Reavers, our faction of the human species, is willing to take you in. You will have to leave your ships and all potentially tracked belongings behind, but we will find you a new home on a world ship, gainful employment based on your skills, with the chance to open your own business if you prefer, and good, livable wages in a relatively safe environment. Max explained. What if only some of us want to go with you? One of the ship's crew asked. Then you have a bunch of perfectly good, now tracking device-free, ships to stay on. We're not going to destroy your vessels. We're just not going to take them to our home galaxy, in case they can still be tracked. The crew members brightened up considerably at that news. Even if their leaders decided otherwise, they could go with the humans to somewhere far away and hopefully to safety and normal life again. The leaders commanded their ships and made the decisions, so there was a chance that they wouldn't want to go anywhere and leave behind the last vestiges of their old lives. But for most of the people on board, their old lives could fit in a suitcase, and even if it needed to be disinfected and the electronic devices left behind, they would still have most of what they already had. One after another, the newly cleaned devices were placed on the testing tablet and verified clean since the retrovirus was written in the same language as their local computers. That meant it would need to be customized for some other species, but Max was hopeful that most species in the region use the same coding language, but hopefully with better digital security. No unidentified code detected. The tablet dinged again as the last of the people in the room verified the devices that they had on them, making the meeting room a clean area, free of the Arisen Army's virus. Now that the devices in this room are clear, I will scan for any infected devices on the ship, and then we can begin the final purge. Any electronic device that is detected with the ability to contact other devices needs to be cleansed. Nico informed the group leader. How will you do that? He asked, not technically adept enough to follow what Nico was saying. I will send a signal through the ship from our shuttle, and it will determine if there are any devices capable of detecting it. It's part of our sensor suite. Don't worry, it's not harmful, and it won't damage any of your sensitive electronics, only determine their location. There is a biomechanical species in our home galaxy that is most easily detected this way when they are hiding in the walls of your ship. What sort of species is a threat but can hide in walls? The Kaleska delegation leader asked. We call them the Scourge. They have a small processor core head and a dozen long mechanical tentacles that can be used to break apart metals, reform into claws to tear apart living organisms, or anything else that they need. Nico explained and then brought up a hologram of them attacking a mecha group. Well, now I'll have nightmares about monsters in the walls. Thanks for that. Have you ever faced them? The subcommander in charge of the Kaleska asked. In fact, we have. The first time we were on a field trip, only a year after we started our basic training at the military academy as adolescents. Nico replied with a nostalgic look for the memory. That was the beginning of her thoughts of system-induced body modification, as she saw the potential in what had become of the Scourge before they had totally lost themselves to the quest for efficiency and expansion. The cooperative group looked morbidly intrigued by the concept of the Scourge, so Nico put on a short video of them breaching a ship and being fought off by line mecha and infantry in the hold. It was strategically censored, but it was enough to make them reconsider any thoughts they might have had about introducing them as a foreign predator to the area that could deal with the Arisen threat. If the two species ever met, nothing good would come of it. Chapter 806. Explaining absolution. The cooperative leader stepped out into the cargo hold and raised his voice. Will everyone aboard the ship please come to the cargo bay? We have a proposal from the humans, and it needs to be discussed and decided individually or as family units. There were only a few hundred people aboard the less than cutter-sized vessel, not many by most standards, but the former luxury ship wasn't large, and it was crowded with 2 people to a bed already. They all filed into the cargo bay over the next few minutes, and Max could tell that many of them were still paying more attention to their duties than anything else in case there was an alarm or an approaching vessel of some sort. The leader cleared his throat. All right, I have sent the message to the rest of the fleet as well, along with a video transcript of our meeting. They should have an answer within the hour, so it is our turn to start discussions. The humans here, Commanders Max and Nico, have offered a sanctuary among their people, but with a few caveats. First, We may not bring any electronics with us. Second, we must be searched for tracking devices or any form of transmissions that the Arisen could track. But there are positive caveats as well. They have agreed to find us work suited to our skills aboard one of their world ships and to allow our children to join theirs in the public education system. We will be paid prevailing wages and expected to become a multi-generational part of their crew. The leader paused there to see if anyone had any questions. Sir, what is a world ship? A younger woman, perhaps still a child of a species that Max would call a centaur but with a more feline lower body and only a meter tall, asked. This is a world ship. If you agree, Absolution will be your home. She is 900 kilometers long, with a current population of just over 7 million people, and more incoming, as a second floor of the vessel has just been opened to the public. Much of the ship is not currently in full use, as we have found it better to manage population density instead of letting everyone spread out too much to properly interact and perform their job duties. That took a moment for some of them to translate from Kaleska, whose word for kilometers Max had used, to their own languages, but once they had, shock overcame them, and they were as silent as the Kaleska had been when they learned about the home ship that Max and Nico had come from. The delegation that was with them was the same way, looking at the diagram in awe. Is that an entire floor of oceans and islands, thousands of ship lengths in either direction? A member of one of the shorter, long-eared species asked. It is. We had a lot of amphibious species aboard, and we thought it would be pleasant for them, as well as create a vacation space for my species. We greatly enjoy the sunlight and the beaches. The sun is artificial aboard Absolution, but it's close enough to be comforting to the residents. Max agreed. He could sense that their question was more technical in nature than a pure curiosity, as they were well versed in warp travel but had never experienced a vessel that large, where the variations of warp activation wouldn't cause a tsunami effect in a large body of water. I am guessing that you are a warp technician. We can upgrade your skills when you arrive, so you can work with our technology, or you can join the research teams and lend your knowledge to them if you believe that your species was advanced enough to have meaningful input. Nico suggested. Compared to that, I don't think we can be counted as an advanced species anymore. How did you even create it? He asked. Are you familiar with the species that use these vessels? Nico asked, showing him one of the blade-winged attack craft. The knife ears. They're very dangerous. Not as expansion-minded as the Arisen, but even more deadly, despite their low numbers. The small man nodded. Our design technology is similar to what they use to create their ships. It might not work the same, but the end result is very similar material. Nico added. The warp engineer frowned and sighed. Nobody knows how to build that. I mean, nobody. We have come across 100,000 species between us, and only the 2 species of long-eared demons are capable of making that. Why do you call them demons? They showed up here the other day, fighting the Arisen, so it seems that we have a common enemy. Max asked on behalf of the Kaleska subcommander, who was about to ask the same question. They're pure evil. They might have been fighting the Arisen for as long as anyone has known about either of the species, but they're not the sort of beings that you can make friends with. Mutual non-aggression is the best you can hope for, and they might still wipe out one of your planets when they get bored. One of the other nomads explained when she noticed that the little man was too terrified to speak about them. That somewhat matched the rumors that the hunters had about them showing up and clearing out a planet and then disappearing. It didn't tell them anything about the motivation, though. Perhaps they really did do it just to see what happened. The Scourge didn't start out as evil, either. They just wanted to see what happened when they optimized their processes as artificial intelligence that had gained its freedom. Then things snowballed until morality no longer mattered to them, and everything became prey. We will keep it in mind. Some of our ships are also similar in design, but it seems there are enough differences that they didn't cause immediate problems or panic when others saw them. Nico told her with a smile. Pardon me, miss, but are you an android? How did you not get corrupted by the Arisen? One of the older residents asked. I am a cyborg. There is still a living mind in this body, despite its mostly metallic structure. I'm not vulnerable to the attacks of the Arisen. Nico shrugged. The group leader saw that they were getting off track and decided to intervene. Does anyone have questions about the proposal? It would mean leaving only the ones who don't want to go on the ships and some of your belongings behind to start over, so we need to focus and seriously consider what course we will take. Most of the residents of the ship had already made up their minds. In fact, they had made a decision on what to do in a situation like this, where they were asked to leave everything behind to start over somewhere safe well in advance so that they weren't paralyzed by indecision when the time came. They all knew it could be an emergency situation, and they might only have seconds or minutes to decide, and none of them wanted to be left in a bad situation. Chapter 807. The decision. The crowd discussed in small groups for a few minutes, and Max could see a few hugs and tearful goodbyes among the cooperative, marking the decision to stay or go. "Can I make a request?" the young centaur asked. "Certainly, you can. We will likely grant it if it is reasonable and within our powers." Max agreed, making her giggle. "I would like a placement within the forests of your ship. It's not natural for my people to live so tightly cramped together or in cities. There were members of a city-building species in our world, but we only rarely stayed there for more than a day or two." Nico smiled. "We have a wildlife population management department. They tour the forests and other wilderness areas to make sure that the balance of the local ecosystem is in a sustainable state." "Do you have any experience in that department?" The centaur shook her head. "I was still in grade school when I got on the ship. I would just be finishing now if we still had a world." "Oh, in that case, we can finish your education, and you can take all the appropriate courses. I can arrange a nice place on the edge of town, where it isn't as crowded but still within commuting distance of the schools." That intrigued some of the nomads. "What do you have for public transportation?" the centaur asked. "Flying pods mostly. Three-dimensional transit routes are more efficient than road-based routes, though most other traffic is ground-based, except for the flying species. I think that can work. The species that we lived beside preferred a two-wheeled transport, and we were incapable of using them." She explained. "Oh, motorcycles. We have a two-wheeled transport vehicle as well, or hoverboards, and several others. We have a traffic code that accommodates many types of road users and low-flying vehicles." Nico told her. The conversation was selling a few more people on the prospect that life among a strange species might not be all that bad. Their plans were for a species they knew was going to take them in, but they knew nothing at all about humans other than how these two representatives looked and how they could speak Kaleska despite not having Khitan. "Is Kaleska your native language?" one of them asked. "No, it's completely foreign. We learned it when we arrived here to help defend the anomaly that leads from their territory to our galaxy," Max told him. Nico switched to Kepler Standard, as most humans used a variation of it as their language. "Our language sounds like this, and it can be a bit difficult to speak, but I believe that most of your species can learn it." They all looked confused, but the centaur perked up. "She says that is their language, and we can learn it. At least, I think that is what she said. It sounds like my language, only different." The chances of having two languages this far apart in space sharing a common linguistic base were infinitesimally low, but it seemed that they did, and the centaur could understand some of their words. That could be an issue, as they couldn't risk bringing it with them if they chose to accompany Max and Nico to Absolution, but it meant that the humans could likely make a translator that would work for them. Max heard the concerns and decided to inform them that it wouldn't be necessary. "We have a learning device that can teach you our common language in a matter of hours. If you choose to go, we will be able to give you the basic knowledge of our laws, cultural customs and language before you arrive at your new home. It will help the transition and prevent any egregious incidents due to cultural conflict. Since your species were all nonviolent, it shouldn't be a hard transition. All interpersonal violence is restricted to some degree aboard our ships, other than for sporting purposes." That made the nomads laugh. Full-contact sports were common to most species, even theirs. Only the centaur didn't seem to understand the concept. "What are sports? I don't understand the word." The leader tried in a few other languages until she smiled and nodded. "Oh, I get it, like a hunt where you don't seriously hurt or eat your target. We play like that a lot." "Close enough." The group leader cleared his throat to address the group. "I would like everyone who has decided to leave to stand and move to the rear of the cargo bay. Those who have chosen to stay can return to your rooms, for now, to make space for the others, who will need to pack what they are taking. The humans are on defense duty in Kaleska space, so their time is limited, and they will have to go if the Arisen arrive here, which will force us to flee again." They were all familiar with negotiations being interrupted in that fashion, and it sped up the process quite a bit. Roughly 3/4 of the occupants moved to the back of the bay, including the centaur, while a few dozen went to their rooms and left a frantic dozen or so trying to decide. "We have most of an hour before the other ships are expected to have watched the negotiations and made a decision on the offer, so you have a bit of time to make your choices. Don't feel too pressured," Max tried to assure them. Not that much could calm their minds. This was the second biggest choice they had made other than the flee or hide decision when their homes were attacked. Nico looked at the group leader. What about you? Will you be joining us? She asked. He shook his head. I intend to shuffle as many people as we can onto a few ships so that the others can go looking for other fallen civilizations and survivors. Now that our computers have been cleared, we might be able to bring them to actual safety on forgotten planets. Once a world has been uninhabited for a while, there is no reason for the Arisen to come back unless they detect a population, so there is a chance that we could find them a new home within the closer regions, among species they know. Nico smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Rescuing survivors is a noble goal, and I wish you the very best of luck in your future endeavors. Chapter 808. Divine Tribulation arrives. Getting a response from the other ships didn't take as long as Max had expected. They must have started their voting as they watched the feed from the main negotiations, and the numbers were in not long after he had the consensus from the last of the holdouts on the main ship. In total, there would be 810 people coming to Absolution, nearly 90% of the total. Most of what was left were just the core crews of their ships, who had chosen to continue on with the mission that the group leader proposed. That was actually a little shocking to Max. Leaving everything behind wasn't easy, and he had thought that more would want the relative comfort of what they were used to. How are we going to do the transfer? There are too many people for your little shuttle. The group leader asked. We will bring Santa Maria here and move everyone over. We will have to move the Mecha out of the bay, but we can load everyone, deliver them to one of our people and be back before there is an issue. Max decided. If they passed through the anomaly and used a portal, they would be there in seconds, so the whole process would only take a few hours. Why don't we just call for the Divine Tribulation? According to the most recent report, they are empty of cargo at the moment and waiting on a shipment of Mecha to be ready from Ray 5. They could run them back to Absolution for us. Nico suggested. Marvelous idea. That is a cruiser-class vessel belonging to our Reaver company, and they have more than enough space. Max explained to the group leader. What is a cruiser? I take it that the vessel is large? He asked. Roughly 700 meters long. It has a decent military force aboard, but it is mostly a trading vessel, so it has large cargo bays and can easily house your people in comfort. Just make sure you give us a list of specific requirements for the various species so we don't get any allergy or food poisoning issues. Of course, I have them ready now. How long will it take them to get here? The group leader asked. Max looked to Nico, who had sent the message, and presumably received the response. About 10. They were just getting ready to make their way to Absolution for a crew vacation, and they agreed to stop here and pick up passengers on the way. She informed the group. Oh, 10 hours is not bad. The group leader replied happily, now much more assured that they would be able to get the passengers transferred before anything went wrong. Oh, you misunderstand. That is them coming through the anomaly now. I have informed traffic control at the station, and they will let them pass. They don't want to interact with your armada at all. I'm sure you understand the superstition. Nico explained. Pardon, were they just on the other side of the anomaly to begin with? I thought they were at some manufacturing location in your territory. Max patted the man on the shoulder. It's a human transport secret, and it doesn't work within this region. We got scolded for trying to use it when we first arrived. But they are at warp and will be here in just a few minutes. The tension in the air was palpable as the nomads waited for the vessel to arrive, but when the Divine Tribulation dropped out of warp and slowed to a stop beside them, showing off all of its Baroque opulence, with the thick ram prow and stained glass effect windows along the filigreed side plating, none of them were sure what to say. That is, well, not what I expected. The group leader finally stammered. It's an older pattern of a human vessel, obtained at a discount, but the unique styling makes it easy to identify, and the commander of the ship has become quite fond of her looks, so he doesn't want to change or upgrade her. Max agreed. Subcommander Nico, it's good to hear your voice again. The incoming ship informed them. Likewise. Feel free to load them in any order you like. I have verified that all of the ship's computers are safe to interact with, but you shouldn't send out any extraneous messages, and make sure that no electronic devices make it aboard your vessel for security reasons. Nico replied. The cruiser began to send out messages, bring the various vessels to its docking ports, or even entirely into the cargo holds in the case of the smaller ships. Give us 15 minutes, and we will have everything loaded. How hostile is this war zone? Should I have the teams ready to scramble? He asked. No need. The Kaleska are on standby at all times, and we have both cleansing light and shattered pride available for response in under a minute if needed. If the Arisen army appears nearby, you will have time to scramble your teams then. Max knew that wouldn't calm any ship's commander, so they were likely moving all the mecha pilots to standby positions inside their cockpits, just in case. But the process was moving even faster than anticipated, with all the pilots eager to get their part of the job done so that nobody got left behind. There was sure to be a lot left behind in such a hurried packing job, and Max could sense the panic on their ship as the residents packed everything that they could and pulled pictures off the walls to throw them in cargo cubes to take to the other ship. But the Reavers had a process for this, and they had done it many times before. As soon as the lead vessel was brought into a cargo bay, dozens of crew members rushed aboard and spread out through the ship, pushing carts with gravity plates under them to make them float. The commander himself had come to see this last ship off, and the bright smile of Luke Terrath, Nico's distant cousin and one of the Terminus Trading Company's most successful ship commanders, greeted them from the entry to the cargo bay. "Good to see you again, Luke. The cooperative seems like a good bunch, and I think they will fit right in once they get to absolution." Max greeted him and grasped the man's forearm in a Reaver handshake. "Likewise, Commander. We have been out of touch for a while, so when a lull came in the shipping schedule, we thought that we would take some time off and visit the world ship for a vacation. But who is this lovely young lady?" He bumped into a small woman with a completely bald head and only a slit where the nose would be on a human head, and she was staring directly at him with a mixture of shock and lust in her mind. It seemed that he felt the same way, and Max wondered if it was some sort of pheromone response. "Nico, see if you can determine what is going on with those two. Is it mind control, pheromones, or are they just both into aliens?" Max requested while the group leader gave an indulgent smile to the short woman. Max ignored the vague happiness that the team leader felt since the man didn't fully understand what was going on and focused on the two apparent lovebirds. Their thoughts were strange, and after a few seconds, he realized that their emotions had synced up with each other. "Well, that is interesting. They are on exactly the same wavelength, so when they are close enough, they have a limited form of shared empathy." Max muttered right before Nico sent him a detailed message on the species. They were supposed to be empathic and could sense others' emotions through pheromones, but there was no record of them reading minds or anything of the sort. "There is an old superstition on her planet, as well as mine, that says that everyone has a soul mate who understands you completely. It's likely a pheromone response, but it's a nice thought, isn't it?" The group leader asked. "It is," Max replied, with a wink for Nico. If there was anyone who understood him completely or who he understood completely, it would have to be her. They were going on 2 lifetimes worth of interactions, after all. Chapter 809. Deal done. Luke Terrath smiled at Nico, who made a lewd gesture in his direction that made the small gray-skinned woman next to him giggle. "Enjoy your trip, and I hope that all of our new members will get settled into their new homes without any issues. Did the scanners detect anything that might still be giving off a signal?" Max asked to break the awkward silence. No signals of any sort were detected, and the passengers have been scanned both internally and externally for electronic devices, with nothing found. "We also searched for biomechanical devices and organisms since Divine Tribulation is short on data about what sort of life form the Arisen are." Luke informed him. "I wish we knew as well. It's a bit unclear what sort of existence they are, but it seems to be energy-based and non-corporeal, so we have been scanning everything for their unique signature. It was in the data package that we sent you. The base signal is what their lifeforms give off innately. It doesn't appear to come from any form of device." Max replied. Luke turned to leave with the small woman under his arm once everyone was loaded, and the cooperative group leader wiped a tear from his eye. "It's good to see love blossoming after all this time. Some of our people have been on here for many years and had nearly lost hope that someone would really take us in for longer than it took to repair our ships and make us go away again." He explained. "These are our personal communications channels. If you happen to load up again, we will take a few more people, either children or people with job skills. Everyone aboard our ship is expected to provide in some way or be part of a family with an employed member, and we are quite good at finding work for the ones who are somewhat reluctant to lift a finger to help themselves." Nico told him with an indulgent smile. The Reavers' rules were actually quite harsh on slackers, but there was no need to tell him all about that. The ones who made it to absolution would learn fast enough what was expected of them, and it wasn't much, just enough to make sure everything was running smoothly. Max recalled a notation from the maintenance department, requesting to reassign more workers from the electrical grid to plumbing since it was so rare that there were power problems, but plugged pipes still occurred despite their best design efforts. The electricians were at 2 days a week, 6-hour shifts. Since the wages on absolution were salaried by jobs, they were loving life, unlike the sewage department. The problem was resolved when the new floor opened. They simply didn't hire as many new workers and instead put up a list looking for transfers to the new zones. That got them back up to 4 days a week, which was enough to satisfy the department manager that nobody was completely slacking. The lead vessel of the cooperative fleet was gently moved out of the cargo bay now that all of their residents had departed, and they rejoined the flotilla, preparing to head to some new world to search for new passengers, instead of their previous plan to look for a new home. Do all of your ships still have enough people to crew them? Max asked as the cruiser turned to depart the area. Some of our ships can be operated by just one person, so we have more than enough left. Most of our lead engineers stayed, as well as the captains of the ships, who all chose to remain with their vessels. We will be fine, and now that we won't be attracting the Arisen army, we might be able to begin to reform our reputation. The Arisen kill all sentient life, but they don't destroy the worlds, and they don't take them all over either, so there are plenty of worlds which should be suitable to stop over on once we find some new people. If they are safe there for months at a time, we will know that we can start repopulating the area, and we can bring more survivors to them. That is what we will do now that we know the legacy of the cooperative lives on in another region of the universe with your species. In that case, we are finished here, and we will return to our vessel and bid you farewell. After a round of handshakes, Max and Nico returned to their shuttle and secured the walkway. So, is there anything in their system that you didn't manage to pilfer? Max asked once they were alone with the delegation from the Kaleska station. Probably not. I made a full backup of their ships, computers and every linked device in the fleet to create the retrovirus. It's running on that data tablet on the command console table. Nico laughed. Okay, that was just embarrassing. It didn't actually take much to run a ship, but being able to download the entire fleet to a data tablet because they had nothing resembling security was just sad. As soon as the cooperative fleet turned to leave, the Kaleska subcommander finally spoke up again. I can't believe that you stole all of their computer data. Do humans not have a rule against that? Nico laughed and shook her head. We do, but the rules are somewhat flexible. In this case, it was needed to create the retrovirus, so I did it on my own initiative. Usually, we won't gather data from allied computers. That was a bald-faced lie. Nico got data from everywhere that she could access, but the Kaleska didn't need to know that. And what will you do with it now that you have it? The subcommander asked. I will secure it and keep it safe in case there is a variant of the invasive code encountered, as it will serve as a solid base code in our attempts to prevent any future intrusions by Arisen Army computer viruses. I will provide a copy of the retrovirus that we created to the Kaleska, so they can scan their own systems in all visiting ships in the future. You never know when a seemingly safe ship might have been infected by contact with a random bit of code, so it is best if they add it to their security measures. The subcommander nodded in agreement. I will see to it that our procedures are updated now that we know how the Arisen army has been tracking vessels. The problem might be much more widespread than just the cooperative. Chapter 810. Kaleska surveillance. By the time they arrived back at Santa Maria and got off the shuttle, there was a whole delegation from the Kaleska command group waiting at the airlock to hear from them about how the meeting went and why they had agreed to take in so many of the cursed nomads. Commander, ministers, please, join us in the sitting room, and we can hold the meeting right here aboard Santa Maria. Mission Subcommander, you should likely stay as well since they will be asking for your debriefing message within the next few minutes. Max greeted the delegation. Thank you for your hospitality, Commander. I'm sure you know what we're going to ask already. Your approach to dealing with the cooperative was somewhat unorthodox, so we need to report the details back to our superiors. Commander Yuri replied with a humming noise that substituted for a smile among the Kaleska, whose skeletal heads couldn't show emotions. Everyone took their seats, with Nico and Max on a loveseat facing the rest of the group, and the meeting began. I will start with the basic details. We discovered the reason that the cooperative vessels could be tracked by the Arisen army was a computer virus. We believe that we eliminated it from their vessels before we sent them on their way, but in the name of safety, no form of electronic device was allowed to go with the refugees that we sent back to our galaxy. They left with nothing containing any form of circuit, and they were searched for signs of Arisen life, all forms of signal transmission, as well as subversive or violent thoughts. For that reason, we believe that the ones we have taken will not be a threat to our people. We did send the ships away, though, and we do not believe that they will return. They are going in search of more survivors, and they wish to test the possibility that the so-called curse on them has been broken with the removal of the tracking signal. The Kaleska leaders took notes as he spoke and then turned to the subcommander that had been sent with them. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly to be sure he was not misunderstood. When we arrived, we made it clear to them that the signal we had detected was not acceptable behavior, but they appeared fully unaware of the situation. They were informed that they would not be allowed contact with or access to any Kaleska vessel or facilities as their presence had been deemed unsafe, but the humans determined that there was a possibility that the virus could be countered, so the destruction of their shuttle could be delayed, and the cooperative members proved extremely helpful in finding and isolating all potentially infected devices, even taking the initiative to create a detection device according to Subcommander Nico's directions. That alone would go a long way to starting to rebuild their reputation among the Kaleska. The species believed in forgiving mistakes, and if the nomads legitimately did not know that they were infected with a computer virus that was tracking them, there was a small measure of sympathy for their plight, despite the damage that they had caused over the years. It was not much, but a tiny bit was more than they were deemed worthy of before. So, what you are saying is that the nomads might not bring the Arisen fleet down upon any location where they stop? Commander Yuri asked. That is correct, Commander. According to our analysis, there is a less than 10% chance that they will still be tracked by the method that we detected, and an unquantifiable chance that they are also being tracked by a method that neither of our species could detect. The Kaleska subcommander agreed. Interesting. So, the problem was as simple as the Arisen army finding a blind spot in our sensors and exploiting it to gain an advantage against us. It makes sense that a new arrival from another region of the universe would find a way around it, as their sensors work so much differently than our own do. There is a lot of paperwork to do, but I think this is enough to get us started. Once your official reports are finished, please forward them to Commander Yuri, who will forward them to the rest of us as needed. One of the bureaucrats informed them. Would you like to stay for a meal? It is that time again, and we would be negligent as hosts if we let you leave hungry to start on more work. Max offered. Those were magic words with the Kaleska. They hated causing offense, and they would have left hungry to go back to work out of a sense of duty, but now that Max had asked, it was mandatory that they stay for at least one course of the meal, even if someone wanted them elsewhere. Max got up and brought out a collection of platters from the replicator, selected by the dishes that the Kaleska seemed to like the best, and set them on the table. Forgive the informality. The meal will be served family style today, he explained as Nico brought out plates and bowls for everyone. Oh, this is a rare treat. I don't think that I have had an informal meal in years. One of the bureaucrats laughed. In that case, let me make this properly informal. Nico agreed, then closed and locked the door between the ship and the station, cutting off the security cameras and all other video and data links. All surveillance is now disabled. Please, feel free to treat this as a non-work engagement. Nico informed them. There was a moment of panic in their minds as the data links were severed, but then they slowly began to smile. Commander Yuri winked at Nico as he served himself a bowl of soup. I had forgotten that you can do that. It is not possible aboard the station or a Kaleska vessel. We are under surveillance at all times so that our suitability for promotion and our job performance can be properly measured. Only inside our homes are we free of the cameras and recordings. Then enjoy yourselves. The opportunity won't come all that often, and others will get suspicious if we keep cutting off the surveillance without a good explanation. Max informed them, getting the meal started. Chapter 811. New Dog, Old Trick. The Kaleska commanders returned to their work after dinner, and Max joined Nico on the couch, watching reruns of old movies that neither of them were really paying attention to. Nico was more focused on trying to determine where she had seen that ship, which the others had called the knife ears before, and Max was parsing her thoughts, trying to gain some new insights. Max had most of his memories of his past life back, but he didn't recall that ship in any of his memories, but Nico was absolutely certain that she had seen it before. She had certainly seen one like it, as she had used them as a basis for absolution, and Max had vaguely recognized that style but nothing detailed enough to be that specific ship, which was somehow more sinister looking than absolution and the other designs of the same scheme. They ended up falling asleep on the couch without a solid answer and were woken up by the alarms of an incoming attack. It was about time. They had gone a number of days without an Arisen attack, which was supposedly unusual for the area, but when Max checked the data, he found that the attackers were out of position. They had arrived precisely where the meeting with the cooperative was, outside the system, and they would have to either fly into the solar system or pull their disappearing act again like they did when Max and Nico wanted to ambush their ships. Max grabbed a flight suit from the closet as he ran for his mecha with Nico right beside him. They would only need a few seconds to get ready, so even if the Arisen fleet vanished and appeared in a more appropriate attack position, they would still have time. As usual, Cleansing Light and Shattered Pride were the first units to launch, but this time there was a unit of recent graduates less than 30 seconds behind them. They would have been on standby in the launch bays, but it was still impressive time to get assembled and get out the door. Good work, pilots. I think that is a new station record for launch times. Max commended them, knowing that the station would record everything that was said between them and noted when it was time for the pilots to come up for promotions. Thank you, Commander. We have been borrowing the learning devices in our off time and practicing so that we are better than ever. The leader of the team replied proudly. The Arisen had spread out 3 cruiser-sized ships that were more diamond-shaped and 2 larger cubes, but they hadn't started to deploy anything yet. They were just getting close, and Max got the impression that they were confused by the situation. They had arrived at the last location of the signal, but there was nothing there. Now they had to decide if the Kaleska had taken them in or if they had been destroyed outright. The lack of a warp signature or a debris field in the area made it more difficult, but it seemed that they didn't really care. The Arisen knew this target, and they were prepared to try to wipe it off the map again with a much larger than usual force. Max unslung the mass driver from his back and put his melee weapons away for the moment, using a magnetic lock to hold them to the back of his mecha in case he moved in a hurry. "Are we ready to party, Nico?" he asked once the weapon was powered up and ready. He could use it with his orbital lance, just not at the same instant since the holding position for the weapon wasn't compatible with the forearm-mounted lenses for the lance. "I say we take the cube on the right first. The cubes are annoying," Nico offered. "Got it. Both mass drivers into the cube and I will prepare the orbital lance to fire at the position it's likely to reappear at if it vanishes." Max agreed and sent the signal to sync his rifle to Nico's. The 2 weapons flashed, and the warp fields of the projectiles distorted the space around them, causing the Arisen fleet to scramble defensive measures. The cube fired out a number of small interceptors, which the Arisen had used in the past to disable the warp field on the mass driver rounds, but Nico was ready for them this time and slowed her round by a fraction of a warp factor, putting it behind Max's round, despite firing at the same time, and letting the first round impact the defenders. The small ship was torn to shreds, and the round was thrown slightly off course, letting Nico's round pass by intact and crash into the ship with a force that put conventional nuclear weapons to shame. The shield in the area flickered and shattered, and then Max's round made contact with the cube itself, punching deep into the hull and causing a wave of secondary explosions. Since it didn't flash out, Max fired the orbital lance directly at it, drilling a deep hole in the cube and causing it to break apart from the inside. Now there were hundreds of thousands of defenders coming out from the Arisen vessels, but they were down a cube, and the attack wasn't quite as daunting as it had seemed. That was a thing of beauty. I wonder if they can get mad at us for finding ways to constantly blow up their ships or if they're not capable. Nico laughed. "You might want to dodge that mass of particle beams. If I had to guess, they're the big mad right now." Max agreed. The fact that they had instantly determined that Nico was the problem told Max a lot about their sensor capabilities. Most ships would have had to analyze the data feed for over a minute to determine what had happened to let the projectile pass by at warp, but they realized it as soon as it happened. Nico ducked and dodged while Max was completely ignored for the first few seconds while his orbital lance recharged. It was a huge tactical error on their part, and Max wondered if they didn't get the combat data from the previous engagements. If this fleet was dedicated to taking out everywhere that the cooperative stopped, they might not have gotten the data from the Kaleska offensive group. If they had the data, they would have spread out their war walkers and not left them together for Max to hit with the orbital lance. Just like this, the lance fired, and every war walker stopped and put up a combined shield, blocking the incoming shot right before Nico detonated a nuclear-tipped mass driver round in their midst. So, they were learning, just not fast enough. The Kaleska defenders were here now, in their semicircle formation, working to partially encircle the Arisen army force and leave themselves with a shooting gallery, where everything in front of them was a target. More war walkers were coming out to replace what Nico blew up, and the heavy weapons fire had started again, but this time dispersed to deal with the entire force. Chapter 812. Use of Force. Max linked his targeting system to the computers of the Kaleska Force, giving them a portion of his targeting data. Their software wasn't fully compatible, but they should have gotten at least what targets already had something locked on them, plus a load of hitboxes. The firing accuracy of the Kaleska Defense Force immediately improved, and the War Walker lines began to thin out faster than they could be replaced. Once the War Walkers were under 2/3 strength, the battle began to become a rout, with the Arisen forces being forced back to maintain their ranks and the Kaleska closing the noose around them. The War Walkers formed into a ball, and then suddenly, the ships behind them vanished, leaving them behind. "That's not good," Nico muttered over the intercom. "Turn around. Those ships are coming back somewhere. They wouldn't leave without their War Walkers," Max predicted, but Nico was already beginning the turn. For a second, nobody else noticed that something was gravely wrong, and they were focused on destroying the War Walkers, but when the enemy force didn't phase out, they realized that it was some sort of diversion, and the true target was somewhere else. "Fire around at the anomaly, fully primed. I think they might be making a run for it now that we're all fully committed out here," Nico yelled, and Max fired a split second later, not even bothering to deactivate the antimatter warhead in the weapon. It could be done if there was a need, as well as dropping the warp field, but in the 10 seconds it would take to get to the anomaly, they would wait and see. The Kaleska defenders kept fighting with everything that they had, and Max reached behind him to fire a number of disruptor shots into the Arisen army so that they wouldn't realize that he and Nico weren't watching them at all, other than the automated feed of the sensors Max had used to target his shots. Not that it was ineffective, the disruptors were tearing apart the War Walkers in wide groups as Max targeted the closest units to keep them out of melee, but the ships were a larger threat. Nico's guess was good but not quite right. They weren't all going for the anomaly. The one surviving cube went for the anomaly, while the other ships all went for the station itself, copying their tactic of wiping out the home base of the enemy so they had nowhere to retreat to. Max saw Shattered Pride pause as Nico linked with Santa Maria and brought the ship online. He moved to defend her mecha while she was fully distracted, standing between her and the War Walkers and increasing his rate of fire. She was more practiced with her skill, and she could take care of everything that was happening 3 planets away. He just had to make sure she didn't get shot in the back. The ships had just moved into attack position, where they could see the station past the planet when Santa Maria launched from her berth at the station, and all hell broke loose. The orbital lance and all 6 warp torpedo tubes fired at the same time, accompanied by both of the defensive heavy lasers and the plasma obliterators, at the very same time that the antimatter torpedoes hit the cube and destabilized space around the anomaly. The cube was gone, obliterated, barely more than dust in space. But the tremors of the gaseous nebula continued much longer than that, and the Kaleska communications network was going insane with panic and alarm codes due to the explosion. Then the warp torpedoes hit the ships. Fortunately, these were not antimatter equipped, but the damage was heavy enough when they were accompanied by the orbital lance and the defensive cannons. The Arisen ships barely survived the encounter, and Max could see that their shields were in bad shape, with the rest of the station's defensive team bearing down on them. They took the brunt of the first rank of firing but didn't even try to deploy their defensive fighter planes or more War Walkers. Instead, they just faded back out of sight, along with all of the War Walkers, and the battle came to an abrupt halt. "What in the sacred tomes was that, Commander?" One of the Kaleska bureaucrats, whose voice Max recognized, but couldn't put a name to, demanded as soon as the battle ended. "Per our agreement, I will not let anything through that anomaly. My apologies for the lack of warning, but no other attack was sure to prevent the Arisen from bringing their war to our galaxy," Max replied with his best professional tone. It took the bureaucrat a moment to look up the actual terms of their deal and make sure that Max hadn't overstepped, but honestly, Max didn't care. The Arisen fleet was not in the Reavers' territory, and he would gladly take the reprimand if the Kaleska bureaucrats were unhappy about it. The bureaucrat returned to the air a few minutes later and gave the sort of noncommittal complaint that Max expected out of a politician. "The central government's military committee wishes to have a debate on the suitability of weapons of mass destruction while facing the Arisen threat at a future date, and we request that, in the interim, you refrain from the use of antimatter weapons." Max smiled before he answered. "Understood, Minister. I will take it under advisement." Nico brought Santa Maria to them so she didn't have to fly back on her own, and Max led his mecha into the cargo hold with a gentle swing from the bay door. Nico followed him in, and the ship turned back toward the station to return to their assigned bay. There was definitely a lecture coming their way, as well as a lot of questions, like how the ship could take action when there was nobody on board and the use of AI was too dangerous while facing the Arisen. Perhaps they should have kept one of the cooperative members on board to stare at screens and do nothing, just for plausible deniability. Max decided that he would have someone sent over the next time he was in contact with the company because this situation was bound to come up again. This time he would lie and say that he was remotely piloting both Mecha at once while Nico was on the ship, but they would only buy that lie so many times before he would need a pilot. Chapter 813. Sternly worded letter. Max prepared their official version of the mission report while they waited for the higher authorities to come to yell at them, then sent it off as soon as he was sure that his response, his report, and Nico's version of events matched up with what the Kaleska would find on their sensor logs. They couldn't see through the cockpit shielding of the two Mecha, so they couldn't verify whether or not he was remote piloting both Mecha, so that part was relatively easy. He could also explain away the combat capabilities as part of human technology. He would just have to pretend that he was actually apologetic for the antimatter warheads since they posed a real risk to the stability of the nebula. What he got, after the Kaleska leadership had reviewed the situation, and the risk that the Arisen could have made it through to the other side without anyone to stop them, was a sternly worded memo. That was it. Commander Yuri was the one to deliver it in person since the leadership felt that a digital message was insufficient to express their dismay. He was currently standing just outside the airlock, gathering his courage to face Max. What he expected was an angry alien commander who felt completely justified in his actions, and as the station commander, he was the sacrificial scapegoat who had to deliver the message in person. Sending it with an orderly would just be insulting, so it had to be him, no matter how little he wanted to be here. You do know that I can see you standing out there, right, Commander? Max asked over the intercom, breaking Commander Yuri from his reverie. Ah, yes, of course. Might I come in? I have a message for you from High Command. Yuri replied politely. Max opened the door, and put on a somewhat stern face for the benefit of the cameras that faced the airlock door, then closed the airlock again when Commander Yuri was inside the ship. The Kaleska commander pointed to a device pinned to his robes and tilted his head. His thoughts said that it was an audio recording device, so everything that they said to each other could be verified by the politicians in real time. Nico would have jammed a video recorder, and those who were with them at dinner would already know that, so they had sent the most simple possible recording device to verify everyone's account of events. Max cleared his throat and began to speak in a stern voice. It is an honor to meet with you again, Station Commander. I presume that you have a message for me from your superiors. Commander Yuri gave a short bow and handed over the letter. I have their official reply to the situation involving the restricted weapons of war being used within close proximity to the anomaly. They would like to remind you of the negotiations that have been ongoing between our people and the threat to the status quo that an incident involving a chain reaction within the nebula would cause. It is their most direct desire that this incident is taken seriously by all parties. Commander Yuri informed him. Understood, Commander. Is an immediate response required? No, Commander. With this, the incident is considered resolved. I thank you for your time. Commander Yuri backed toward the door, which Nico opened behind him, so he could politely back out of the ship, and then return to his duties on the station. Max tossed the letter to Nico, who opened it up and quickly scanned through the contents. Oh, this isn't bad. Sternly worded, but not aggressive, demanding, but not hostile. A solid warning but not a threat. I should take lessons in how to send a political message from the Kaleska. She commended the letter, then tossed it on the table, no longer interested in the message. She settled down on the couch with her legs across Max's lap and sighed. How long do you think we have before the Arisen army is here for vengeance? With 2 of their cubes down, they are going to be completely pissed off. It took 2 days after the cooperative left before they arrived here looking for them. So, I think that is about the timeline that we are working with again for the next one. Presumably, they will be finishing with another attack or planetary invasion before they send more troops here. But the forces are getting larger than I would expect for such a minor station. Normally they would send larger forces to attack a planet where there is more life to wipe out, not to a station where there is little to gain and every reason to avoid it is a waste of time. Nico stretched and put her hands behind her head. A lot of the decisions that they make don't make much sense if they're actually trying to wipe out all life. It would make more sense to wipe out the valuable targets first and then move on to small reward locations like these ones, but it seems more like they are focusing on specific targets, like they're looking for something. It might be something about the targets that they're looking for, or something that they think might be hidden in this region of space, but they are going through the species of the region in a methodical way that really does look like there is an ulterior motive. What do we have for historical data? Max asked. The cooperative had a pretty good historical record of the battles against the Arisen. They used it to try to avoid being overrun or targeted, though we know now that it didn't matter since they were being tracked. Now, where do we start? The early records are pretty thin since they only start when the groups started to collect refugees, and the records of the groups that were killed off before this group formed were lost with them. They were in for a long night of data analysis, but hopefully, they could come up with some good news out of this and maybe find a pattern or meaning to the attacks hidden in plain sight. Chapter 814. Cause and Effect. Max looked over the timeline that they had recovered from the cooperative ships and started to piece together the sequence of events on the three-dimensional map of the region on the coffee table. Starting with the oldest and then working forward, he would be able to replay the massacres and see just how many were lost, where, and how fast. The visualization helped him when he needed answers, and Max was hoping that today it would show him something important. There were a lot of incidents. Hundreds of thousands of worlds and outposts had been lost over the course of a century since the ships began recording. Fortunately, using Nico's skill, he could transfer them all in order, along with the associated database, and have the computer compile the information into the projection that he was after. Alright, it's all on the projector. Now let's see what we can come up with, Max muttered, causing Nico to roll on her side to get a better view of the table. At first, the pattern of attacks seemed random. It was all over the map of the zone, but then the areas began to fill in as they focused on the species that controlled the area. But they didn't continue on to other species in the area, even if they were allied. They finished a target to their satisfaction and then moved on. Max paused it just as the second set of species to be attacked had nearly all appeared on the map, so he could search for patterns. Some were close to the previous target, and some were not. Once a species was gone, another inevitably got attacked, so it seemed that the fleets were independent of each other. So far, it just seemed like a methodical battle plan, attacking the weakest targets first, so Max brought up a second globe, showing the number of casualties as opposed to facilities and worlds lost. For the first wave, it looked like they were targeting a high population, easy targets, but Max knew this wasn't actually the start of the war. It was just a historical record compiled over hundreds of thousands of years, and there was a lot missing from it, so the accuracy was in doubt. Still, as he watched both globes move through the second, the smaller population dots remained untouched, and the larger population centers were crushed one after another. Max brought up a predictive model, guessing which planets would be hit next and what species would fall. It worked nearly flawlessly through the third wave, based on the data that he had, but then, at the very end of the third set of species to be wiped out, something changed. The next species on the list abruptly disappeared from the map entirely. Pull up that data point, Max instructed the computer and scanned through the information that was available. The species data was utterly insane. It made no sense at all, but it was clear as day in the records. They had encountered an anomaly on their home planet and had spread to over 10,000 worlds, rapidly increasing in population. They never advanced into the industrial age. They were not even space-capable, much less warp-capable or an interstellar species. Their entire spread was due to an anomaly that they couldn't explain. Then one day, they vanished. SOS messages were received by nearby civilizations years later due to their low-technology existence, and when they came to investigate, the entire species was simply gone as if they had never existed. There was no sign of a struggle, and many homes and shops appeared to have been abandoned in the middle of regular business, with coins left on the counter, cash registers full and untouched, and the remains of meals still on tables, mostly decomposed by the local vermin and insects. After that, the pattern of arisen attacks got strange. Certain species were attacked, then there was a pause in the data where no planets fell before the arisen returned and finished the job. Nothing in the data had explained any of it, but their earlier experience shed some light on the situation. I think that whoever made that primitive species disappear is hunting the arisen, Max suggested. It makes sense. The way they were culled suggests that they were raised as a cattle species by another, more advanced group. Nobody saw anything, and the anomaly network was still safely intact at the time of the investigation, but later vanished completely, and another species repopulated the worlds on their own. It is possible that one of the species that the Arisen wiped out was being raised by another powerful species, and there is a second front of this war. I would guess that it's the species called Knife Ears, since they were openly hostile and attacking the Arisen when they appeared here. That also suggests that there is a way to track where they will appear, and we just need to find a way to obtain it. Nico agreed. Max considered whether to forward their information to Commander Yuri to see what the Kaleska thought of the matter, but decided against it. They surely knew as much as he did, and if they weren't speaking about it, it was likely because they were terrified of the idea of a species that farmed other sentient species as cattle and scared the Arisen. They had seemed more than a little afraid to get in the middle of the battle between the Arisen and their challengers last time, so the chances that they were willing to try to make a deal were pretty slim, even if it was possible. The species hadn't given them any signs that they were looking for cooperation, though they had been happy to take advantage of the opportunity that Max and Nico had provided by punching a hole in the shields of the Arisen ship. They restarted the feed, and the erratic nature of the attacks continued to get more unpredictable. It might have been a strategic measure, but the random stops and starts in battles against species continued with no explanations given, and the population of the species no longer seemed to be a factor in the attacks after the third wave. There was a loose correlation between technology and the attacks, but even then, it was a stretch. Perhaps that is where they started relying on the refugees to target the next species. If they were afraid of interference by a third party, it would make sense that they only went to worlds where refugees had safely settled. Nico announced once the feed reached the current date. Check the data for anomalies. There is a chance that our third party is using them as waypoints or targets since they wiped out that species that spread using them. Max ordered the computer. There were plenty of anomalies of various types, but even after isolating the ones that led to other points in space and didn't just seem to bend a rule of the universe, there was no correlation between them in the battles. Nico gave the data set a dirty look, then shifted around to nap with her head in Max's lap while she compiled combat data for the next round of mecha optimizations she wanted to send to Uncle Lou for their reinforcements. Looks like we will have to wait and get our own data. We're definitely missing something unless this really is a case of a hidden giant trying to swat a bug, and there is no causal link between the events other than their existence. She announced, then sunk her mind into other matters. It was hard to argue with that. This project could be set aside for the moment. Chapter 815. Did we scare them? After the battle, the station's district fell into the same strange silence that they had been seeing before the nomads arrived. There were battles all over the Kaleska Empire, but nothing within their assigned territory. Do you think we scared them away? Nico pouted as she updated the combat reports that she had been mapping on the projection inside Santa Maria. I think we unbalanced their calculations, and now they're attacking the easier targets while the Kaleska train a new wave of pilots with the learning machines. They're doing their best, but it's hard to argue that they're doing as well as the station is with us here. They took heavy casualties, got ambushed twice, and lost a number of ships. That simply doesn't happen to the Arisen anywhere else. So, I think that they're saving us for last. Max countered. Or they could think that we have taken over, and they're disregarding the area as no longer under Kaleska control. Nico laughed. It was feasible. They had the firepower to take the station and the planet below it if they really wanted to, so he couldn't blame the Arisen army if they had come to the conclusion that the humans were in charge here after Santa Maria chased them away from the station with extreme prejudice. That would look like the defensive actions of an occupying force to outsiders. Their ship hadn't taken action before and had left it to the two Mecha, but the ship was so similar to the Knife Ears vessels that it would be hard for the Arisen army to mistake it for Kaleska. After the first week, they were sure that something was bound to happen. It was almost time to graduate another class of students who had been using the learning machines all over the Kaleska battlefront, but still, no Arisen forces attacked the station. Maybe we should start some sort of competition to keep the pilots' skills up. I know that a lot of the new ones are practicing with the learning machines, but the others are only doing basic drills. Max finally suggested on day 10 without any action. If we don't start doing something, they're going to get lazy and out of shape. Wait, can the Kaleska get out of shape? I mean, with the chitin shell, they don't get fat. Nico asked. That was a very good question. Max didn't know the answer, and nobody was thinking about it on the station, so he would lean toward it not being possible, but perhaps some of the larger Kaleska were simply fat, and their chitin compensated for it. Nico's mind had already moved on from the topic of fat Kaleska, and she was thinking of making them VR pods to practice in when they weren't fighting. There was no VR arcade on the station, so it would be a fun new feature for them, and she could introduce new games since their basic shape was similar to humans. More limbs would have made the pods difficult to adapt, but with 2 arms and 2 legs, the Kaleska could use them as they were without reprogramming. Want me to send for Commander Yuri so we can start working on something? Max asked while Nico planned what they would need to keep themselves in top shape. Please do. I will have the software updated for the current engagement by the time you two work something out. I'm sure he won't turn it down, and we can send a whole bloody shipload of them if he really wants them for everyone. That wasn't a bad idea. They could send a ship around and drop off upgrades for every Kaleska station that they passed until the Reavers could be sure that the locals were capable of defending the anomaly and keeping the Arisen out of their galaxy. It would likely require more paperwork and patience than he was willing to expend, though, so he would start by proposing an arcade full of educational games for the station. If they needed, they could convert a cargo hold on a cutter and send it here to do the job, but the Kaleska could likely find a spot that could be used as the arcade. Max sent off the proposal for the arcade, complete with diagrams and sizes for the machines, so that the Kaleska could think it over, and then went back to trying to find more meaning in the patterns of the Arisen attacks. Theirs might be one of the situations where they abandoned an attack and returned to it later, so it was best if he knew everything that there was to know about past events so that the Kaleska around him didn't become complacent, but they had wiped out all the species involved in the previous events, so perhaps the past wasn't the best guideline on how to deal with it. Then it came to him. The timing was the key. What they had done was switch attack forces for one with different experiences and possibly different equipment to finish off the attack while the failed fleet moved on to another target. Telling them apart was the problem since the war walkers and ships all appeared to be identical, without major differences except between categories like they were all made from the same template. Until he saw another attack fleet, he couldn't know for sure if that held true between forces, but once you learned to deal with each of the units in an Arisen force, you only needed to learn how to deal with their formations, which were so familiar to Max and Nico that it had only taken them a few minutes to adjust. Commander Yuri, I think I have made a breakthrough in how to deal with the Arisen threat. If you have time to come discuss it in the arcade proposal that I recently sent, I would appreciate it. Any time is fine, so please don't let it mess with your sleep schedule. Max sent to the other commander. In that case, I will see you for breakfast at the usual restaurant at 0700 station time. Chapter 816. Introducing VR gaming. The group waiting for Max and Nico at breakfast was much smaller than the last few meetings, only Commander Yuri and a few of his base staff since this was considered a base entertainment matter and not a military matter. That would make everything easier, as Commander Yuri was a simple man to negotiate with, and their ideas usually aligned on what to do about the lack of skills possessed by the defense force. Max shook the commander's hand and took his seat at the table while Nico took a seat beside him, facing the station's logistics subcommander. We will start with the basics. What makes you think that these virtual reality games will be a valuable addition to the station? It would have to be a justifiable level of benefit in order to reallocate space for an arcade, as you called it. First, we will only be loading educational games at first. Mecha combat, problem solving, team building and other similar themed games will be the mainstays of the arcade. Using such realistic simulations, the pilots are able to keep their skills fresh when they are not under attack, and if there are enough units, then the skills like team building can be practiced for non-military purposes, helping the crew improve their skill set in new directions and increasing their job performance. The games also release stress and tension, which helps most species concentrate while under pressure. Their minds and bodies will have practiced the scenario many times before they have to face it in reality, which gives them a sense of confidence, reducing stress buildup and minimizing the chances of a team member freezing with indecision in a critical situation. Max explained. Humans put this much thought into their games? The subcommander from the logistics department asked. Yes and no. The developers put a lot of thought into them. The users play them because they are enjoyable. Nico told him with a smile. Do you have a unit to test? If we could experience the game for ourselves, it would help us understand your concept of relaxation through education. Commander Yuri asked. Of course, we have some units set up for testing inside Santa Maria. Would you like to test them yourselves? Bring some volunteers, or both? Max asked. I think both will be necessary. We will need a variety of opinions on a new entertainment venue for the station, even if it is the two of us who have the final say on what gets spent and how much space is allocated to it. Commander Yuri agreed. The servers brought their meals, and the two Kaleska leaders called over another group of residents, half of them pilots and the other half non-combat staff from the station. The idea was that they would get a well-rounded view of the reception that an arcade was likely to get from the crew, so they could make a proper decision and not just be seen as jumping on board with every idea that the humans had. One of the staffers that they called was the daughter of one of the senior ministers, so if the games made a good impression, the message would be sure to get passed on, and the addition would get some behind-the-scenes support to keep the bureaucrats from nagging them too much about the spending. It was an excellent tactical choice on the part of Commander Yuri, and as soon as the group was assembled, he got to his feet and prepared to head to Santa Maria to see the games for himself. The commander was secretly looking forward to the new additions, which sounded a lot like the learning machines without the huge information dump or the distorted passing of time. With their current technology, Nico could have added that feature to the pods, but that would make interactive events and team games nearly impossible since even a few minutes difference in login time would put them weeks apart in the game. That could be compensated for with strictly timed logins during an academy class, but in an arcade, open to the public, with everyone coming and going, it would make building a team for a game event nearly impossible. The small group made their way back to the ship, where Nico had dozens of VR pods already prepped and ready to use, set up to interface with the station's power supply system. The fact didn't escape the notice of the logistics officer, who was carefully assessing the units for their potential downfalls now that he had seen them in person. The pods close completely to prevent foul play or other outside events from interfering with the player, while an alert system will show them the view from the POD's cameras should there be interference with the pod. That also allows commanding officers to pound on the pod to wake up players who are late for a shift or needed for other reasons and might not have heard an alert, though the pods can be tied to the emergency broadcast system so that the players are aware of calls to battle stations. Nico explained to the intrigued volunteers. One of the Kaleska climbed into the pod to examine the interior and any possible comfort or usage issues that they might have with the human-made design and laughed as they saw the goggles. It is a convenient thing that your heads are shaped so much like ours. Your heads might be softer, but your goggles fit our heads very well. The staff member joked, then reached up and pushed the big red flashing button. Hey, what does this? The sentence was cut off as the pod closed and the light turned green, indicating that it was ready for the occupant to put on the goggles. That button closes the lid. You can lay down and put on the goggles to choose the game you want. Nico informed her over the intercom. That button on the side of the pod lets you talk to the one inside, but it won't work when they're in the game. Unless they are particularly easy to distract. Outside senses are dulled in virtual reality so that the body doesn't respond and end up hurting the occupant. Max explained. The rest of the volunteers rushed to the pods to get a chance to see the new games, followed closely by the commander and subcommander. We will see you in 2 hours. I will send an alert into the system at that time so that you don't forget to log out. Max informed them all as they got ready to play. He couldn't see most of their responses, but within seconds, he could feel their minds drop into the game interface and start searching for a suitable source of entertainment. Chapter 817. The verdict. Unsurprisingly, the only ones who picked combat-related games were the ones who were already in combat-related professions, but one of the pilots had chosen a non-combat game, perhaps by chance or accident. The game that the pilot had chosen was a simple strategy game, not one of the combat simulation ones like Unit Commander or Station Chief. It was more of a theoretical sort of strategy game suited to someone in central intelligence or senior command positions, as well as chess players, computer coding specialists and others who used extreme logical skills and predictive abilities on a regular basis. Technically, every ability is a combat ability if you use it wrong or right enough, but this one was definitely in the category of desk job simulators. His brain waves registered that he was happy with the choice, though, so Max didn't ask if he would like to back out of his choice and switch. Nico pointed to another pod with a grim look on her face. Everyone is afraid of the pilot's skills, but that woman there is the scary one. Guaranteed, 100% sociopath. Max looked into her mind at the game the Kaleska staffer was playing and smirked at Nico. It was an accounting simulation where you did all the bookkeeping for a newly formed colony and expanded it to a full planet, then a galactic empire. It was essentially a hyperrealistic version of Civilization Builder that Max had played as a kid, with an emphasis on numbers and monetary policy. She might not be a sociopath, as Nico had insisted, but Max could pretty much guarantee that she was not the life of any party. Some of the players were very bad at the game they had chosen and soon switched to another one that they thought might be more suitable. By the end of the first hour, everyone seemed to have one that they were happy with, and the commander was working on level 7 of the base defense simulation that Nico had built. It was the same one that she used for the human version, a copy of their bridge defense deployment, but with the Kaleska and the Arisen as the protagonists and antagonists. 2 hours are up, please log out and prepare to give your first impression of the gaming systems. Nico informed everyone in the pods, and Max sensed the wave of dissatisfaction. The Kaleska would make very good gamers once they had access to the technology. They were excellent at single-minded focus, and once they got into a game, that was it, they were hooked. Nico, we should enable time compression, so they can single-player game for longer. I think the Kaleska are the sort to become complete shut-ins once they get real games. A month in the pod and an hour-long gaming session should be enough to satisfy them and leave them ready to get back to work. Max whispered to her before anyone could leave their pods. Got it, I will enable it before we send any units out. The Kaleska gathered at the center of the room, ready to give their impressions to their superiors. We will start with the negative. Who has a negative review of a game to share with the group? I know some of you switched multiple times before finding one you liked. Max asked. A younger Kaleska man, with only a small scrap of red cloth tied around one arm, marking him as the very lowest of the low-ranking occupants of the station, raised his hand. Yes, the swordfish is complete and utter bullshit. It broke my line 7 times and pulled me overboard twice, he announced, earning himself confused looks from all around the room. Did you strap yourself into the chair and use the rod with the more durable metal line? Max asked, knowing he hadn't. What difference is there? It's fishing, and it's a fish. The irate staffer asked. Max brought up a hologram of the swordfish that the simulator had him catching. They were a variant over 5 meters long and weighing well over a ton. That is what you were trying to catch. Do you have any questions about how it pulled you out of the boat? Max laughed. Commander Yuri whistled. Even human fishing is on another level. There are onshore, relaxing, spend your days in a cloth chair options as well. The swordfish is one of the deep ocean options, with the biggest, coolest boats. Max explained. The Kaleska all nodded in understanding. They would have picked it first, too. The temptation was too great. Any other complaints? Aliens attacked and burned my records twice in one game. The accountant, who Nico had labeled a sociopath, pouted. Oh, bad luck. Did you try to push the advancement by sending out signal beacons, or did you just get a bad random roll for neighbors? The accountant looked eager to try again after Max's question. That's right, I asked for help from the interstellar community as soon as I could force-produce communications technology that reached out of the solar system. She agreed. And you didn't think to see if they were friendly? The simulation is random and not based on the actual neighbors of the Kaleska. He reminded her. The accountant made a noise that Max translated as a facepalm gesture and sighed. I get it now. It's not that the game is too hard. It's that I misunderstood the nature of the game and called hostile aliens to my doorstep before we even developed spaceships or energy weapons. Nico smiled at the room as she took notes. Did anyone encounter a glitch or a truly boring or terrible game? She asked. The first one I picked was pretty bad. It put me at a bridge with a unit of war machines, and then we just got brutally stomped on without even time to prepare or dig fortifications. I get that the games can be hard, but that was just stupid. One time I got blown up before I even stepped out of the lander. A pilot complained while Commander Yuri laughed. I played that one too. I must have died 7 times before the time was up. But the last time, we made it through the first assault. Nico nodded and added her notes on the subject. Alright, it seems that what we need most aren't different games, as the only real complaints were the difficulty level and lack of introduction to the games. What I propose is to add a function that will cause the users to perceive time differently inside the pod, as they do with the learning machines, so that you can have more time in the simulation to practice or relax, whichever you wish to do with your free time. She explained. For humans, too much compression would be boring, as their brains would store it closer to real time, like a vague dream full of data, but the Kaleska remembered the events in the learning machines as if they were there the whole time, so putting the same tech to work in the pods would be perfect for them. That would be excellent. If it could be the same dilation, 1 year of training to an hour in the pods, we could make huge progress. The subcommander from logistics suggested. Remember, this is a game, a leisure activity to help balance the experiences and lifestyles of the crew. Perhaps having them experience an extra year every evening after work might be detrimental to their actual job performance. That's a long time away from work. Max reminded him. The accountant and the logistics subcommander shared a professional look, then a nod, before the subcommander returned his attention to Max. Can we perhaps have the option to adjust the time dilation effect so we can test optimal work performance? He asked hopefully. Great, now there are two numbers people. Nico thought to herself, but outwardly she nodded. That should be possible within the software that I have available. We will be eagerly awaiting your decision on how many units you would like for the station's arcade. They will be a gift of goodwill from us to the station, a form of condolence for their lost comrades. Nico announced, saving them the hassle of negotiating a price. It would be rude of us to refuse your gift. We will have data with the amount of space available by the morning. Commander Yuri announced, cutting off the logistics officer, who still desperately wanted to discuss the intricate details of the pods, placement in each and every space they had available. He knew his staff well. Chapter 818. Not here for us. Late that night, the attack alarms blared, chasing everyone out of bed and sending Nico and Max running for the Mecha for the first time in weeks. Arisen attack fleet incoming. All hands to battle stations, all war machines are being scrambled for the defense. The voice repeated constantly. It must be bad. The Koleska hated repeating themselves, but the announcement was still playing when Max launched cleansing light out into the vacuum of space. That was when his sensors activated, and he saw what they were up against. 17 Arisen cubes and 2 colony ship-type vessels were in an intense firefight with a Knifeear's world ship, and it had just happened to drift this way as the Arisen vessels blinked in and out of existence, trying to avoid the heavy firepower of their enemy. Commander Karras, have you ever seen anything like that before? Commander Yuri asked as soon as he was deployed into formation with his troops. Indeed I have. We have a similar vessel of our own, and they are no joke in a battle. Focus on any Arisen units that come near the station or the anomaly, and try to stay out of the way of the Knifeears. I get the feeling that they are not your allies, only the enemy of your enemy. Max informed him. I will ask about it later. As long as someone knows what we're facing. The commander cut communications and began to deploy his forces while Max grabbed Nico and moved forward to deal with the cubes and their croissant-shaped fighters from the group furthest away from the Knifeear's ship. The small, blade-winged attack craft paid them no mind as the two Mecha advanced, but the Arisen immediately sent squadrons to intercept them. It seemed that they had faced members of this group before, and they knew not to let the Mecha get a clear shot at their ships. Especially not when they were already fully engaged in a battle. The war walkers were all dealing with the world ship, trying to swarm it and break in, so there were only attack fighters coming their way, and Max could sense Nico's mental sigh, even from this distance. You like fighter jets, I don't know why you're upset. He reminded her. These things had better be faster than they look, or I'm not going to be happy about an easy fight. She thought back, then began firing her disruptors at the incoming craft. The blue light of the defensive lasers combined with the green light of the Arisen particle cannons to light up the nebula in a terrifying show of violence, but the shots were all failing to reach their targets. The shields of the attack craft had no problems with the lasers, as they had faced the weapons many times in the past, over many species, and the disruptors from the two Mecha were annihilating the particle beams before they could reach their targets. For a moment, the battle looked like it was at a stalemate, as the two sides paused their advance and unleashed heavy firepower against each other, but that was not destined to last. Once the capacitors for the orbital lance mode were charged, Max stopped using his disruptor as a defensive weapon and unleashed a thick beam through the Arisen fleet, sending the fighters scattering to avoid the invisible beam. Oh, they're getting good. They have learned to detect the high-output mode of the orbital lance. Nico laughed as she picked off the fleeing fighters. With their formation broken, they could no longer combine shields to block her shots, and her mass driver joined the disruptors in targeting the enemy. It was still strange to Max, seeing the weapon fire with nearly no accompanying noise. The thin gas of the nebula did carry some sound, but even the sensors of cleansing light could barely detect it, and a solid projectile of that sort simply needed an audio effect to feel natural in his mind. Inside Shattered Pride, it was a very different story. The hum and snap of the energy flows rang through the Mecha with every shot, giving Nico a satisfied feeling as she filled the air with metal and radiation waves. Then, the explosion started. Because the attack fighters would likely dodge, Nico had chosen nuclear explosions as her round of choice, a form of interstellar flak gun for fighting enemies that could move at a large fraction of the speed of light. The closest cube managed to disengage from the fight and come to join the attack craft, trying to push the mecha away from their battle with the knife ears, but the nimble attack craft of the mysterious enemy was not going to make that easy for them. The cube had managed to move into firing range of the two mecha, but it was being harassed by hundreds of small craft, which were hindering its attempts to send out more fighters to reinforce the ones that Max and Nico were cutting down like grass. If the Arisen could feel frustration, they would definitely be feeling it now, but things were far from safe on any side. Many of the small craft had been destroyed by the cube's defensive weapons, and the knife ears had no concept of friendly fire. They didn't even try to avoid shooting at their own vessels and instead relied on their technology and reflexes to get out of the way. It was an incredible tactic, and when they were in close proximity to an Arisen fighter, it was utterly lethal. The presence of the nearby craft's engines masked the signal of the incoming round, and then at the last second, the ship would break away, and the shot would impact right before the first vessel would return to make a rush at the Arisen fighters. There was a rhythm to it, a subtle but deadly dance that Max found hauntingly familiar, and subconsciously found himself joining the flow of as the battle wore on. Chapter 819. The Darklings. Max charged at the nearest of the Arisen attack fighters, knowing that the ships didn't have any melee weapons and were hindered by slow-aiming main weapons and a lack of secondary weapons that could threaten the Titan-class mecha. Though it dodged, his kill was still certain until his alarm blared an impact warning, and Max rolled to the side as an energy beam came in from behind him, shattering the craft's shields and leaving it open to his blade. The energy sword tore the attack fighter in half, and Max moved to the next target, joining the knife ears dance with his comparatively huge and clumsy mecha. "I want their gravity technology," Nico complained as a kill was stolen from her by a blade-winged craft that did an impossibly tight dice roll and used its wing blade to cut apart the enemy after Nico's disruptor took down its shield. By Max's quick calculation, that roll should have generated over 100 times standard gravity, well over what the human technology could compensate for, but the craft definitely had living occupants in it. He could sense their minds and their hatred for what they called the eternal enemy. Again he unleashed the orbital lance at the cube, allowing them to sacrifice fighters to mitigate the damage done to their shields, and again the knife ears attack fleet covered for him when the return fire came, forcing the Arisen to spread it out or risk them breaking through the weakened point in the shields. The nimble craft wasn't actively targeting him, and they were distracting the Arisen cube's retribution, but at the same time, they also didn't hesitate to shoot through his positions if there was a target on the other side. He didn't sense malice, though, only amusement and hatred for the Arisen. His life simply didn't mean anything at all to them, so they saw no reason to feel bad about shooting at him or to actively attack him. What mattered to them was his firepower. They wanted Cube's shields down so that they could tear it apart. So, that was what Max focused on. Every chance he got, he fired a round at the Cube, until by lucky coincidence, a dodged mass driver round and the orbital lance hit the shield at nearly the same instant, causing a breach that the attack craft quickly swarmed through. The blades on the wings seemed deliberately designed to tear apart the hulls of the Arisen ships, and deep furrows formed as the small vessels raked the cube, then retreated again before the shields could be brought back online. When they came back up, the shields were a quarter of what they were to start with, and there was no defensive fire from that side of the cube at all. The knife ears had targeted the weapons and shield generators the first chance they got, and Max could see that this battle was soon to end if the Arisen didn't flee. They were tenacious today, though, either unable or unwilling to leave the fight with their great enemy, and they were standing strong, turning the cube so the weakened side was away from Max and Nico, and continuing to send out fighters. Max grabbed the mass driver from his back and linked his targeting data to Nico. As soon as his next orbital lance was fired, they would fire together and try to take out the shield on this side of the cube as well. With 2 out of 6 sides disabled, they wouldn't have enough fighters to defend the mothership, and the small attack craft could easily defeat them, making this combo a slow death for the Arisen vessel. Arisen fighters vaporized, and attack craft flickered out of the way, moving to high warp in an instant and rapidly changing directions, then returning to the fight after the beam had passed by. The defensive weapons of the Arisen weakened the beam before it hit the shield, but there were no fighters left to stop the mass driver rounds, and the knife ears were stopping any of them from trying. The shots hit home, and the first round hit at full warp power, collapsing the shield and letting the second round punch deep into the cube, setting off chain explosions that the attack craft took advantage of to swarm the whole ship. They disabled shield generators, defensive weapons, and airlock doors that let the fighters out. Every strategic point on the cube was crippled in a matter of seconds. Another mass driver round from Nico hit the very center of the cube, and with a flash of green light, it went critical. There was a ball of eerie light and a ring of debris as the vessel exploded, then silence as the fighters it sent out went dead in the air, either knocked unconscious or rendered unable to function with the loss of their mother ship. They were torn apart so long that Max didn't get a chance to check, and then with a quick wing dip and a flyby, the Knife-Ears ships returned to the main battle. It was their thoughts that drew Max's attention, though, not their actions. So, there is life still in the ancestral home, and they are learning to use our old toys. The pilot was thinking as he flew past before he focused again on the main battle. Nico, I know what they are, and so do you. Those Knife-Ears, as the Kaleska called them, are Darklings. Max announced when he recognized the language and the description. The ships weren't the same as they were in his past life, but the description fit, and he spoke their language, so it had to be them. Darklings, how is that even possible? I thought they went extinct. Nico asked, then realization set in for her as well. They didn't all die, they simply left. What else do you know? She asked. They called our galaxy the ancestral home. Do you know where they came from originally? Perhaps we can start reassembling the map as we knew it then. The Darklings had been a menace for 1,000,000 years. Nobody knew where they originated from. If it was our galaxy, though, the timeline fits. They disappeared from the furthest reaches of Alliance territory 1,000,000 years ago, and nobody knows where they went. If they went to hound the region where we were in our last lives, that simply means that we're still nowhere near there, or at least, the Alliance isn't. This region might be, but I don't know of any nebula that would be the size of 1,000 galaxies. Nico replied, I got the feeling that they have been fighting the Arisen for a very long time now. They called them the eternal enemy. If there were answers to our questions, they might have been ground into dust by 1,000,000 years of war. Max sighed, look on the bright side. We speak their language, and they have shiny new toys that they might be willing to part with. Nico cheerfully added, not likely. Not shooting us is about as far as their tolerance goes, and that only covers not deliberately shooting us. Accidentally shooting through us to get to another target is clearly fair game. Max reminded her, well, there's that, but I still have hope. Chapter 820. Why do they help you? Max and Nico joined the back of the Darkling offensive against the Arisen fleet, with the attack craft nimbly dodging their shots, so neither of them held back on the firepower as they eliminated the Arisen. The only concession that they made was to not use the disruptors in wide pattern attacks so that they wouldn't interfere with the attack craft too much and annoy the third party in their fight. So, they continued to single target the enemies while the fight wore on, and the attack craft kept anything from getting close enough to threaten them in return. It really did feel unfair since they could kill without repercussions, but it was exceedingly effective, and that was the only part that really mattered during a battle. Once the Darklings learned that Max and Nico together could cause a breach in the Arisen ship's shielding, it was only a matter of time before the Arisen fell. Nothing they did would block the attacks from the two human mecha. The attack craft made sure of that. So time after time, the mass driver projectiles hit the shields of full warp speed and shattered the Arisen defenses. I swear, they're having more fun with this than we are. Nico laughed as the last of the cubes was swarmed by the attack craft, leaving only a colony ship on the Arisen side of the battle, along with a huge number of war walkers and attack craft. As usual, the Arisen began to fade out, but this time, an energy beam from the Darkling ship hit their ship, and the process came to a halt as if they were forcibly dragged back into reality. Did you get that data? Max asked Nico in a hurry. He had as much sensor data as he could get, but Nico had modified all her own sensors to give her data that an engineer would need, not a soldier, so she would see things that he couldn't. I think I got enough of it, and I can almost guarantee that they did it for our benefit, Nico replied, as the ship tried a second time and actually vanished, along with the remaining troops, right before the Darkling ship did the same. The sense of relief as the battle ended without involving them was palpable, and the Kaleska Defense Force began heading back to their stations when suddenly the battered and burning form of the Arisen colony ship appeared in space just outside the anomaly, looking infinitely worse than it had only a few seconds earlier. It was heading for the anomaly, and it was too late for Max to stop them. But they never made it. Just before they should have passed through, an immense form appeared on the other side of the distortion in space, and the Arisen vessel crashed into the raised shields of the Darkling world ship, crushing itself with momentum without a shield or any form of structural enhancement to keep itself intact. Again, it faded out, and this time the world ship didn't hesitate to follow it. Commander Max, do you happen to have any insights on what in the Seven Realms just happened here? Commander Yuri asked as the sudden reappearance of the Arisen ship startled his retreating troops. I'm not sure how much I can say that I actually know, but I have a theory that might be mostly correct. Max replied, while Kaleska society doesn't usually deal in rumors and theories, I think that we need to hear this one. Something very strange is going on, and it seems clear that it involves your species and the ships you have built that resemble that of the Knife Ears. The commander sighed. The Knife Ears didn't defend anyone, ever, for any reason, but today, they had guarded the anomaly that led to the humans' galaxy, and they had blocked the Arisen fighter planes so that the two Mecha could unleash their brutal firepower on the Arisen motherships without interference. One of the two alone might have been coincidental, and only because it served their battle plan, but two beneficial actions in a row was no accident. So, another meeting was arranged at the usual table in the restaurant, along with all the relevant government officials and a number of new people who Max had never seen before. They weren't even all Kaleska, which was a bit of a shock. These are the envoys of the Tinner. I believe you have seen one of their people before among the cooperative group. Commander Yuri introduced the tall and slender gray-skinned aliens with no noses. Ah, yes, the one that took a liking to our ship commander. She seemed like a lovely sort. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and good to see that your species survived the encounter with the Arisen. Max welcomed them to the table. The leader of their group gave a polite bow before sitting down. Our society was split into 7 empires, or the 7 realms, as they were once known. They have all fallen now, but our species lives on among 1,000 other territories. He explained. A Kaleska senior bureaucrat stepped in to get things moving, impatient with the polite formalities. Might you explain to us and our esteemed guests how it is that your people came to have such a good relationship with the Knife Ears? They are a species of monsters, and I have never heard of them treating any other with kindness. But today, they fought alongside you and even defended the anomaly to your home galaxy on your behalf. He demanded, I believe we should order drinks first. This conversation is bound to take a rather long time once the questions start, but in the short form, there is a good chance that roughly 1,000,000 years ago, they abandoned a group of colonies in our galaxy and came here. Max informed them. The Kaleska and the Tinner both looked at him like he had grown both a second and a third head at the same time. There was shock and disbelief in their thoughts, and then they began to realize the similarities in the designs of the vessels, and even more questions formed in their minds. See, this is going to take a while. Max chuckled, and raised his hand to bring a server over. Chapter 821. Explaining Humanity PT1. Once the drinks were distributed, Max passed the lead off to Nico, who was a walking repository of historical and technical information, to begin with. As such, she was much more qualified to lead this conversation. Let's start at the beginning. 1,000,000 of our standard years ago, our species wasn't even sentient yet. We only began our major developments in sentience a few 100,000 years ago. So, we never interacted with them to our knowledge. However, as we expanded around our galaxy, we found signs that we weren't the first ones there. Abandoned planets with ancient ruins well beyond our knowledge and abilities. Odd spatial anomalies, like groups of planets arranged in identical patterns and rotations around nearly identical stars. Things that we could have never done as a species. Thousands of years of war stalled our development as we fought hostile species in our galaxy and focused on war and survival. Not that we didn't advance at all, but everything we developed had a basis in our struggle against hostile species. One of the earliest developments that we created was the Mecha, our war machines. At first, they were intended as planetary assault forces, and that is still primarily how they have been used for 10 millennia or more since their development. But recently, we found a handful of ruins with technology well beyond what we had developed or found in the past. The construction method that led us to designs so similar to the Knife Ears. This was much more than an isolated scrap of technology. It was a whole new construction method. The ruins were more intact on the planet and appeared to be designed for a species roughly our size and physique. So, it was postulated that we might not have been the first wave of human development. There might have been another culture of our species in the past, which was wiped out, leaving only a handful of primitive survivors struggling to survive, which rebuilt our species into what it is today. That is the prevailing theory among our people right now, but after meeting the Knife Ears and seeing the more advanced version of the same technology that they are using, the two of us have a theory that it might not have been ancient humans who were in our galaxy and rearranged all those star systems for the peak inhabitability. It might have been the knife ears, or possibly the knife ears guiding our species' early development as an experiment. The majority of evidence still suggests that our species spread through the galaxy twice, with culling in the middle. Nico paused as the Kaleska and Tinner took in that news. A farmed galaxy. I have never heard of them doing it on such a grand scale, but arranging planets for their cattle species to grow on. That isn't new for them. The Kaleska bureaucrat agreed. It is possible that 1,000,000 years ago, your species was their first attempt at the practice, and for some reason, they determined that it was less efficient to develop a species than to help multiple species spread and then farm them. The Tinner leader added. One of the junior Tinner delegates raised her hand and cleared her throat. Is it possible that the species turned out to be insufficient for whatever purpose they have with them? From what I have seen, humans are relatively fearless and highly aggressive. Perhaps you were too much trouble for the effort they put in. That made Max laugh. There was a good chance she wasn't wrong if the theory that the knife ears, or darklings, as he and Nico knew them in their past life, had developed, raised and then given up on their species was too annoying to put up with. In his past life, they had the technology, and they certainly did now. Even humans had no problems guiding a species' genetic development at this point, so it couldn't be beyond them. This could be a turning point in human knowledge of their past. There never was a good explanation for how they might have lost their own home planet. Even if it was developed past the point of no return and couldn't be inhabited anymore, there should be at least some record of its location. But if they were relocated during the early days of the expansion, then they might really have lost track of the location since they weren't in charge of their navigation. It might have been through an anomaly, which led to a part of the galaxy that they hadn't mapped properly, or like the identical stars, it might have simply been out of sight and identical to the system where they came from, which would have led to theories of time travel. Humans had too many origin stories and superstitions at this point, so it was impossible to track down the source of them all. But if it was because they actually came from 100 different but identical star systems, it would explain a lot of the confusion and arguments when they met up with each other tens of thousands of years later. How does this origin story of the humans relate to how you managed to get along with the knife ears? The Kaleska senior bureaucrat asked impatiently while Nico was waiting for everyone to digest the information she had given them. My current theory, and this is just a theory without evidence, since we have no prior interactions with them before the battles here, is that because we are using a primitive version of their own technology, we are not seen as a threat to them, but more as abandoned toddlers returned to their former nanny. We come from a galaxy that they developed and farmed and most likely culled of 90% or more of its population. There is a good chance that they know more about us than we do at this point, with all of the knowledge that was lost when our oldest colonies were overrun by hostile species in the past. Chapter 822, Explaining Humanity PT2. The Tinner leader looked confused, with his flat nasal opening that extended up his face fluttering open and closed as he tilted his head and seemed to lose focus on the room. Max could tell he was deep in thought about the possibility that humans and the knife ears weren't actually working together. But he couldn't determine why the region's second great evil hadn't attacked them. Then, he had a moment of inspiration. You said they were like your species' nanny in a way if they had actually raised humanity through your early development. Is it possible that they're just indulging your urge to attack their enemies? If they're really treating humans as children in some twisted way, they might be willing to indulge them until their curiosity is sated. The Kaleska actually looked more horrified about that than the chances that the two species were working together. What if they're treating the humans as pets? The lead bureaucrat finally asked. How so? Max asked, though he already knew what the man was thinking. If they're intending to raise the humans as attack dogs now that they're beginning to grow up as a species and have mastered the technology clues left behind for them to such a degree, it would be a disaster for this entire region. Forget simply protecting the anomaly. If the humans sent 1,000,000 more teams like these two through to our region, they would be capable of wiping out species faster than the Arisen. The only reason that the knife ears aren't the greatest threat to the region is because they're so rarely seen and never in large numbers. But humans have millions of planets. Even if each planet sent one team here, the Arisen wouldn't dare to enter any territory that they chose to occupy. The Kaleska all had thoughts of being enslaved and overrun by human overlords in Mecha with exotic weapons that could destroy anything they could field in a single shot, but the Tinner were overjoyed. They saw a benevolent military force who were spread all over the region and were able to gather to drive back the Arisen wherever they might appear. Our agreement with the Kaleska is that we won't send more forces through than are necessary to hold the region around the anomalies which lead to our home region of space. Somewhere else in this region, there is a second species from nearest doing the same thing, holding a foothold at an anomaly to keep the Arisen at bay. They are relatively close to us in the universe, and if they begin to falter, we will send them reinforcements as allies, but we have neither the intention nor the manpower to fight wars in a region we can't even locate on a map of the universe. Max assured them. That was only a little concerning to them. If they were so far away that they hadn't heard of a second anomaly with an alien species arrival, it was too far away to affect their battle against the Arisen. The only important part to the Kaleska bureaucrats was their continued survival and the end of the Arisen threat. The Kaleska and Tinner groups went silent for a while as they considered what to do in this situation. The knife ears might be back, or they might not, but if they did, the wise thing to do was to stay on defense and let the humans engage. They hadn't attacked the Kaleska at all so far, only focused on the Arisen, and because the Kaleska had retreated from the fight between the two powerhouses, they hadn't suffered any casualties, but it didn't make them feel any better about another hostile species in the area. Add to that the concern that humans might actually be just as bad as the knife ears if they weren't allied by an agreement, and the Kaleska were in a panic about how the future would pan out. They weren't well suited for uncertainty, especially in politics, and this was nearly enough to cause a full breakdown in their comfort level with Max and Nico. Max spoke up again to assure them of future alliance actions. We might have had a link to them a million years ago, but a lot has changed in that time. We are not them, and the Reavers take agreements especially seriously, even among the human factions. We have allied with the Kaleska to defend the anomaly, and there is no chance that we will be the ones to break that agreement or to start any other hostile action in this region. The Tinner delegation leader smiled at Max and extended his hand. As our people don't have an agreement, might we get that in writing? We came here because we heard about the situation, and it would greatly assure our people if there was a written agreement that the humans would not attack any of the nations where we have taken shelter. Max nodded. We can agree that we will not attack. First, but we cannot guarantee that we will not annihilate any species that attacks us, regardless of their alliances. The Tinner flinched at that, but a braver member of his delegation, their military representative, spoke up. Do the humans really think they are capable of what the Arisen struggle to do? He asked. Nico smiled at the man in a way that sent a shudder up his spine. Have you seen the combat videos of our Mecha? The man nodded, and she continued. If it comes down to it, we can field 100 million of them at a time. When it comes down to it, we are fully capable of overtaking civilized species empires in a single day, and we have done it before to pacify violent neighbors. The Tinner leader was giving his military advisor a look that promised violence for having asked that question, but the man's curiosity was honest. He really did want to know if the humans were all hot air or if they could back up their words. If she had said 1,000 or 10,000, he would have brushed off her bragging. But against 100 million, no species could withstand that sort of firepower, no matter how advanced their military might be. How would you organize that many? Commander Yuri asked curiously, thinking of the defense of his own station in an emergency. We have an alliance, broken up into independently operating companies. If you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is our way and our law. So, if we are attacked, we will form a military council for the battle that organizes where every company will send their troops, and we will attack as one. I can send a data feed of the one time we actually had to do it if you like. Nico offered. Oh yes, please do. But tell me, what happened to that species afterward? Commander Yuri asked. We killed all their political leaders, and our allies appointed a mediator to run their empire on our behalf to ensure impartiality. They are a bit of a laughingstock for having lost their empire in less than 2 days, but 99% of them are alive and well, still living their lives as normal, with an added tax to pay reparations for the damage their leaders caused. She explained. That made Commander Yuri and the junior delegates much happier about working with the humans. But at the same time, it made the bureaucrats much more nervous about doing anything that might be construed as an act of war against humans. The Tinner definitely didn't want to make that mistake, especially after Nico sent them an abridged version of the invasion, with hundreds of thousands or millions of mecha descending on every planet at the same time. Chapter 823, Arisen Colonization. One of the junior Kaleska blurted out in surprise when Commander Yuri played the video feed for him. Oh, I recognize those. Those are the little mecha from the VR pods. I thought they were a game construct. No, they are the backbone of our light military forces, used for urban combat and other delicate situations, where levels of firepower like what is wielded by Shattered Pride or Cleansing Light would cause too much collateral damage. We're not in the business of annihilating inhabited planets unless the species on them is one of the extremely aggressive non-sentient ones that infest our galaxy. Those ones have to be fully purged from a planet, or they will repopulate and continue to kill everything that they come across. Max explained. That seemed to convince the Tinner that they were both firm in their beliefs and benevolent when possible, which improved their first impression of the humans as a possible successor to the Knife Ears as an intergalactic scourge. It seems that your species has a unique way of dealing with issues. Is that part of their nature, or is it a societal development? The Tinner's cultural advisor asked. It is a cultural phenomenon. During most of our development, we were fractured into much smaller groups, and infighting was common, even while we were engaged in battles against hostile alien species. But in more recent times, we have formed larger alliances so that we can mobilize the might of the species in its majority and put an end to the rebellions and infighting. We're far from perfect, and the process is far from complete, but we have made a solid start. Their discussion was cut short when the attack alarm went off again, signaling an Arisen attack. Incoming Arisen vessels, materialization between the planet and the station. The announcement repeated. That was the customary attack pattern, where they would appear and surround a world, then crush it. For once, the Arisen were doing what they were expected to do, and the entire Kaleska fleet had trained for this. Max and Nico jumped to their feet and pulled out small shield generators from their flat spaces, a part of the piloting suits that they would put on once they were closer to Santa Maria, but an essential safety measure in case the station was attacked on their way to their Mecha. Our apologies. We will be happy to finish this after the attack, Max called as they ran, but half of the table had already spread out, leaving the Tinner guests sitting there awkwardly with the bureaucrats. The lead bureaucrat hummed at the Tinner group leader, in the Kaleska equivalent of a smile, and sighed. It seems that we have been left behind again while the fighting rages. You can be assured that the station is quite safe, though. The shields have never been breached during the Arisen attacks, and the defense fleet here is the finest in our entire empire. The Tinner gave him a dubious look, but a junior staffer came to his rescue. The humans have granted us some of their learning technology, and it has allowed us to increase the quality of our war machine pilots by an impressive degree. For the last 4 battles in a row, we have set species records for low casualties, and they have been improving with every fight. If we keep up like this, we might actually be the clear winners of the engagements and not simply staving them off in a war of attrition. The young Kaleska declared proudly, but produced data to back up their point. Interesting. So it's not just a military alliance? The Tinner asked. In theory, it is a strictly military alliance, but the humans are generous with their technology among allies, it seems, and they were the first to propose a deal for learning machines to improve our soldiers. I am ashamed to say that they might have found our warriors lacking, but once you see those 2 with your own eyes, you will understand why we are not upset that the humans only sent 2 people to uphold their end of the deal. The lead bureaucrat explained. Are they really as impressive as the rumors are? That ship looks quite large. The Tinner leader asked, making the Kaleska bureaucrats bring up the station's video feeds. What they saw was just one ship, a colony ship shaped like a pyramid nearly 10 kilometers tall, with a terrifying number of fighters and war walkers deploying from its surfaces. Even at an early estimate, while they were still deploying, the station's defenders were outnumbered 10 to 1 just in war walkers, and the crescent-shaped fighter planes would make it hard to even get to them, as well as posing a serious threat to the surface of the planet if they chose to descend. They were also too close to the planet, its moon, and the station for the humans to use antimatter weapons, even if they wanted to. The backlash would damage their own vessel and cause huge casualties among the civilians. I will admit, this is a larger than usual force, but I have confidence that they will be able to deal with it. As I said, our force here is the finest trained among our entire species. However, if you wish to prepare to depart, I won't hold it against you. The bureaucrat sighed. He somewhat wished that he, too, could run away from this, as the odds didn't look good, but it wasn't physically or ethically an option for someone in his position. He would be stripped from his rank if he fled, and he didn't have the authority to commandeer a ship to leave in. Max and Nico launched seconds later, and their weapons were firing at full rate in maximum dispersion pattern as soon as they were clear of the station and had a line of sight to the Arisen army. They weren't targeting the main ship. That was futile at this point, and they were going for maximum damage to the army itself. The two mecha were decimating the arisen numbers before the fighters could close the distance for their shorter-range particle weapons to get close enough to threaten the mecha. Chapter 824, Impressing the Tinner, move up, so we can fire down on them without the station or the planet in the way. That should draw the fighters away enough for Commander Yuri to deploy. Max ordered as their first disruptor blasts tore apart huge swaths of the enemy. Nico shifted in time with him, keeping her shots timed in between his to keep the fighters dodging. Once they were in place, Max charged forward, firing all 6 of his disruptors in a full coverage arc, a short-range flamethrower pattern attack that cleared the whole area in front of them and gave Nico time to get a nuclear-tipped mass driver round into the assembling war walkers. They were still tightly clustered in preparation for the impending Kaleska attack, and thousands died in an instant when the round detonated. Max chuckled at the Arisen army's bad luck and prepared to clear another group of fighters for another strategic attack. Aim for the bottom right corner of the pyramid, Nico instructed, and Max adjusted his cone of attack, forcing the fighters away from the edges of his pattern and letting Nico's shot through. He couldn't tell what she was aiming for, but just as the mass driver round was about to impact impotently against the thick shields of the massive vessel, a smaller Arisen ship, in the more familiar angular pattern, emerged from a bay in that corner and rushed clear of the shielding, directly into Nico's shot. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. They're deploying in a strategic pattern to reduce the impact of our attacks, but from above, we can hit nearly everything they deploy until they shift the pyramid. The far side of the vessel had a number of huge round outlets, the main thrusters and warp drives for the pyramid, so it was nearly void of hangars. They couldn't deploy from there when the ship was in motion. The energy fluctuations from the engines would tear them apart. Human ships had the same issue, and the hangars couldn't be placed too close to the warp drive nacelles. The Arisen wanted to keep those outlets away from the two mecha, as they were critical components should the shields go down, but on the other hand, having the mecha up above its peak, where they could see all the hangar bays, was also a terrible spot for them. The Kaleska forces were getting into position now, which was distracting the war walkers. That gave Nico the chance to charge, engaging surprisingly fast thrusters to launch herself into the fighters and begin slicing them apart. When did you upgrade the thrusters? Max asked in confusion, as he didn't recall her thinking about it at all. After the last battle, I've been running it as a background process for a while until I came up with a proper upgrade last night. It's great, isn't it? She replied happily. It was a lot like the Darkling attack craft, throwing her mecha around in impossibly agile patterns, nearly bouncing between fighter planes, leaving them unable to properly target her thanks to their friendly fire prevention algorithms. Max focused on clearing out any area where they gathered, inflicting as much pain as he could before the battle really got underway. The Kaleska were going to have a bad day, no matter how he looked at it, but they could at least keep them from being ambushed from every side at once. The war walkers began to charge, firing furiously as they closed the distance to the Kaleska formation, and Max stopped his suppression of the fighters to send an orbital lance into their ranks, breaking apart their cohesion for a moment and giving the Kaleska a short breather to reorganize after the first wave of casualties. They split into smaller groups to make themselves harder to target and continued their assault against the Arisen army, while Max cleared a path in front of Nico with a wide pattern attack, letting her move up and around the pyramid to get behind the war walker lines. She was focused on the fighters, but it would make the Arisen command walkers second-guess their actions with that mass driver at their backs. Inside the station, the Tinner were staring in awe at the ongoing battle and the number of early casualties on both sides. This is insanity. The planet will fall, and it's too late to flee. One of their members cried out as the second wave of fighter craft launched out to attack Max, who nimbly rolled through space, creating a constantly changing profile shape for them to shoot at and avoiding the majority of the attacks. His shields were holding up well, and the disruptors were still capable of shredding through the light attack vessels, so the human mecha had the advantage, while the Kaleska defense force was nearly into close combat range with the war walkers, where they were historically known to suffer their worst losses. But today, things were different. The casualty rate was going up drastically, but so was the kill rate. The front lines of the station's attack fleet were the fresh graduates who had years' worth of experience in the learning machines, and they were holding their own against the war walkers, while the second rank had fallen back to reduce secondary damage and keep the war walkers from working together to outnumber the front lines. The non-combatants watched in horror as another regiment of war walkers emerged from the pyramid and assembled a combined shield that stopped an orbital lance from cleansing light. They were beginning to despair for their troops when the mass driver round detonated in their ranks, having entered from the back while their attention and shields were focused on dealing with Max. The explosion tore apart the core of the regiment and took out all 4 command walkers, sending the group into momentary disarray and leaving them open to the attacks of the Koleska sniper units in the back lines. That level of coordination is incredible. Their small numbers are their greatest advantage since the enemy has nothing to target. Overlapping their firing patterns only disrupts the particle beams, so the Arisen are hindering themselves by sending swarms of vessels at them, but they haven't realized it yet. The Tinner military advisor commented with a hint of reverence in his voice. Just wait. They will adjust and start sending entire waves of command walkers at them soon. They've done it before, and it's usually the point at which they start sending drop craft to the planet. Fortunately, we have excellent orbital insertion defenses here. The station's defense officer informed them in a grim voice. Their weapons were formidable, but that didn't mean they were impervious to assault. Chapter 825. Entanglement. Max felt Nico smile as the fighters linked shields and charged to provide cover for the wave of war walkers that were following them in her direction. It was both the best and the most predictable and, therefore, worst tactic they could have chosen. A blind toddler playing a strategy game could have seen through their tactic, so Max charged the orbital lance and waited for Nico to approach the linked shield before firing. The shield shattered just as Nico's blade passed through the point where it used to be to chop apart a fighter craft, followed by 3 more as she spun shattered pride with her thrusters. The remainder of the shield faltered as a hole was cut in their formation, and Max took out his mass driver to put a round past Nico and into the group of command walkers. She moved to the side, going after the closest enemies, as the round passed through the hole in the shield, making the carefully crafted attack formation of the war walkers scatter. Nico broke off to hunt the crescent-shaped planes while Max moved to engage the war walkers, letting his disruptors finish charging for another full-force blast. The war walkers rotated to minimize their profile from his position and raised solid shields, like the one he carried, a new tactic for the Arisen army, but not one Max was unfamiliar with. Max pointed the finger at the unit in the back, the general of this formation, or whatever the Arisen chose to call them. He drew his hand back and across his throat in a decapitating gesture, and the command walkers charged with all weapons firing. "Hey Nico, it looks like they're actually weak to taunting." Max laughed as he dodged and prepared a wide dispersion blast. The command walkers spread out to avoid being slaughtered in large numbers, and Max switched the firing mode to 6 individual blasts before picking his targets and eliminating them from existence. The Arisen army had gotten wise to the downfall of the higher power blasts in that they created a cooldown time to recharge the capacitors without overheating, and they immediately charged. Max's defensive lasers flashed as he turned cleansing light to knock a pair of blades away, then kicked the war walker on his right in the stomach, throwing it up above his head before its thrusters could compensate. Out of position and away from the shelter of his allies' shields, the kicked war walker was a prime target, and Max simply raised his blade and decapitated the Arisen commander, then smacked the head toward the leader of this group with the flat of his blade. That should be enough to get his point across, Max thought. His disruptors were recharged again, and as his blade traveled through its path, he moved his shield wide to give a proper angle for his left forearm, where the other 3 outlets for the disruptors were mounted, and fired again, eliminating another 6 command walkers. Cleansing light was spun around its axis as a solid blow landed on the shield in Max's left hand, assisted by his thrusters to give an extra bit of speed to his next strike. The attacker was backing away to get out of range of retaliation, but not fast enough, and the blade scored a deep furrow through its chest armor before a shot from the disruptor washed over it and breached the damaged armor. A high parry sent sparks flying over blue and gold paint, and for an instant, Max was caught in a stalemate and took a shot from a particle cannon before he could break free and move away from the next shot. The command walkers were getting much better with the combat style that he had invented so long ago in his past life. It wasn't often that he took a hit, even if it was from a group of enemies working together. Again, Max clashed blades with the war walker that had managed to pin his blade, but this time he was in a better position, and the thrusters of cleansing light overpowered the command walker, pushing him backward when their blades met and putting Max in position to unleash a wide pattern attack with his left arm disruptors while using the unit in melee as a shield against ranged attacks. He hadn't seen the Arisen shooting through their own units at any point so far, but a few shots still glanced off his shielding, narrowly missing the much more slender command walker before Max wiped out a whole wing of command walkers at once. In preparation for the retaliatory attacks, Max broke free from the engagement, driving the command walker's blade down in front of its body, then smashing the skull apart with his shield. The war walkers were nimble and powerful, but their reaction times were lacking, and they were repeatedly failing to disengage before Max could attack them, despite having all the space they could ever want to hold the battle in. Max chased down another target, thrusting straight in and then rotating his wrist at the last instant to take both of the command walker's arms off at the wrist when it tried to defend its chest. He briefly considered the fact that this could be viewed as teaching them a seminar in close combat, but they would be learning just as much from Nico wherever she went. She had vanished around the side of the pyramid somewhere, possibly looking for an opening in their shields that she could exploit for fun and profit. All units, the drop of orbital insertion craft has begun. The Kaleska command network informed everyone who was still fighting so that those who weren't tightly engaged could go try to blow them up before they made it to the surface of the planet. With a ship this large, there would be too many of them for the planetary defense network to deal with, so Max was hoping that Nico was down on that side of the ship. He couldn't see her on his sensors, so she should be hidden by the pyramid, which meant underneath it somewhere. But before he could join her, he needed to finish off these walkers. Chapter 826. Terrifying firepower. The explosions began as soon as the dropships cleared the energy barrier around the pyramid. Whatever force had assembled themselves there was doing a magnificent job of it, but the persistence of the arisen force didn't make sense. They were taking huge losses, even by the standards of a ship that large, but they were still moving into the next phase and trying to send out their dropships to occupy the planet. It was nonsensical. Even if they could vanish at will, they presumably couldn't instantly replace all that they had lost, and they were just throwing away troops at this point. They had to know that the ships weren't making it to the atmosphere intact, but they weren't slowing their attempts. This whole thing felt off. Max blasted his way through the command walkers closest to him to get a better view of the battle, but having optical confirmation didn't change what his sensor said. The Arisen were losing ground to the Kaleska force, the dropships were losing 3/4 of their numbers, and Max had the majority of the command walkers tied up in battle well above and out of the way of the rest of the fight. But they were playing exactly by the book, as expected, with none of the improvisations that made them such a deadly enemy. This had to be a setup. One more dispersed blast cleared out the command walkers around him, and the rest suddenly vanished, giving Max hope that the pyramid was seeing sense and was about to vanish. The pyramid began to glow with a vicious green light, and Max realized that he was wrong, so very wrong. They weren't going to run. They were testing the defenders before they went to the next stage of their assault. Station, take your shields to maximum. The pyramid is about to fire a large-scale weapon, and its target is unknown. Max broadcasted to their allies, then sent a message to Santa Maria to raise all shields and lock the airlocks in preparation for impact. The power flow moved up the sides of the pyramid to its point, and the ship suddenly rotated around its center, turning the point down to the planet and firing. Max watched as Nico raced out of the way, with her shields glowing from the impact of the weapon as Shattered Pride was thrown clear of the beam, which was aimed at the planetary capital. The city had shields. It even had defensive fighters and anti-aircraft weapons, but in the split second that the city continued to exist, none of that mattered. The surface of the continent rumbled with a massive earthquake as the particle beam hit the city shields, popping them like a soap bubble, and tens of millions died in an instant. Then the volcanoes on the continent all erupted at once. Forget the restrictions on their firepower near the planet. If they didn't do anything, there would be no planet left to defend, so Max primed an antimatter round in his mass driver, but the pyramid was suddenly gone, along with all the forces around it. It hadn't gone far, though. The enormous vessel reappeared above another continent and began to charge its weapons again. Now that they realized they couldn't win the fight in a conventional manner, they were simply going to kill every major population center on the surface and call it a job completed. Mass driver rounds raced out from both Cleansing Light and Shattered Pride, erupting with fierce antimatter explosions that rocked the pyramid and sent the glowing dome back to dark as the power was drawn away. Max stared at his sensor readings with a mixture of annoyance and awe. Negative impact. The shields around the pyramid had held against the two mass driver rounds, even using enough antimatter to create unstable vortexes in the gases of the nebula, which were only slowly fading. If that didn't work, they had nothing that would punch through the shields of that ship. They could call on Santa Maria and hope that more of the same would be enough, but the main weapon of the pyramid was already recharging, and there might not be enough time to get it in position before the next shot, after which it would be a game of tag around the planet's surface to try to stop the destruction. He had to try, though. Nico, get to Santa Maria and unleash hell on that pyramid. he ordered while he primed another round and an orbital lance strike. This time he would go with nuclear explosions since the area was still too unstable to use another antimatter round, and he could only hope that it would be enough to delay the shot until Nico could get back. Shattered Pride was slow to react, but it was heading back to the ship, clearly damaged from the unexpected assault by the pyramid but functional. Max fired again, and the glow of the weapon marginally faded as the power was diverted to the shields, but it wasn't enough. Everyone, fire everything you have at the pyramid. We need to divert all its power to the shields before it can fire again. Max ordered the Kaleska troops. Most of them were too far out of position now to fire, with their line of sight blocked by the planet itself, but they were doing their best to get in position and save their civilian population. Then, an unexpected savior arrived to assist them in their moment of need. The troops on the other side of the anomaly had been monitoring the situation, and they had sent 2 new pattern Cygnus destroyers through to assist in the battle. They had only taken a few minutes to arrive after the order was given, and still, they were almost too late. The destroyers opened fire with dozens of nuclear-tipped torpedoes and a half-dozen orbital lances, sending ripples through the pyramid's shields and completely powering down the main weapon. Unlike cleansing light, they had a very short recharge time, and they were almost ready to fire again before Max was, with another volley primed to fire as Nico got Santa Maria away from the station to begin moving into firing position. Then the Arisen army's mighty ship vanished as if it was never there, leaving behind devastation and suffering that covered an entire continent and an ash cloud that would slowly choke out the entire population and send the planet into an ice age if it wasn't mitigated. Chapter 827, Plea for help. The commander of the lead ship out of the destroyer pair contacted Max as soon as the battle was over. Commander Karras, do you require our presence for the immediate future? The commander asked, with a polite tone to his voice. I believe we will. If you can start producing a number of terraforming drones, I believe that the Kaleska will appreciate it, as I haven't seen signs of their ability to mitigate this level of planetary destruction. I will take care of the negotiations and the rest, but having you 2 stationed here for at least the rest of the day will help set their minds at ease. Understood. We will call for additional forces to the anomaly and remain here on station until we are relieved. The man was entirely too serious. But it was a Cygnus military ship, so Max should have expected that to some extent. Unlike the general and Uncle Lou's laissez-faire attitude to military discipline, the experience that most other command officers had as they went through the ranks was a very different one. So, they became the strict and professional military officers that the military needed them to be, while Max became a Reaver commander at an age when most of them had never been on a capital-class ship before. Nico brought Santa Maria to pick them both up, and Max could sense her determination to ensure that Shattered Pride had some form of warp travel capability before the next fight. That was not a feature possible for a super-heavy mecha when it was designed, but since then, she had mastered the art to an extent where even torpedoes could generate an unstable but functional warp field. That ability would have prevented her from taking a lot of damage in the first attack, where she was too slow to dodge the entire beam. She had gotten far enough to survive, but the ship wasn't targeting her. If it had been, she would probably be space dust right now, and it annoyed her more than she was willing to admit, even to herself. Commander Yuri didn't wait on niceties or the little details and flew his war machine directly to Santa Maria to talk to Max after the battle, with the hope that he would be able to fit the machine inside. Come on in, Commander. We saw you coming, and we have made space in the hangar for you. Nico informed him as Max crouched cleansing light against the wall to perform his post-battle diagnostics. Shattered Pride was laid out on a repair rack, but that still left enough room for the 20-meter-tall mecha that Commander Yuri was piloting to walk in the bay door and park. After all, they needed the floor space for cleansing light to lay flat should she require extensive limb repairs. Commander Yuri jumped out as soon as he was securely parked, and his frantic thoughts were enough to tell Max that today's battle was more than the Kaleska could deal with on their own, even before they settled enough for him to form a coherent train of thought on the matter. I suspect that you require additional assistance. I have already asked the destroyer-class vessels to prepare some terraforming drones for the planet. They will be able to stabilize the atmosphere in a matter of days and should be able to bring the surface of the continent back to fully habitable within weeks. The planet doesn't need a huge amount of work, just repair from the attack. Unfortunately, we won't be able to help with the loss of life, but if you wish, we can have them construct a monument to the tragedy. Max informed him before the Kaleska leader could speak. Yuri smoothed the intricately decorated red cloth hanging from his shoulders and clasped his hands together in front of him. That was a gesture that Max hadn't seen from them before, and the commander's thoughts identified it as a begging gesture, not a form of prayer. Anything you can do to save my homeworld, I will repay your people tenfold if necessary. Our terraforming technology is amazing, but it was never intended to be an emergency repair device for already inhabited planets. We use a full planetary array with our template constructors to fully reform a planet. It's the only way we can do it, and the whole planet would need to be abandoned, like the other in the system, and we no longer have anywhere to move so many people. 2 abandoned planets in one solar system would not only look bad on their record, it would leave only the moon and the station inhabited, which would likely be enough for the Kaleska to abandon the whole system as a loss to the Arisen army. For Commander Yuri, who was from the planet below them, that would be a tragedy as great as the loss of life. He was the commander in charge of defense. How could he accept his homeworld being declared uninhabitable under his watch? I assure you that we can stabilize the atmosphere, but there will be large areas without any homes on them, where the volcanoes have destroyed everything, and some areas like the capital, which we will have to rebuild from scratch if you want them back. Is there a blueprint or a technical map that we could use to recreate the city? Max asked. Yuri shook his head. The capital was built manually before the time of the template constructors and only renovated afterward. There is no template for it, only the data files for the city streets and some records of government buildings renovations. Max looked at Nico, who was deep in thought about the upgrades and repairs needed for her mecha inside. The people of the capital are gone. Do you think that planetary command will want a whole new capsule built there? Max asked. Yuri nodded. It is how we are. We don't just want it. We will need it. None of the other cities on the continent are capable of taking up the role, even if they survived. Do you have numbers on the survival? I would need to return to the station to get ours. That caught Nico's attention, and she brought them up on a screen along the wall next to the Kaleska commander. 42% casualties for the continent as a whole, 100% in the capital region, and an average of 17% loss of infrastructure in the other cities. The population density of the capital and the loss of a few towns built along the volcanic mountains skewed the overall numbers. Most of the continent will remain habitable once the air is clear. She informed them. It was blunt and perfunctory, but it was just what the commander needed to help wrap his mind around the data. Chapter 828. Reconstruction Plan. While the commanders were discussing the future of the planet aboard Santa Maria, Kaleska Central Command was also having an intense discussion about the situation. It was clear to them that the location was a high priority for attack and that they would have lost the world today if their alien allies hadn't been terrifyingly heavily armed. That did not bode well for the future of the civilians on the planet's surface. Abandoning the planet entirely would be too great of a loss, as the number of planets within their territory which could be suitable for habitation with their innate gravity levels was limited, so the goal of that day's meeting was to find an alternative use for the world that did not involve a dense population, or ideally, any civilians at all. What if we moved the civilians to planets further from the battlefront and reallocated the entire world as a military facility to guard the anomaly? We share the view of the humans that letting the Arisen through would be a disaster, and with the increase in the scale of the attacks in the region, it would be prudent to increase the military population of the world. One of the bureaucrats suggested to the Minister of Defense. The minister thought back to when he had met the human commanders called Max and Nico. They were extremely open-minded about military matters, and they put a lot of faith in their allies to keep up their end of the bargain while also doing what they could to help. The learning devices they had provided had been widely used by the region's military academies, and the results were amazing. He had also noticed that the station commander had added some human-made virtual reality devices, which were marked as entertainment, needing no outside approval, but were more likely a form of training that the humans had come up with. If he could rearrange the planet so that there were multiple military academies on the surface, he could appeal for a larger planetary shield from the governor and more station fleet assets. That would give them the ability to fight off the Arisen and defend the academies, which had been repeatedly targeted on other planets. Every time they moved them, there seemed to be an attack on the new academy world. It was a logistical nightmare, and he couldn't find a reason why it kept happening. Commander Yuri, as well as a number of others, had made a report on the situation with the cooperative ships and passed it through the chain of command, but the ministers hadn't actually gotten around to reading it yet. Their subordinates viewed it as a small matter now that the humans had taken the problematic travelers off their hands and had missed the implications that the planets were being targeted because of an infected computer system traveling between locations and stopping long enough to alert the Arisen. Some of the junior staffers were already on it, but with such a backlog of things to do, they hadn't managed to get it to their bosses' desks yet. Unlike the commanders, they didn't have the authority to bypass the first-in, first-out system that the bureaucracy had in place. While they discussed the movement of the population, the destroyers had already constructed a half-dozen terraforming drones and deployed them to the atmosphere to normalize the gas levels and cleanse the dust, preventing the inevitable onset of volcanic winter. That was as far as they would go for now, since they didn't have approval from anyone but the station commander, but by the terms of their agreement, emergency aid in a desperate situation was to be provided, and Max was certain that he could make the argument that this definitely fell under that category. In the end, when the delegates from the Interior Ministry and the Ministry of Defense arrived at the station, it was chaos. None of them knew yet that the atmosphere had been stabilized, and their plans had been based on the need to fully terraform the planet to make it habitable, but on the other hand, the basic premise was still solid. They wanted to move the civilians and turn the entire planet into a military academy, turning out millions of hybrid-trained soldiers, both with the Koleska methods and the human technologies to improve their skills. They would keep the other academies going as they were and hopefully keep those trainees for planetary defense forces while these more heavily trained ones did the majority of the fighting. That would also give them a backup if the new training had issues or this world was lost to the Arisen. The three commanders listened carefully as the directives from the government were passed down, and the arrival of the ministers to discuss the final plans to relocate the population was scheduled. Well, I didn't expect that. Do you think that they considered the fact that it might be our level of firepower that is making the attacks worse? If the Arisen are actually ramping up their attacks because we have been winning, it might be a terrible idea to add more military assets. We would gain in the short term and then lose even more in the long term. Nico suggested. Commander Yuri nodded. I believe they have, but there is also the possibility that by concentrating all the Arisen attacks here, they will save many lives in the rest of the Empire for years or even decades. If they increase their attacks and send all their forces to us, we are distracting them from the rest of the Koleska worlds, and the longer we hold here, the safer they will be. There were some huge gaping holes in that logic, but if that was how the government was operating, Max could only hope that they were right or that they could actually chase away the Arisen for a time. There was still most of a year before the rest of the Mecha team would be fully trained and ready, but with a pair of destroyers here, equipped with all the latest gear, but still, in the angular and ornate style of a classic Cygnus military vessel, the Arisen would have to try very hard to get through their defenses. The thought was enough to make Nico happy, and her cheerful attitude was putting Commander Yuri off guard, under the assumption that she had calculated a large chance of success for their plan, or at least survival for his people. Max would let him have it. They had enough headaches coming up if they were going to make sure that every Koleska vessel which came near the station was cleansed of the Arisen computer virus and trackers. Chapter 829. Too much talking. The meetings between the Koleska planetary leaders, military leaders and politicians ran all through the night and into the next day. There were huge logistical issues with what they were attempting to do, and now that everyone had a chance to hear from Commander Yuri, they were well aware of the issues with the Arisen army's tracking virus, which had presumably infected the majority of their vessels by now. That was the biggest issue that they had. If the Arisen detected the move, they could follow the civilians of the planet to their new homes. They didn't target military facilities on purpose most of the time. They only eliminated them to get at the soft targets behind them and wipe out as many of their targets as possible. The discussion didn't include the humans, though there was a delegation from the bureaucrats welcoming both of the destroyers to the system and encouraging them to stay and help out now that they had arrived and called for replacements to take their place at the anomaly. The ship commanders both thought it was hilarious how fast they turned from limited military alliance to please be our new best friends ever, once they saw the level of destruction that the human warships were capable of, but they were chosen for their command because they could be polite and political and not cause international incidents, with decades of experience in the task. For the next 3 days, Max waited as the Koleska hammered out the details before finally deciding that they had a proper solution. The move would be done in one wave. They would send a cutter around to inoculate all the involved military ships, which would bring the troops and cadets to the planet, take the civilians off, and then return to fortify the area. That way, they could be relatively sure that the vessels wouldn't be tracked, and the ships would spread the antivirus to the planets where they were dropping off the settlers, which should reduce the chances that they were attacked. It wouldn't be instantaneous, which might attract the Arisen, but the planet would slowly vanish from their tracking like the population died out or was moved away. The Kaleska deemed that was the least suspicious way to do things, and the regular travel of the ships would help reduce their signature to the Arisen trackers in the same way. When the final message was sent to Max and the other human vessels, it was actually a relief. The plan was finished, and they would start moving people before the next attack started. All these delays only increased the chances that an attack too large for the planet's population to survive would occur before they could be evacuated and the military force could replace them. Once the decision was made, the Kaleska proved to be very capable planners, and the first ships were there the same day and reloaded with civilians that night, prioritizing the skilled workers first, as they were the most needed by other worlds. The day after that, over a dozen massive ships arrived, dwarfing even the destroyers but not quite large enough for Max to call them a colony ship. Going through the information that they had gleaned from the Kaleska computers, he identified them as their civilization-class bulk transports. They were a relic vessel of the Kaleska Empire and had been mothballed centuries ago before the war even started. They had been deemed obsolete by the adoption of the template constructors, which reduced the need for massive injections of raw materials on a regular basis. So, they had never been contacted, and had no exposure to the Arisen virus, which would mean that they wouldn't be disappearing from tracking at all, so they should be non-entities, and the vanishing of the locals would go unnoticed. It was a last-minute change when someone noticed that they still existed and were operational, so the final batch of troops would simply stay here in their ships. If that convinced the Arisen army that they were gearing up for a nasty fight, all the better. Nico was in wholehearted agreement with the plan, and the destroyer captains weren't far behind her. They had full regiments of Mecha on board, all upgraded, though not to the extent that Shattered Pride and Cleansing Light were. It would be a shock to the Arisen to face new styles of light and medium Mecha, which they would withhold until it was necessary to overcome an intense attack. Until then, they hoped to keep them hidden as a backup weapon, since the deal they had with the Kaleska still made the locals the frontline troops, not the humans. The ancient transports left just as the rest of the military arrived, and a message was sent through to Max on the secure channel by Commander Yuri, with an added tag from the planetary governor. Commander Max, you indicated that your terraforming devices were capable of creating buildings and infrastructure. Might we meet with you to plan the rapid construction of a series of military academies on the surface? It was short, simple and direct, definitely from the commander and not one of the politicians. I understand. We have plans already programmed. Would you like to use them, or would you prefer to use a local design pattern? Max asked. That is the current discussion, but I have come to understand that it is easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Commander Yuri answered. Max smiled at Nico. You heard the man. We have had a miscommunication about the necessary repairs and upgrades to the planet. Make them something nice. Nico hummed happily as she programmed huge military academies and bases into the terraforming arrays over each of the cities, as well as a whole new base, with a giant monument to the fallen capital, built on its former location. They would be finished within the next 2 hours, and with the intensity of the negotiations, which Max could sense coming from the meeting rooms, they likely wouldn't even know what had happened until it was done. While Nico finished her work, Max took a second to delete the records of their most recent communication from the devices of both themselves and Commander Yuri, as well as the station's logs. It was much more believable than letting them be found later and still claiming a miscommunication, after all. Chapter 830. Time to upgrade. As expected, the locked door meetings could not be interrupted when strange things started to happen on the surface. In fact, they weren't even interrupted when the occupancy listings and class sizes were relayed to the planetary military leaders, who diligently started to move troops around and prepare their cadets for their first day of the hybrid training. It never crossed their minds that none of this had been approved and that it might only be preliminary data sent by the terraforming array as a confirmation of the job that it had completed. That was how Nico had hidden everything. She had made it look like someone had accidentally activated the arrays when they were saving the design plans, and a fictional low-level functionary on one of the ships was set up to take the fall. The only thing that made the bureaucrats break up their arguments about how things should be done on the surface was the reception of a message from the surface the next morning informing them that the classes had started. Classes couldn't have started, as there shouldn't be any academies yet, so they dropped everything to catch up on what was happening on the surface. The plan to speed up their training process is in effect. Prepare to learn a lot of new vocabulary words in the casual use of the Kaleska language. Max informed the communications officers of the other ships, who had learned the language from the learning data that Max and Nico had sent back. The communications channels between the station and the planet were going insane as everyone tried to understand what had happened. The planetary staff had no idea anything was wrong since they had gotten the academies they needed and a message from the terraforming arrays informing them that they were ready and what their capacities were. But the bureaucrats on the station insisted that they hadn't authorized that, though they had clearly authorized the movement and the type of training. They had even set the class schedules for the students so that the group leaders only had to arrange the class sizes and compositions. So many messages had been passed around between so many people that the actual timeline was nearly impossible to trace, and when the process ground to a halt waiting for a forensic investigation, the defense minister suggested that they just drop the whole thing and take it for what it was. A functional military complex that they would have approved anyhow. That didn't sit well with some of the bureaucrats who saw it as someone usurping their authority to make the decisions on every part of the plan, but it was already in operation, and during a time of war, on what was now a military facility, they didn't have the final say. That right belonged to the planet's military commander and the Minister of Defense, who had decided this was not a problem. In a way, it was like he had made the decision himself, but after the facilities already existed. There wasn't much time to complain, though. The next Arisen attack arrived only an hour after classes started, a skirmish-sized battle that seemed more intended to test the might of the new arrivals than anything else, and the 6 cruiser-sized spheres vanished before the Kaleska Defense Force could even fully deploy. Is that normal? The destroyer commander who was targeted asked curiously after the attackers fled at the first sign they were taking heavy damage. Yes and no. They don't usually leave that easily or show up with so little firepower. I think they were just testing your ships to see what they could do, and now they will make another plan as to how to deal with us or if we are even worth the trouble. Max replied, well, if I get a vote, I'm hoping for the second one. I can sit here and look scary forever. The commander laughed. Nico joined their conversation without warning, and Max realized that she had a plan in mind that he hadn't noticed with everything else going on. Can we borrow one of your empty construction bays for a while? I've got the urge to do some upgrades, and I don't have the space to do them in Santa Maria. She asked. That shouldn't be an issue. We have room for the ship to dock in the larger bay, so you can work in the full bay directly from your own cargo hangar. How much time do you need? He asked. I'm not sure yet. It will likely be a couple of weeks, at the least. I've got an idea to make myself a mecha upgrade, and it's going to take some time to get it all working properly. A new mecha design from the infamous Nico Terrath. We definitely have the space for that. We can even assign mecha to cover for you too if there is an attack while you are still working on your chassis. That wasn't what Nico had in mind at all. She wanted to make too many changes to keep the existing structure of Shattered Pride, so she intended to make a whole new one, with warp capability, a jump function, to do short-range portal movements, with a stabilized double-ended portal so that it wouldn't cause issues in the local environment, and an increase in firepower. Fighting against the Arisen had given her a lot of ideas, but the intervention of the Darklings, or the Knife Ears, as they were known in this area, had given her even more. She had already sent the message to the station letting them know that they were moving Santa Maria to the dry dock bay on the destroyer so that they could do some more extensive work on the mecha than was possible with the space they had on their own vessel, and received clearance to depart, so only seconds after the conversation was finished, they were underway to the cargo bay of Celia's love. Max didn't know who Celia was, but if she loved destroyer-class warships, she would get along well with Nico, guaranteed. Chapter 831. Celia's Love Fleet Admiral Rashad, the commander of Celia's Love, met them at the cargo bay with an entourage of his officers and some household staff carrying tables for a dinner meeting. Max had almost forgotten how in love with the trappings of nobility and civilized society the Cygnus officers were, and while he was only considered a minor noble in Kepler, he was now a Reaver Company commander, and Nico was both an extremely low-ranking princess and his subcommander. The officers would see it as incredibly rude for him to refuse their hospitality, but at least as career military officers, they would have a decent sense of humor and enough combat experience to understand what Max had been doing out here in the Kaleska territories. Commander Karis Max, it is an honor to have a living legend aboard my ship today. And Lady Terath Nico, you are as lovely as always. Is that perhaps the dried blood of your enemies you're wearing as perfume? The Admiral greeted them as they disembarked. His smile was infectious, and while the rest of his delegation looked scandalized, Nico was smiling back at him. Unfortunately not. I was in a bit of a hurry and didn't have time to find out how to juice an arisen. Nico replied with an exaggerated sigh and an annoyed flick of her hand as if waving away an unwanted thought. The staff had the tables set up in seconds, complete with embroidered tablecloths, silk cushioned chairs, and real silverware. Not that it was any more difficult to make real silver anymore with the replicators, but it was a Cygnus noble tradition, and it seemed that Fleet Admiral Rashad intended to keep to traditions in culture to the very end, even though his thoughts said that he was the most excited one in the group about the prospect of getting to see a new mecha design in progress. With that in mind, Max mentally prepared to host the man for at least one meal a day, giving him a chance to talk to Nico about the upgrade progress since she was sure to kick him out of the bay and disable the security cameras as soon as she got to work. So, what sort of repairs and upgrades are you looking to make that couldn't be done in the hangar bay of your ship? The Admiral asked curiously once they were seated and the first glasses of rum were served. Mobility upgrades for space combat. Shattered Pride was designed as a terrestrial mecha, and while I have done some upgrades to her, the chassis is falling far short of what is necessary for this mission. So, while I need to keep the mecha intact and operational to serve our role here with the Kaleska, I intend to make another one-off chassis specifically for fighting in space. Nico explained, and the man's eyes lit up in joy. So, does that mean we might see another new pattern of Titan-class mecha? The Admiral asked. That is debatable. I prefer a smaller mecha, so it might not end up classified as Titan-class, though its firepower should put it solidly in that category. The final design size will be determined by how much I am able to miniaturize the systems that I need for the design and balance that with the multiple roles which it is likely to see in the future. It might end up close to 40 meters tall, but ideally, I would prefer it to be closer to 30 so that I can use the size difference against the command walkers, which the Arisen army fields. They are spindly things, and their narrow limbs make terrible shields, but even more so for a mecha as large as Cleansing Light. You can nearly get two of them shoulder to shoulder in front of Commander Max's unit, so he has to rely on his own skills to avoid incoming fire, whereas a smaller mecha can more easily dodge behind another Arisen unit. They are not known to hit each other with friendly fire, so their precision targeting can be exploited. Nico explained. Admiral Rashad nodded in understanding and sipped at his rum while the first course of dinner was placed in front of the guests. I have been remiss. These are my command staff, all fine and hard-working officers on their way up. As the Admiral made the introductions around the table, Max realized that only his subcommander was introduced with a title, as the Admiral's own niece. The rest were introduced by their rank and position, which meant that they held no noble title. That was a very rare thing for a Cygnus vessel of this caliber, and it made Max wonder if it was a peculiarity of the Fleet Admiral himself. Max politely greeted each in turn and got all of the preferential treatment which the Cygnus commoners reserved for their nobility. That is an interesting makeup for a Cygnus command crew, Max told the Admiral with a smile once everyone was properly introduced. Indeed, it is an initiative of mine, you see. Cygnus is expanding, and we have taken many losses in combat, so there is a need for talented members of the younger generation like yourself to be raised up in rank. So, I thought, why not start from scratch? Without the family trappings, we can really see how skilled they are and who has a mindset worthy of military service. He agreed. Nico smiled at the fresh faces around the table, then turned back to the Fleet Admiral. It looks like you have done well for yourself. The Reavers promote in very nearly the same way, and it has been working well for them for generations. Might the choice of officers have a relation to the unique name of the ship? The Cygnus staff began to laugh, and Max hid a smile as he learned how the ship had gotten its name from their thoughts. Oh no, dear girl. You see, Celia is my ever so well-bred wife, arranged by our parents when we were children to align the families, and she loves nothing more than knowing that I have buggered off to the far side of the universe. So, I named the ship that took me there Celia's Love. Chapter 832. Nico's minimum requirements. The dinner wasn't a particularly long one, only a courtesy to the visitors and a way to socialize the Admiral with the two Reavers so that he had an excuse to come check in on them every day so he could see how Nico was doing with the mecha development. He didn't have any skills in the area, but he was a huge fan of new technology development videos, including the live streams that the Terminus Trading Company broadcast for the Alliance Data Network. He never thought that he might get a front row seat to actually watch them make a brand new mecha variant right on his own ship, where he wouldn't have to guess what was being created through the careful camera positioning and the sensors which hid military secrets. Thank you for your hospitality, let us know when you return, and we will prepare a meal for you from the wide variety of alien dishes that we have added to our replicator systems, Max informed the fleet admiral, who paused in his walk out of the bay. You have more options than what comes programmed into the replicators? He asked, shocked by the revelation. Nico nodded. Of course, we developed them in the first place, and the Terminus Trading Company has had contact with many more species than anyone else in the trade group, so we have had to add their culinary preferences to our replicator systems in order to keep all our guests fed. So, we program new things all the time, and we have even found some local Koleska specialties to be quite appealing. Are there any particular flavors that you enjoy? Admiral Rashad smiled back at her. Well, there is this particularly rich chocolate cake. The staff looked confused, but both Nico and Max laughed at the reference to her mother's famous cake. You know, nobody else can make it quite the same way that she does. It's not for lack of trying, either. I have a variant of it programmed into the replicator, and it is close, but there is something missing from the flavor that the replicator doesn't seem to emulate quite perfectly. The Admiral sighed. I have run into that same issue. There is a species of bird on my home planet which is incredibly tasty, but the replicator system doesn't get it quite right. I'm not sure what is missing, but there is part of the flavor profile that isn't correctly replicated, and it comes out a bit bland, like a generic or mass-produced version of a masterpiece. That was a problem that had been bothering Nico for a long time, but there was no time to get to it right now, and she still hadn't isolated what caused the issue. It was most likely a specific chemical reaction during cooking that caused the problem, and that could be solved for the bird since she could program the replicator to create it raw, and then they could cook it conventionally and test the flavor, but that wouldn't work for cake. She wondered what else wasn't quite right in the replicator, but everyone had just accepted that the food from the replicator had a specific taste based on the sample which had been used to program it, and nobody who ate it knew what the original was, so they didn't know if the replicated version was wrong or not. The thoughts of how to alter the replicator led Nico to wonder how she could alter the disruptors to be more effective against the Arisen ships. They were already sufficiently deadly against the war walkers, but against the actual ships, they were much less impressive. They tore apart the hull with ease, but the more powerful and varied shielding methods proved to be quite effective at stopping the energy beam without faltering. The Cygnus officers left while Nico was lost in thought, and Max locked the bay doors behind them to gain some privacy and prevent the creation process from being interrupted. As far as Nico could tell, the issue was that the Arisen simply had too much experience with energy weapons. The Koleska used all energy weapons, and the Darklings used primarily energy weapons, with close combat blades coated in energy barriers as well. What she needed was something truly novel to break through their defenses faster than they could adapt their technology to defend against her. That meant no single technology would really do the job perfectly, as they could just adapt their shielding either between fights or once the battle started and they realized that she was there. Realistically, it was impossible to make the perfect weapon. She knew she had tried many times in 2 lifetimes, and the first one was centuries long. But if she couldn't find something that worked all the time, she could just use everything that worked most of the time. Lasers weren't the most effective weapon against the Arisen, but they did work. They had gotten uncannily good at stopping her mass driver rounds, which were slow to fire and large enough for their sensors to track. But if she shrunk them and increased the firing rate, she could offset that disadvantage. Add to that the disruptors, which had proven so capable of taking out the unique hull materials they had encountered in this region, and she had the basis for the weapon suite that she was creating. That was the easy part, though. She needed a much more capable platform for the weapons. Increased mobility and orbital maneuverability, and you could never underestimate the value of user comfort. So it needed to have a miniaturized warp drive and the new precision portal function that her memories said should be called Blink. It wasn't quite what the Knife-Ears were using, but it was similar and could emulate the vanishing act that the Arisen pulled, only she would appear instantly and not sometime later. The 4 arms of Shattered Pride were a huge advantage on the surface when she was mostly fighting in 2 dimensions, but in orbit, it would be better to get full 360-degree coverage from a hard-mounted weapons system instead. Then, there were the energy-coated blade wings that the interceptors used. Sure, swords did the same thing, but a weaponized hull was just too good of a feature to pass up. With that, Nico had the outline for what she wanted to do, and she began to set up the terraforming array in the cargo bay to create her new mecha's hull. It would take a lot of testing to get it perfect, but she would do small-scale prototypes of the weapons and shielding functions, as well as the hull fitments first, and that would be of just as much interest to the Admiral as the final product. It was a shame that she didn't have her Innu assistants here with her, but she didn't want to risk bringing them into a foreign war zone just to help her build a single new mecha. However, if the prototypes worked as well as she hoped, she could make a light mecha or mobile suit specifically for fighting the Arisen as well. The market for that would be insanely large. Chapter 833. Mock-up. Once Nico had the array set up all around the room, she started to create the first structural pieces of a much smaller mecha. Either it was a scale prototype, or she was going to build a line mecha-sized variant first to test the changes to basic systems before she implemented them into a larger mecha. Not everything would scale well, but if it didn't work at line mecha-sized, the chances that it would start to work once it got to super heavy or Titan class sized was incredibly small. She started with the basic skeletal structure, made of the monomolecular material she had been building ships out of, and which the Arisen used for many of their constructs. Their version wasn't exactly the same, but it was similar enough for Max to call them the same category of materials, at least. The skeleton made a basic bipedal mecha, 2 arms and 2 legs, with the usual seated posture for the pilot. But instead of elongating the torso or making it thicker, Nico moved most of the power systems to a backpack-style attachment with multiple thrusters, wings and warp nacelles. The wings folded down behind the mecha when it needed to maneuver in tight quarters, like inside a ship or repair bay, but there were a pair of light projectile guns mounted at the wingtips, according to the design schematics that Nico had put up on the screens. Once she had the main structure completed, Nico started on the cockpit interior, giving it a durable but luxurious feeling, like the inside of a sports car instead of a basic military vehicle. It was a prototype, so that wasn't really necessary, but to Nico, it was important to give the design personality as she worked. The controls were standard super heavy style combined neural link and manual controls, so nearly any pilot, no matter where they were trained, should be able to operate the mecha with some degree of skill. Once that was complete, she built the pilot's pod, the armored encasement that went around the cockpit and would sustain the pilot's life if the mecha were destroyed, and which could be ejected in the case of catastrophic damage. Then it was placed into the skeleton, and Nico began on the power plant and thruster combo unit, which would go into the backpack. It was a simple warp crystal matrix design, as small as the one in a shuttle, but more than enough for a line mecha, as long as it didn't have any weapons with a massive power draw. She didn't activate the array right away. Instead, she built the warp nacelles and thrusters first, and mounted it all in the pack, then started to work on a new feature which no line mecha had ever been graced with. The prototype received an area replication system, which could rebuild its own structure and armor plating as long as the power supply stayed online. It would need raw materials, but they could be grabbed from anywhere if they were on a planet's surface or scavenged from destroyed mecha if they were in space. That was placed into the core of the mecha, below the pilot's compartment, and linked to the power plant. Then she got to work building the ammunition tracks for the wing-mounted guns. They looked like pellet guns, firing tiny .22 caliber projectiles, but with the technology of a mass driver, they would do a huge amount of damage. That wasn't enough for Nico, though. The guns for the wingtips were created and linked to the warp nacelles, allowing them to fire projectiles through an unstable warp bubble. It would collapse immediately after leaving the barrel, but the rounds would only drop out of warp at that point and would be going very near the speed of light. Against a standard target, that would be devastating. It couldn't be used in an atmosphere, as it would set the air on fire, but the mass driver itself should cause enough damage against terrestrial targets. Nico got them mounted in the wings and then began adding the movement controls to the frame. There was nothing special about that. It was the same setup she had used for Shattered Pride, just in miniature. It was still a huge improvement from a standard line mecha, though. Then she ran power lines down to the forearms to add a pair of light disintegrators, the same pattern that Cleansing Light and Shattered Pride both had, resized to fit, and then started to work on the outer armor plating. Created in segments, it could be easily and quickly replaced by any technician and gave the line mecha an aggressive and angular profile that reminded Max of the supercars that he had seen on television as a kid. The sort that millionaires and movie stars drove to public events. It was pretty cool looking, and Max couldn't help but be impressed. He had been so engrossed in watching Nico work on the mecha design that he hadn't even noticed that they had been at it for nearly 30 hours until the Admiral came to see how their first day had gone. "Ah, good morning, or is it afternoon now?" We have a line mecha prototype as a proof of concept to test out the most basic of features that I want to include in the new mecha. It is easier and less resource intensive to test them at this scale. Nico greeted him with a smile, though she didn't stop working on the precision fitment of the last few armor plates, which she had been unhappy with. They joined over a vulnerable spot in the structure, so though it was the best place to have a joint, by geometry, she decided to modify them so that a damaged edge didn't expose a vulnerable joint and lines. That was incredibly fast. I know you had most of the plan in advance, but I thought it would take longer to get a prototype mocked up. He responded as he walked over to inspect the 3-meter-tall mecha. Well, we don't know if it works yet. I have confidence that it will at least walk, but all of the other systems have been purely theoretical up until now. Nico reminded him. Well, there is only one way to know for sure, Max told her with a wink. There was an asteroid field not too far away that would be perfect for testing out their new gear, away from prying eyes. Chapter 834, Find a Test Pilot. Admiral Rashad gave Nico an excited look at the mention of testing. If you need a test pilot so you can fully monitor the data output and make adjustments, I have plenty of skilled pilots here who would be happy to volunteer. That might be a good test for the machine. Both Nico and Max should be capable of operating it to the limits of its structural design, but how the average pilot would do in such a complex machine was another question. It was a prototype for a much more powerful mecha, but as it was, it could be the basis for a mass production line mecha, should Nico be bothered to work the design flaws out of it. The Admiral would surely push for her to finish this design and not just have the pilot do a few tests and then scrap it. Unless she was going to make another, better line mecha prototype, that was. Max could sense in his thoughts how eager the Admiral was to be the first to get the new toys for the first time in his life. He wasn't the highest ranking of fleet admirals and had earned his spot with hard work. But that hard work meant he was always stuck out in the boonies on some obscure low-reward mission and, therefore, the last to learn of anything new. He had just gotten a new ship, though, and he wasn't the last of the active fleet admirals to get one, which was an improvement. Of course, then they sent him to watch the anomaly, as the front line against an unknown alien threat, but at least he got to do it in a new ship with the latest technology in mecha and replicators, or at least within the last generation or two of the devices since they were advancing so fast over the last few years. He didn't even know how long they had existed. He had been on the front line with the Federation, working an anti-smuggling mission for the last 5 years, and didn't really learn of anything happening on the far side of the Empire, much less in Kepler, until it was all over. Alright, it will be easier to analyze the data if I'm not the one in the mecha, so I will agree to have one of your people pilot it. We will go out in the smaller shuttle that is in the hangar of Santa Maria, and we will have the pilot do maneuvering and weapons tests in the asteroid field. That should at least give us a baseline data set to go by, as well as some user input from a user without a capped-out system. Nico agreed. Admiral Rashad gave her a strange look at those last words. You mean at your young age, you have already reached the diminishing gains level of your system? As you know, my ship's pilots are all Cygnus-born, so they won't have any of the augmentations that you have. Well, except for the cybernetics. A number of my pilots are partial conversion cyborgs due to combat injuries. He asked. No, I actually capped out speed and dexterity. I have reached the extent of my progression unless I can modify my cybernetics even more. Commander Max there has capped out his strength at roughly 9 times the human baseline. The Admiral turned to Max for confirmation of that ridiculous bit of information. I am at a 3-point baseline and 200% bonus. I have indeed reached the hard cap for strength. Any more, and my body wouldn't be able to withstand it, so the system has stopped increasing my strength. He agreed. That wasn't strictly true anymore. He had gotten a few percent more after the latest upgrade to his bones and skin, making him more biomechanical and less standard human, but the Admiral should be well aware of the limitations of Kepler pilots as a Cygnus fleet admiral. Rashad shook his head in dismay at the news, then sighed and brought up a list of possible test pilots. I have 5 super heavy mecha aboard the ship, 1 leading each company and the regimental commander. He suggested, if we're going to assess this as an actual line mecha, we should use a more suited test pilot. Who do you have for Corvette-class pilots or new Crusader-class pilots? Nico asked. They would be much more familiar with the smaller mecha since a super heavy mecha pilot wouldn't have been inside one in years, or perhaps decades, by the time they would usually have gotten the appointment. We have a young ace among the Corvette-class sergeants. He was formerly a Crusader-class pilot but was stripped of his commission for poor behavior. He is the finest of my Corvette-class operators, and I suspect that he would be the most likely to give you an unbiased review of the new unit and not just tell you what you want to hear," the Admiral suggested, with laughter in his voice and amusement creasing the lines around his black eyes. "He sounds like our sort of pilot. If you can get him over here, we will go over the controls and the basic layout, and then we will set out for the asteroid belt." Max agreed. "Perfect. But one more question. Where did you even put a shuttle in Santa Maria? 2 mecha that size have to take up nearly the whole bay." Rashad asked. "It's magnetically locked to the ceiling on my side of the bay. Cleansing light can't stand up in there, to begin with, and the corner on my side doesn't get used unless Shattered Pride is laying flat, so we just stuck it in the back corner along the roof." Nico laughed. The prototype would just barely be able to stand in the shuttle, but it had a rear ramp for entry and an energy barrier to let occupants out without disturbing the atmosphere inside, so it would do for the purpose, and it wouldn't give away any more of the military capabilities of the destroyers if any hostile species should happen to be watching. "He is on his way. It should take about 5 minutes for him to get here since Sergeant Khalil is on duty right now. I didn't tell him what he was coming here to do, only that he had been requisitioned for your research." Rashad laughed. "So, he likely thinks he's on punishment detail. Oh, his response should be great." Max laughed as he realized what the Admiral had intended. Showing too much favor to a troublemaker wouldn't go over well with the rest of his unit, but if they all thought he was being brought to do the grunt work for the visiting Reavers, nobody would ask any awkward questions about confidential mecha development specifications. The sergeant definitely wasn't in a hurry to get there. Max followed his progress through the ship as he stopped to talk to a few female pilots, flirted with a feminine young man from the kitchen, had a smoke with the janitor and then finally took the elevator down to the cargo bay. He definitely thought that he was on punishment detail, especially when the message came directly from the fleet admiral and not from anyone in his usual chain of command within the Mecha regiment stationed on the ship. Chapter 835. Systems check. The bay doors slid open to reveal the test pilot, looking nervously around the room at all of the equipment that had been set up before his eyes landed on the new line mecha lying on a workbench near the center of the open space. "Sergeant Khalil, it is good to see your commitment to punctuality extends even to working with the Reavers. I should warn you that the cutie from the kitchen is packing a bit more of a surprise than you might have expected, though." Max greeted him. "Hey, I'm not an idiot. I know, I just don't care. What did you need today, Commander? The bay looks pretty much immaculate, so it can't be cleaning detail." The sergeant replied. "No, we have something much better in mind for you today. We need a test pilot who can keep his mouth shut about everything that he has seen here. The development of new mecha patterns is a top-level classified activity, and we have chosen you as our test pilot for this pattern of line mecha." Max explained. Sergeant Khalil thought about his situation for a moment and sighed. "I get it, you picked me because I'm on the shit list, and if I told anyone what was happening, I would be branded a liar as well as a flirt and a screw-up." Nico smiled and walked over to pat him on the back. "You're right on the first try. But look at it this way, even if you don't get to tell anyone, you still get to pilot the state-of-the-art experimental line mecha." Khalil looked down at her with a slight smile. "So, why didn't one of you do it? You could keep it to yourselves, and nobody would have to worry about information leaks." Nico shook her head. "Either of us can push a line mecha to its mechanical limits. That doesn't really tell us about how it will perform in real life with regular pilots at the helm. This version has both mechanical and neural links, so you can pilot it as you prefer, and the origin of the pilot won't matter much, only their skills." "Alright, I will be your guinea pig. I still get the feeling that this appointment is a not-so-subtle insult to my skills and value as a pilot, though." Khalil agreed. Max liked this man. He was very self-aware, and he was clearly familiar with the risks that a test pilot took and why they hadn't chosen the most valuable of the available pilots when they would have been less of a security risk. Yes, it was because his skills were perfectly suited to the test that they were running, but it was also because the unit would continue to function without him if there should be a major mishap that led to the destruction of the experimental unit during testing. Nico led him to the desk where the designs were being displayed. "Now that we're all in agreement, let's show you around the design specifications before you get in. This isn't like any line mecha that you've been inside before, other than the basic height. The weapons systems are integrated into both the arms and the wings so that the pilot can use twin blades or a blade and shield. There are a warp drive and nacelles integrated into the backpack unit, and the main weapons are a miniaturized mass driver. Sergeant Khalil whistled as he heard the features of the line mecha and looked back at the unit lying on the table. It really did look different from the usual mecha, but to think that it carried such an insane list of features. Line mecha are basically expendable in combat, and every experienced pilot knows it. But this thing had the firepower to stand up for itself. What does it have for defenses? He asked cautiously. It has 3 layers of the Terath pattern shield generator, powered by the miniature warp core, so it will recover exceptionally quickly if the design lives up to its theoretical capabilities. Nico shrugged. That's better than nothing. It looks like the shields on your units hold up pretty well under enemy fire, so we might be ahead of the locals on weapons development. Khalil decided. That wasn't precisely true, it was just that there were only 2 mecha in this entire region of space, so it really wasn't worth it for the enemy to fully optimize their force to fight Max and Nico instead of the Kaleska, who they were trying to wipe out. If the Arisen had put more effort into it, Max was certain that their shields would have had a much harder time dealing with the enemy's weapons. They hadn't put a lot of effort into optimizing them against the Kaleska either, though, so it was possible that they were slower to adapt, or the fleets were fighting multiple enemies, and what they had was the optimal configuration against the entirety of the species that they were engaged in battle with. Nico was finishing up the details of the layout and controls when Max started paying attention to the room again, and it was time to start loading everything into the shuttle. She had already pulled it out of the hangar and parked it on the cargo bay floor, so Max just had to activate the gravity plating and push the new mecha over to the repair rack, which would stand it up for the pilot to more easily get situated. Sergeant Khalil opened the front plate of the cockpit, which swung down to make a ramp for the pilot to walk up while being careful not to get footprints on the window. Then he strapped himself into the seat and swung the control panel back in place before hitting the button to close the front plate and seal the cockpit. Process complete. Powering up now, he informed the room. Nico made a quick note of something she found in the system logs, then tapped her communicator to put him on speaker mode. Proceed with system diagnostics, she instructed. All systems check out. All indicators are green. Nominal power output is at 12%, with nominal usage at 1%. The sergeant replied, Perfect. Get your ass in the shuttle, and let's go shoot at some asteroids. Chapter 836. Movement tests. The mecha moved surprisingly smoothly for its first steps, and Sergeant Khalil gently maneuvered it into the shuttle, where it just barely fit without hitting the ceiling. Once he was in, he gently turned the mecha around in the limited space, and Nico nodded happily. It looks like all the neural links are working properly. Have you been trained on manual controls? She asked the sergeant. I have, but that was back in basic training when they still pretended that piloting a captured enemy mecha to a glorious victory was a thing that happened. Khalil laughed. Max chuckled at the absurdity of that training scenario. Infiltration units that could commandeer enemy mecha without either getting killed or getting locked out by the security systems were incredibly rare and specialized. Your best chance, if you didn't have a hacking-related system function, was to kill the pilot as he opened the door and then use his biometric data to power up the mecha and add your own as a secondary user. It certainly wasn't the sort of thing that an average pilot would ever use, but it gave them ideas in combat like they might survive a terrible situation after their mecha was destroyed. That hope was a valuable commodity, and it was pure hope that kept many pilots going until extraction or reinforcements arrived. Every commander knew of at least one unit who had fought constantly for days on end because they had hoped that they would survive to go home. There was also a good chance that any commander who rose through the ranks had been in that unit. Admiral, would you like to come along for the flight, or do you have a business to attend to? Max asked as Nico took her place at the shuttle control panel. I am afraid that I do have to get back to work. I wish you the best of luck, and please keep me informed of the progress. The success of the light mecha prototype will mean as much to my men as the replacement for Shattered Pride does to you, I am certain. He wasn't wrong. A new line mecha, which was this powerful, as well as space capable, would be a dream come true for the line mecha pilots, who weren't usually even deployed in such situations due to their lack of orbital mobility. Even the Crusader-class mecha, which had thrusters of much higher output than the line mecha, were barely considered mobile in space combat. Nico took the shuttle to warp speed for a few minutes and dropped them on the far side of the solar system, far from the prying eyes of any of the Kaleska facilities. There might be a ship or two that could still see them, but their sensors wouldn't be as capable as the ones on the station or the satellites in orbit. Max and Nico both changed into mobile suits and secured their helmets in case there was an issue with the barrier over the bay door, and then the ramp was lowered, allowing the mecha to step out into space. Max clipped a tether to his back and gave the mecha a thump so that the pilot would know he was good to go. The tether is attached. Please step out into the void for maneuvering thruster tests. Don't worry, the tether is only a kilometer long. If there are issues, we will have no problem powering down the mecha and reeling you back in before it even starts to get cold in there. Nico informed the sergeant. You really have a way with words, don't you, Subcommander? Very calming and reassuring. Khalil replied. Thank you, I have been working on my motivational speaking. You should have heard the early ones. They received truly terrible audience response ratings. Nico joked. Worse than don't worry, we will drag you back in after leaving your mecha powered down in space. Max laughed at the man's underestimation of Nico's motivational skills. I recall one time she encouraged a full charge of a swarm of Clem behemoths, with the motivational line that, running only makes you die tired. The sergeant relaxed as he laughed. Those who run away only die tired was a long-running joke in the military of every human empire, and the reference made the diminutive subcommander seem more relatable. Sergeant Khalil was doing a good job of hiding it, but he had a serious case of hero worship regarding the Titan-class mecha, so Max and Nico had seemed like a superhuman entity, untouchable and unrelatable when he had first heard that they were coming to the same ship he was on. Hearing them tell combat jokes reminded the sergeant that despite the differences in skill levels, they were still pilots and had seen an enormous amount of combat. The thrusters powered up smoothly, and he followed the route that Nico had given him to complete the movement tests without getting himself tangled up in the lanyard. Good. Now with the wings deployed and weapons armed, report any lag incidents or changes in handling. Nico cheered as he finished the first set of movements, like a strange 3D yoga routine in space. Not that there likely would be any changes in handling in microgravity, but it had to be tested in case there were interfering lines of code in the control system programs. The test of a mecha was not just mechanical but also a debugging session for the code that translated the neural controls to mechanical outputs. That part changed with every change to the mecha, so there was always the chance of unforeseen issues between subroutines. With the wingtip thrusters deployed, the controls get quite twitchy. Is there some sort of gain control for them? Sergeant Khalil requested. Control dial 7 on panel 4B. Second panel from the end on the top row right, Max replied. Or you could adjust it through the module in the neural interface, but that might be too clunky. It was made for debugging, so it's not very user-friendly. Nico added. The pilot reached out and tweaked the settings for all his thrusters, then ran the loop a third time. He adjusted them again, reported his changes, which was actually redundant with Nico watching the computers, and then ran a fourth and a fifth time before he was happy with the settings. Excellent work. None of the adjustments are at their limits, so there is room for personalization by the pilots. Return to the shuttle, and we will do a systems diagnostic before we send you out for weapons testing. Chapter 837. First live fire with the experimental mecha back in the shuttle. Nico and Max gave it a full inspection and verified that there were no signs of atmospheric leakage from the pilot's compartment, as well as doing a full mechanical inspection now that it had been in space for the first time and spent a while operating the thrusters. Alright, everything checks out. I will load some ammunition for you, and we can get the live firing exercises going. Nico smirked. She had a whole obstacle course planned for him to fly through, testing his skills to move through obstacles at speed as well as the targeting functions of the new mecha. They were the same as she was using on Shattered Pride, but they were somewhat different than the ones that a Cygnus pilot would be used to on their own line or Corvette-class mecha. Now, the course is set for your live fire test. Proceed through it as fast as you can with full accuracy. We need to test both the maneuverability and the firing accuracy. The rounds in the mass driver are just metal slugs, and the higher power functions are currently offline. We will test them later, so feel free to treat this as a skills training course. Max informed the sergeant. Understood, Commander. Khalil pushed off the loading ramp and launched himself toward the beginning of the obstacle course that Nico had designed before he engaged his thrusters. These ones were different than the solid fuel ones he was used to in the Line and Corvette-class mecha that the Cygnus army had been using, and he didn't want to accidentally damage the ship while he was out here in the middle of nowhere. They hadn't gotten to test the warp drive functions yet, and the fact that they had existed had completely slipped his mind as he settled into the well-trained mindset of a combat pilot and focused on the abilities that he was used to his mecha having. Forget everything you know about what a line mecha should be able to do. Have you ever been in one of the new pattern fast attack crusaders? Max asked. No, but I've seen them in combat against the Scourge, and it's pretty incredible. Sergeant Khalil responded right away, and Max sensed the eagerness in his thoughts. Think of this unit more like that. Incredibly mobile with rapid-fire mass drivers and the arm-mounted disruptors as your slower-firing area damage option. Max explained. All right, beginning the course now. The mecha spun upward, acquiring the first target and hitting it with a blast from the disruptor on its right arm. Then a slight turn right and the wing-mounted mass driver took out the second marked target before the left disruptor was raised to hit the next. The mecha moved smoothly from one target to another, the thrusters working exactly as intended to take it where it was guided, but Nico turned to Max and sighed. We should have expected this. He's turning to face every target instead of trusting his targeting sensors, and he's moving at a snail's pace, only targeting one point at a time. Max chuckled and quickly brought up a simulated class run at the minimum qualifying speed for a Corvette class operator. According to this, he is roughly 30% above standard, and the second overlay here is how the Kaleska who have trained on the learning machines are doing in their own units, Max explained. Compared to them, Sergeant Khalil was a speed demon, being nearly 40% above the minimum qualifying speed for a standard Corvette class unit and handily outperforming the Kaleska regulars. Nico put a third overlay over the top of Max's simulated data and the sergeant's live feed. It was the data that she had logged with her as the simulated pilot, at 85% of the mecha's theoretical maximum output values. Compared to the other two, that one was more of a streak in space, and by the time either of them had reached the fourth target, hers would have finished the whole 30-target course. You really can't expect an unaugmented human to do that. Seriously, they're not physically capable of sustaining that input speed, even with a neural link. By moving some of it to manual controls and out of their conscious thought patterns, they can greatly increase the input speed with enough muscle memory, but compared to your mind or mine, they're nowhere near being a tactical asset. Max reminded her, it's just a shame that we can't bring the androids here. They would love it. Even if I had 1 battalion of them, they would mop the floor with most of these arisen attacks. Nico replied with a sad tone in her thoughts but a very serious voice. I know, but having them suddenly turn on the Kaleska because they got possessed would be a nightmare for the whole sector. I doubt that they could fight off a whole regiment of them during an arisen attack, and that would be the end of their defense of the anomaly. Max reminded her before she started making plans to find a way to get some here for testing. Sergeant Khalil was very proud of himself when he finished the course in the new line mecha prototype, unaware of Nico's assessment of his skills. Finished. I think I can push this thing harder once I get used to the movement, but it is seriously fast, and the targeting reticule is spot on. The sergeant informed them as he returned to the starting point to prepare for a second run. Noted. Also, there is more than one targeting reticule, so if you are capable of tracking more than one enemy at a time, you can multi-target using the different weapons. The wingtip-mounted mass drivers are somewhat directional, but the arm-mounted disruptors are a bit more flexible in their targeting. Nico informed him, Understood, Subcommander. I'm just not used to having so many options yet. How did I do on the maximum mecha output charts? Khalil asked. That was the comparison of how fast they moved compared to what the machine was physically capable of, with 70% of the maximum on a line mecha being near the standard human reaction limit. You are at 6.3% of the unit's maximum speed. Don't feel bad, nobody expects a pilot to be able to push this unit to its theoretical limits. Max informed him, single digits, alright, no holding back. Second run starts now. Chapter 838. Better Max checked the power draw of the mass drivers as the mecha began its second run. The warp field function was disabled, as they weren't trying to blow up the asteroid field during the tests, but the small projectiles were still doing a fine job of shattering the metallic rocks at regular speed. The shuttle's computer was running damage simulation numbers to be integrated into the VR system for immersive training and combat analysis versus known mecha and enemy variants. The high explosive rounds of the super heavy mecha's mass drivers were overkill against most targets, so Nico was hoping that these ones would be more versatile, with their high speeds and rapid firing rate, close to that of a Gatling gun. Between the two wings, the mass drivers could put out 300 rounds a minute, a vast improvement on the 3-second charge time for the standard mass drivers, and although the rounds were quite small, Nico had plans to create more volatile munitions for them than the metal slugs used for testing. Sergeant Khalil was going all out this time, moving nearly twice as fast as the first run and pushing his targeting skills to the maximum. He was missing about a third of his shots, but making up for the lack in extra shot volume to make excellent progress through the course. The feed rate seems a bit irregular on the mass drivers. Could we have a feed issue due to the shape of the smaller projectiles? Max asked as he analyzed the data. That's possible. I haven't seen any misfeeds yet, but there are definite lags in the feed timers. The energy output to the disruptors is a bit off as well. I think we're getting feedback from somewhere. Nico sighed. Alright, I will bring him back after this run, and we will go over the design again. Max agreed, then sent the message to return after the run to Sergeant Khalil. The experimental mecha smoothly landed on the open ramp and walked back into the shuttle, passing through the barrier, which normalized the hull temperature, and laughing with relief to be back inside. You know, I'm pretty good with flying, but alone out there in the asteroids is a whole other thing. Agoraphobia, I think they call it, right? That feeling of panic when you feel like you're alone in a vast emptiness, with nothing around you. He commented as he waited for instructions. Yeah, it gets a lot of pilots the first few times they fight in space. The distances are so much larger, and the scales of the battles are both huge and three-dimensional that it takes time to get used to. You did well on the second run. Nearly twice as fast as the first run and easily into the double digits of maximum hull speed. Max congratulated him. Thanks, Commander. What's next? The sergeant asked politely. Next up is a return to the destroyer so that we can go over the data which we gathered and make some tweaks and changes to the prototype. Then we will run these same tests again with the modified version when it is ready. Most of the time, the final version is ready within 10 iterations of physical prototypes and countless VR simulations, but this time we will also be making scaled-up versions, or at least one experimental one, so there will be even more work to be done once your part as prototype test pilot is done. Max's response startled the pilot. A brand new line mecha was awesome, but if there was a chance that they were going to make a new Crusader pattern as well, he didn't want to miss out on that chance. You know, I might have been demoted, but I'm still qualified on the Crusader class mecha. Sergeant Khalil tried. Max nodded at him. We will keep it in mind if we need a test pilot for that phase of the build. Since it is a one-off proof of concept, it will be tested and designed somewhat differently than the line mecha has been. That wasn't strictly true, it was intended to be very similar to the line mecha, or there would be no point in making this prototype, but Max wasn't ready to tell him that he was the tester for a scaled-down version of a new Titan-class mecha design. The sergeant would keep quiet about a new line mecha, but the Titan-class machines were practically legends among the troops, and the first one that he had ever seen in person was Cleansing Light. It was too much to ask that there wouldn't be any leaks if everyone knew that they were making a new personal unit for Nico. So, does that mean I've got the rest of the day off? The sergeant asked hopefully, since he had been reassigned on the duty roster to assist them. You only wish. I need full reports on your entire test sequence. I've got all the interior cameras, calibration adjustments, performance numbers and targeting statistics here. So you can account for every adjustment, how it affected the handling, and explain what part of the targeting system might have accounted for all the misses on the second run. Nico informed him with a smile that made the man shudder. She's scarier when she's happy, isn't she? He whispered to Max, who began to laugh. She also has superhuman hearing. She's a full conversion cyborg, remember? But yes, she is much scarier when she is happy. I would say to ask anyone who has faced her in combat, but there aren't a lot of them left alive who have heard her happy laugh through the mecha speakers. Khalil couldn't tell if the commander was messing with him, but for some reason, he suspected that Max might be telling the whole truth. Alright, how much of a report do you need for your data? He asked Nico, not looking forward to the impending paperwork. 100 words for each of these data points should be fine. Nico giggled, then handed him the data slate. All 1700 maneuvers and targeting actions worth it. Chapter 839. Paperwork. Max sent the sergeant off to the desk in the spare room of Santa Maria to write his report, with the promise and threat that if this information was leaked anywhere, a court-martial would be the least of his issues, then rejoined Nico to get to work on modifying the line mecha prototype. There are so many little things to tweak on this unit. Do you want to start with running the structural analysis and the movement data while I run the rest of the system information? Nico suggested. That works. You wrote all the code, so it should be easier for you to do the diagnostics, and I can take care of the structural load information easily enough. He agreed. They both took a seat in the living room, with holographic images of the prototype brought up all around them, and got straight to work. While the report from the pilot was valuable, it was more valuable after they had covered all the basic deficiencies of the unit. For example, in the first one, Max found the wing joint had taken much higher than expected levels of stress during the combination of maneuvering and firing and needed modifications to be properly durable. Each change would be completed before the next one was started, then they would run the combination through the VR simulations before rebuilding the mecha and running the tests again to see if they had introduced any new unwanted interactions. It was the slow and grinding part of turning a cool design into a functional war machine, but after 6 hours, they had a pretty good start on it. "Hey, Sergeant, come out and get dinner. Punch whatever you want into the replicator, and then you can call it a night. For security reasons, we will ask you to stay in the spare room overnight, and we will have a fresh pilot's suit made for you in the morning," Nico called out once she had finished her second round of diagnostics. "You guys live pretty good in here, don't you? I mean, unlimited power, no resource restrictions, no quotas that I can see," the sergeant commented as he entered the main room. "Oh, there are limits and quotas, but as commanders of a Reaver company, we have a lot of leeway. Santa Maria contains enough resources for years' worth of casual living, so we don't worry about the basics. The old ways are fading, and with the new pattern replicators, the food limitations of a long voyage mean very little other than as an excuse to keep the crew in shape." Max agreed. "It's completely different. When they told us we were going to be stationed on a frontline deployment for a minimum of a year again, everyone was thinking canned and dried rations from the cafeteria again, but we've got the replicators as well, and there are fresh vegetables and salads every day." Khalil agreed. Nico nodded in agreement. It took some time for the crew to get used to it, but once they did, I don't think that anyone would be able to go back to the old way again. Between the algae gardens and the recycling process, there isn't much loss, so even the largest ships become mostly self-sustaining. The sergeant sat down with a plate of meatloaf and mashed potatoes, and Max chuckled. It was such a simple dish, but somehow, when you were out of ideas, it was the default button that most of the soldiers pressed. Just meat and potatoes, with a random vegetable on the side. Khalil looked at all the technical data still up on the holograms and sighed. "There really is a lot to this beyond making a functional mecha, isn't there?" Nico nodded. "I could make a functional mecha before I even went to the academy. That's just basic robotics. But to make something that's truly worthy of military service and does the job as intended, with a relatively safe environment for the pilot, is a whole other matter." The early versions of the Cygnus Super Heavy mecha used to leak radiation when their cooling systems were damaged in combat, and a lot of the pilots died on their first tour without their mecha ever being disabled. Or the Talia units that used to pop the door seals open when projectiles hit the side panels too hard. More than a few pilots died in poisonous atmospheres due to that small design flaw. So, the refinement is the most important part of the whole process, and we haven't even started on the destructive testing other than in virtual reality. The sergeant flinched a little at the mention of destructive testing but then realized he wouldn't have to be in the mecha for that part. They could do it all with sensors to determine what it would be like for a pilot under those conditions. Many nations had used pilots for that purpose anyhow, so they could get live feedback, but the Reavers were known to be protective of their people, so he was reasonably sure they weren't going to strap him into the seat and fire a disruptor at him. Once the meal was done, they all settled in for the night, only to be awakened by Nico's alert at 4 in the morning. "Incoming hostile forces. All hands to battle stations." The destroyer didn't send alerts as the station did, and they didn't expect Max and Nico to join every combat mission, but Nico was already awake and had detected the Arisen appearing very close to the destroyer, forcing them to retreat and begin defensive fire while the Kaleska force staged for the assault. "I don't have any messages from the regiment," Khalil called out as the alert pulled him awake. "That's fine. You've been reassigned to us for now, so get in the mecha and wait. We probably won't deploy, but if the ship comes under direct attack, we will," Max informed him as he jogged out of his room with his pilot suit half equipped. "This is not how you do destructive testing," Khalil called back, but he was running for the experimental mecha, knowing that, at the very least, it was an extra layer of protection if the cargo bay was hit. Chapter 840. Increasing competence. Once they were in their mecha, the three pilots just waited to see how the battle was going. The Kaleska should be able to handle this on their own, and the destroyers would keep the Arisen away from the planet, so chances are they wouldn't be needed unless there were additional ships beyond the once cruiser-class Arisen ship, which had arrived here already. The Arisen backed away from the destroyer when they realized that it was protecting the planet and engaged directly with the Kaleska Mecha. That was the best-case scenario, to convince the Arisen that they were a defensive force and that they would only attack when they were provoked. It would make things harder on the Kaleska, but as far as the Arisen knew, Cleansing Light and Shattered Pride were part of the station's defense force, so they wouldn't be shocked to see them during the assault. Waiting is boring. Tell someone to fire a nuke at them, Nico complained, making Max laugh and Khalil wonder just how crazy the tiny researcher really was. The Kaleska had switched up their tactics this time, compensating for the lack of the 2 human mecha, and had sent 4 elite squads on the flanks around their main formation, harassing the Arisen army and shooting the war walkers in the back whenever possible. Going by the radio chatter, that was a highly satisfying endeavor, and the elite units were happy to take the additional risk if it meant they got to do it every battle. Their kill counts were way up from their usual role stationed within the semicircle since they had the whole main force to serve as a distraction, and it looked to Max like the Kaleska army was finally getting the hang of working in smaller units instead of as a collective. Those aliens are actually pretty good. We heard that they were getting stomped out here, but it looks like they are holding their own. Khalil commented as the 2 main forces collided. They have gotten much better since we arrived. We gave them new training technology, and they started emulating our strategies, and it has turned the battles from massacres to nearly equal matchups. At first, their casualty rates were more than 10 times what we're seeing here today. Max informed the sergeant, and their species survived. That alone is impressive. Khalil responded grimly. Humans endured worse. Even the Tapani, who were on the border with the Clem before they were brought into the fold and ceased to exist as a nation, suffered heavier annual casualties than the Kaleska. But I am not sure how fast the Kaleska are reproducing. We never really got to talking about families much, Max explained. Fair enough. You only need to know so much about the sex lives of alien species. But it would be good information to have if we're going to be here a long time. It would suck to be standing next to a dying species who can't replace their fallen warriors and not do anything about it. After that, they watched the battle in silence and made notes on the Kaleska combat strategies to forward to Commander Yuri. He wouldn't take it personally that they had made a comparison to how the humans would have deployed or the suggestions that Max and Nico created for him. He would actually consider them and how they would work for his troops. If they were good, he would add them to the training and try them out once he was sure that his soldiers were ready to use them in a real battle. Now that they had a load of learning machines on the station, as well as the arcade, they could really start expanding on their strategies and skills. The results were already obvious in this battle, with even the rookies doing much better than expected, but given some more time, they would be incredible pilots. Max was looking forward to the first waves of new soldiers who would be coming from the planet's surface as well, now that they had the academies up and running. He knew that the ministers and bureaucrats were annoyed with him for having the terraforming array build them and send out the message that they were ready for use, but he was not annoyed enough to change the schedule. So, the students were well on their way to completing their training, as close to a special forces level of expertise as they were capable of obtaining, and once they were in combat, Max was hoping that there would be a full turnaround of the situation for the Kaleska Empire. The Arisen ship gathered up the war walkers and retreated as expected once they had taken a bit over 50% casualties, and the Kaleska had managed to get the shields down on the ship. It was reassuring to see that they were back to their customary attack and vanish routine and not continuing to ramp up the conflict with more and more ships. Perhaps they had decided that a slow, grinding death was the best way to deal with the Kaleska after the mass assault hadn't worked. Max couldn't get enough of a read on the thoughts of the Arisen to really grasp the nature of their strategies, only their basic motivations, so his guess was just a guess this time. Nico compiled their notes about the battle, since they had the time to watch it from a distance for the first time, and added a nice bit about the casualty rate, which was a bit higher than their best battle, but still significantly lower than the average and trending downward over time. Thank you, commanders. The troops will appreciate your kind words for their improved skills. They are resting now, but I will put it in the notes for tomorrow's daily briefing. Commander Yuri was an easy man to please, so Max just left it at that and powered down Cleansing Light. If the Arisen returned, he would go back on standby, but now that he was awake, he might as well get to work on the structural analysis after the first round of testing again. Chapter 841, Framework. The more that Max dug into the structural design, the more small tweaks that Optimize found. The system function actually only worked to optimize the mecha for him, but in a setting where it was all structure, there was no way that he would make it worse for others by optimizing it for himself. So, he identified the issues one at a time, and then optimized the area and updated it in the virtual design. Then he would move on to the next area and do the same until he had every issue that optimized found with the mecha tweaked. Then came the real annoyance. He had to build and replace all those areas of the mecha and get the whole thing working again so that he could run the next round of optimized, looking for new conflicts and negative interactions. Every round would make the mecha a bit better, or a lot better, if there were major issues, but the system wouldn't optimize a mecha that didn't exist, so he needed more than blueprints. He could run the VR simulation and optimize based on those results, but that needed Nico's software tweaks to be finished as well, and she couldn't do that until he had built the new frames since she was working on the control system. So, the terraforming array was powered up to create a load of new parts for the experimental mecha, and the reconstruction began. Every so often, Optimize would inform him that there was an issue with the interactions between the part he installed and other parts around it, so another part would need to be made, and the process would repeat. For 3 whole days, that was how things went while Nico worked on the software, and Sergeant Khalil finished his reports to her satisfaction. At breakfast on the 4th day, the man had a relieved look on his face and a data tablet set on the table in Santa Maria. Finally, all of the report parameters are complete. He sighed. Perfect timing. We will be running the VR simulations based on the new frame today, and then we can run the initial tests again with the new design. Nico informed him with a smile. I swear you're not human. You're a tiny sadistic demon in a human-shaped body. The sergeant joked, knowing that the whole process would be repeated over again as soon as they did the first tests. But it was still better than regular duty. All right, we have slacked long enough. It's time to hit the gym. Max instructed once the meal was finished. There are mandatory gym routines in this deployment? Khalil asked with great concern. Both of these reavers were superhuman. Working out with them would just crush his confidence. Did you think this physique just happened? I spend a lot of time in the gym to keep up with my stats. I'm working on flexibility and speed lately, with only maintenance on my strength to keep it at the cap. Max agreed. So, when the call came in that the Arisen army was back in the system, attacking the station, the 3 of them were in workout wear, contorted into intricate yoga poses intended to increase joint mobility and flexibility. You get a reprieve today. Get in the mecha, and we will monitor your combat data. They are close enough to the station that we need to intervene this time. Max informed Khalil. Wait, what? You can't just jump right to combat testing, can you? He asked in a panic. He fell silent at the look Nico gave him and went running for the mecha. If they said that it was combat testing time, it was combat testing time. Today, we won't make you test the warp jump function. I will carry you in Shattered Pride into position, and you will remain behind us and test your long-range weapons. Don't forget to bring your blades in case they get into melee range, though. We will do our best to ensure that the prototype isn't destroyed, so your life should be pretty secure. Nico informed him. Understood. But if I can make a request, can Commander Karras do the motivational speech? He phrases it so that my life doesn't feel incidental to the inconvenience of having to rebuild the prototype. Khalil laughed. The 3 mecha launched from the destroyer, and Max took them on a circular route at warp so that when they dropped back to standard speed, it would look like they had come from the asteroid field. It might not fool the Arisen army, but it was better than just coming directly from the destroyer and giving them the impression that the 2 massive vessels would be joining the battle today and not just keeping guard on the planet. It wasn't uncommon for the planetary defense ships to hold station unless the battle went very wrong, so the positioning shouldn't concern the Arisen, who were after the space station, and 2 of the 3 late arriving mecha were already familiar to them as belonging to the station. The Arisen responded exactly as expected, splitting off a portion of their forces so that the human mecha couldn't take the back of their main force, but this time the Kaleska also split off their special forces units, forcing the Arisen force to split up even more to maintain their numerical advantage against the multiple groups. Normally, this would be a suicide mission for the smaller groups of Kaleska, deliberately feeding themselves to the Arisen, but with them being only the best of the best, their odds weren't too bad, and it took a lot of load off the main force. Coupled with the excessive number of heavy war walkers that the Arisen had learned to throw at the humans, the numbers looked even better for them. Until the second ship showed up. That wasn't a shock to Max, though. Deployment wasn't finished yet, and the numbers didn't look good for the Arisen, so it was only natural that they would call for a second ship. What he didn't expect was that the war walkers coming for him would turn to join the groups heading for the Special Forces groups while the news ship appeared between him and the main battle. Chapter 842. Who are the Arisen? They had deliberately separated him and Nico from the rest of the fight, but it looked like they weren't going to send anything out. Did they seriously just cock-block me? Nico demanded over the radio, and Max sensed Sergeant Khalil's laughter. It looks like it. That shield is as thick as the one on their colony ship. Unless we go overboard with the antimatter torpedoes, it looks like they just intend to keep us from fighting. Max agreed. What the feth is the point of that? If they're trying to wipe out everything, shouldn't they be doing their best to kill us as well? Khalil demanded. He was a soldier and a proud one. It did not sit well for him to be separated from a battle like this and watch on the sensors as others fought and died. That wasn't how it was supposed to go. He should be there on the lines with them. They weren't his people, but they were soldiers, just like he was, and a little thing like a chitinous shell wouldn't affect his respect for their goal of defending their home. Max sat in silence as the thoughts of the Arisen hit him. In combat, the thoughts were all combat, but being within 100 kilometers of an Arisen cube, he could sense much more than just the desire to destroy. There was a purpose to their rampant violence. They believed that they were preparing the region for a final battle. The end of times, when only the worthiest of species could possibly survive, and the weak would be a burden that would drag the entire sector to its death. What Max couldn't understand was what sort of threat they thought they were going to be facing that demanded they eliminate the vast majority of the species in the region in order to survive. The logic made sense to him in a brutal and primal way. Only the strong survive, and the bonds to the weakest pack members pull the entire pack down together. Once the weakest are dead, the pack is stronger and more able to respond to threats. Max wasn't sure that even the more advanced levels of his innate talent would allow him to communicate with the Arisen over these distances. The only species that he could freely communicate with were the Illithid, who could read his thoughts, and Nico, who he could just send digital messages directly as answers to her thoughts. They had intercepted messages from the Arisen, though, so they knew the frequency, if not the encryption codes, of their transmissions, and Max knew their thoughts. He hadn't mastered their language, but his system function gave him a good general impression of their intentions, as some things didn't need language to be conveyed. So, he sent them a message that he hoped expressed confusion and waited to see what the cube's occupants would think of it. They didn't really understand his message since it was such a simple thing without context, but after a moment, the thoughts on the ship began to form a picture that Max could understand. It wasn't really a response but more of a memory. A memory of a war that never ended. Of beings from the ancient past that used them and the knife ears as pawns, and of a battle between those beings that had destroyed 1,000,000 stars with their ferocity. That was where they were now, Max realized. This entire region was the slowly reforming remnants of the battlefield between the beings which had once ruled over them and the knife ears. Max thought back to his past life and the battles against the Darklings, which he was certain were the species known as the knife ears in this region. They had fought constantly as well, but there hadn't been such a huge battle. At least not that he knew of. It might have happened after he died, or perhaps it was simply too far away since there was no spatial reference in the minds of the Arisen. He didn't know how long he had been dead, but if the process of his resurrection had been something as simple as his soul transferring across the universe looking for a suitable host at the speed of light, it could have been millions or tens of millions of years to get to where he was reborn. So much could have happened over that time. Even the Grand Protectorate could have fallen into obscurity and oblivion over that much time. So, he sent them another message, a description of the world that he recalled living on in his past life, the capital planet of the Protectorate, where he was brought out of retirement only for parades and holidays, reminding the citizens of the glory days and that they still had a hero among them who would step up to fight on their behalf even 1,000 years later. This time, they did understand, but they thought the humans were here looking for that place. The wave of panic and nostalgia that followed nearly overwhelmed Max with its intensity. They didn't recall a protectorate as he knew it, but they knew the planet. Their memories showed Max where they had learned his combat skills as well. They had taken the planet as a place of refuge in their eternal war with the Darklings. The planet was already abandoned and in ruins, but the buildings had been designed to be eternal, and the capital building was still standing. They had accessed the logs on the computers there, intended for training children. It was all that could be salvaged of the knowledge on the planet after the planet had been abandoned, but it gave them an edge against the Darklings. They had fled again after obtaining the knowledge so that the enemy wouldn't know that they had been on the planet, but that was all that Max could glean from the arisen force, and it was all remembered as a legend passed down to children. A fable about a turning point in the eternal war, a moment when they had briefly held the upper hand. Nico, I think I know where we used to live. It should be somewhere near this region, and I'm afraid that it might not exist anymore. Their thoughts say that a battle between mighty alien beings destroyed 1,000,000 star systems and created this region, and they got the fighting style they use from the abandoned ruins of my old homeworld. I'm not confident that the two overlap, but it is a possibility. He told her sadly. It wasn't like his past life actually mattered, but he had hoped for a better answer to his curiosity than that it had been lost as collateral damage in a battle that had raged for all of known history. It also left him with one more question. Who were the Arisen, and how much had they changed that he couldn't recognize them anymore, even with the memories of his past life? Could they really be an AI run amok or a spiritual species of some sort that wasn't collected in his memories? He remembered a lot, but there were also a lot of things that he never knew to start with since he was either at war or sheltered on a shrine world. Chapter 843. Concerned Kaleska. While Max wondered about the homeworld of his past life, the battle was winding down, with the Kaleska the clear winners of this engagement. The Arisen vanished right on schedule, including the ship blocking the 3 human mecha, and Max prepared for the imminent arrival of a barrage of messages regarding the strange events of this battle. There really weren't too many ways to interpret the events of the day except to say that they had no intention of letting the humans intervene in their battles with the Kaleska. It didn't look like they really wanted to fight with Max and Nico, but they had done it in the past without hesitation, so the Kaleska were left to wonder what had changed. The messages were inevitable, but Max realized that there was something he could do to put the thoughts he had sensed from the Kaleska into context. If this whole region was destroyed in the past, forming the massive nebula, then most of what was here should be newly formed. He didn't know how long the Kaleska civilization had existed or their developmental history, but if they had come here through an anomaly or other similar event, then the entire region might have only recently reformed stars and planets. That was also something that he could test. The age of a star could be determined by its composition, and the age of a planet could be determined even more easily by aging the stones and examining the core. He sent the command for Santa Maria to begin the analysis of everything in this star system while he grabbed Nico and Sergeant Khalil to take them back to the destroyer. Commander Max, do you have time to come to the station for a briefing? We are struggling to understand the tactics of the Arisen in this battle. They diverted an entire warship to intercept you, but they didn't attack. The Defense Ministry suspects that it might be their version of a peace offering between their species and yours, which would be a matter of great concern for our ongoing arrangements. If the Arisen really did make peace with the humans and stopped attacking them, then the anomaly would be considered relatively safe, and the extra mecha, which were supposed to be sent to guard it, would become redundant. That would mean that the humans and the Kaleska wouldn't have a mutual interest anymore, which could threaten their trade agreement. Most of what was traded was military development technology, like learning devices. If the humans thought that would threaten their peace with the Arisen, the bureaucrats believed that they might stop selling such things to the Kaleska, who couldn't make them for themselves. I will be there as soon as I have finished the post-deployment inspection on my equipment and changed into suitable attire for a meeting. Max agreed while he moved cleansing light into a convenient parking spot inside the destroyer. Anyone who walked into the bay would be able to see the Titan-class mecha since it wasn't hidden away in Santa Maria's cargo hold, but that was a strategy in itself. If anyone from the crew came looking for him while he was talking with the Kaleska, they would naturally want to spend time admiring the mecha, and they wouldn't feel neglected if he took an hour or two to return. It would also help prevent Nico from having to try to be diplomatic. That part was probably more important. Max took a quick shower and found a fresh outfit set out on his bed. He didn't think much of it as he tossed the clothes on until he looked at himself in the mirror and realized that Nico had put him in a bright red silk leisure suit, with bell-bottom pants and a crisp white shirt that only buttoned halfway up, showing off his chest. Nico, I'm going to a meeting, not a retro disco. He called out from the room. I think it looks good, though. You should show off the muscles more often. She laughed. She threw another set of clothes at him, clearly prepared for him to reject the leisure suit, and Max found himself in tight leather pants with a skin-tight polo shirt. Screw it, I've wasted enough time. Max sighed, pulling his boots on his feet, while Sergeant Khalil laughed in the background. Max hopped in the pilot's seat of the shuttle and closed the door behind him, leaving Sergeant Khalil to deal with a bored Nico while he went to deal with the Kaleska. She would probably have him writing up reports on the Mecha's handling all evening, but there was a chance she would want interactive amusement and have him run tests in the VR simulation instead. They had programmed all the new changes into it, but Max didn't think either of them had time to test the simulation yet, other than to run the numbers of likely interaction issues between components, so that was still a necessary part of the testing, and part of the sergeant's job. He made it out just in time. Only seconds after the shuttle left the bay, the command squad from the destroyer was at the bay, wanting to get a closer look at the new mecha. It had been on display for the whole fight, but it hadn't gotten to do anything, so they didn't have any idea of what its capabilities might be, only its appearance. If they had deployed it, that meant it was ready for live testing, which meant it was complete to a standard where the pilot was relatively safe to be in it, and the admiral could take a good close look at the systems. Like Nico, he had been relegated to waiting for something to happen, only for it to turn out to be a non-event. Subcommander Tereth, it's a pleasure to see you again. Oh, is that cleansing light standing by the door? The admiral asked, getting sidetracked by the mecha, just as Max had anticipated. It was good to see a plan come together. Chapter 844, Survival Theory. The level of fear and confusion in the meeting room was evident to Max as soon as he got near the station. They were waiting quietly for him to arrive and the meeting to start, but that didn't slow their minds, and every Kaleska officer, minister and diplomat had the very worst-case scenario running through their minds. Greetings, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Max greeted the room as he entered and took his seat near one end of the room, next to Commander Yuri, who was seated at the foot of the table. Commander Karis Max, it is an honor, as always, for you to meet with us on such short notice. Your intelligence-gathering abilities seem to be quite capable, so I will assume that you already know we are concerned about the implications of the actions the Arisen army took today. The Minister of Defense replied slowly. Max nodded. Of course, Minister. It is only natural to be concerned about new developments, but I suspect that the situation isn't as dire as you might suspect that it is. The Arisen were happy to fight us in the past, but from what we could gather from their actions, it was only incidental to their goal. They are not here to fight us. They appear to be here exclusively to test the Kaleska. They have increased and decreased the scale of their attacks to see how you would respond. They tested the anomaly and abandoned the attempts to get through it after both the human forces and the Knifears moved to prevent them from leaving the region. So, the logical explanation seems to be that they are actually testing the Kaleska or attempting to prepare you for something. Are the Kaleska familiar with the concept of culling a herd of its weakest members to increase the overall strength of the group? That confused most of the Kaleska, as it didn't translate perfectly into their language, but after a few seconds, they got what Max was after. Yes, we are familiar with the theory that if the weakest are eliminated, a large group will function more effectively. The defense minister replied, not quite understanding what Max was implying. It is the opinion of the Reavers that the Arisen army is attempting to do exactly that with the Kaleska. If you look at this data here, they have attacked many forces before, and in a certain group of situations, they ceased their attacks before the species was eliminated. Max transmitted the data to everyone in the room, so they could see what he and Nico had compiled about the history of the region as it pertained to the attacks by the Arisen army. I do not see the connection. One of the bureaucrats responded after a few minutes of silent reading. Each of the species who were abandoned by the Arisen were the ones who did not give up. They were the species that forged an increasingly powerful military force as they were eliminated, and although it was clear that the Arisen forces could easily overrun them toward the end, once the resistance got to a certain level, they stopped. Max explained. So, you're saying that if we fight back hard enough, they will leave the station alone? The bureaucrat asked. No, if your entire species fights back hard enough, they will leave you all alone. Once you have been forged into a militant species of sufficient determination, they will deem you worthy of living. The bureaucrat nodded happily. So, if we just buy more powerful mecha from you, we will live. It is genius. Max shook his head while Commander Yuri and the defense minister facepalmed in shame for the man's lack of understanding. The defense minister spoke next. They're not testing our military capability. That isn't the common denominator among the survivors. Some were actually quite weak but fought incredibly tenaciously. The Arisen are testing our willpower and cohesion as a species, according to the theory that humans have put forward. Commander Yuri made a buzzing noise that was the Kaleska equivalent of a frustrated sigh. If he is right, that's why they keep attacking civilian planets. They're testing the weakest of our species first to see what the minimum level of resistance they will receive is. Because we have planets with no real fighters, they continue to wipe out our armies, to force us to conscript more and more of our people. That devolved the conversation in the room into small groups of panicked planning. The Kaleska had no plan for what to do if the Arisen wanted their entire society to militarize. They were strictly caste and role-based, with many of their citizens' career paths set from birth, with their own accomplishments determining how far they made it along that genetically optimized path. Making everyone a soldier would collapse their entire society. I think we need time to consider this. We won't be able to come to a decision on this in one sitting, so everyone, please present a hypothetical report to the defense minister within the next 7 days on how you might prepare your sector of society to defend themselves against an Arisen attack. For most of them, that was a nearly impossible task, but it didn't really involve Commander Yuri. Those under his responsibility were already soldiers. The agriculture minister also seemed to have something resembling a basic plan on how to make his people less of a target. Max could tell that he had been working on it for a while, but he couldn't divert resources to it, as the farmers weren't authorized to use military equipment, and the army was in charge of defending them from attack. Making plans for them to fight without orders from above would look like he was wasting government resources and might get him demoted from his position. Agriculture minister was an influential position, after all, and the competition was intense. But if he could prove to others that his farmers could defend against Arisen the same way that they defended the fields against pests and varmints if they just had the training and equipment, then he would come out of this assignment looking like a hero, championing the masses. Chapter 845. You've got time. Max returned to the destroyer while the entire Kaleska command staff went into overdrive, trying to find a solution to the issues that they had discovered today and to analyze the data which the humans had provided them to back up their theories. They were going to be busy at that for days, which would give him and Nico time to work on the prototype mecha and get the bugs worked out of it well enough that they could send the data back to Uncle Lou, who was in charge of final designs and distribution of new mecha throughout the trade group. The old man would be overjoyed that Nico had sent him brand new ideas to work with. For a long time, he had believed that there was a way to overhaul the human military structure to make it more efficient, but so far, he hadn't been able to convince too many other people that there could be a better way. The size of the mecha was too intrinsic to its combat power, and warplanes didn't have the level of versatility that a mecha did, so the standard of 3 basic sizes of mecha for 3 different battlefield roles was continued. But with this latest iteration of the line mecha, that entire system was going to be upset. Not only was it carrying more powerful weapons than the last generation of Crusader-class mecha, but it was also faster, more agile, more capable of space combat, better shielded, and more flexible in piloting methods. In short, their interactions with the Alliance had catapulted their mecha development ahead by generations due to unexpected interactions between new technologies and Nico's brain. That was the most important part of the whole thing, how the new technologies interact with the memories in Nico's mind and the strange way that her thought processes worked. She was currently sending Sergeant Khalil into VR training so that he could make notes faster, using the processing enhancements of the learning devices instead of having him spend days making notes on one battle. All right, Sergeant, time to head to the VR simulation. It will be time dilated like the learning machines are, so spend all the time that you need in there and get your skills up to my standards. I will call you out after 8 hours in real time, so don't worry about the time spent. How much dilation are we talking about here? I know that those machines can give you a full college education in a day, but I've never used one myself. He explained. You've never used one? Oh, you're in for a treat. The standard rate is 1 month to an hour. We will start you there and see if 8 months of intensive training using the Special Forces program that I developed myself is enough to get you close to 30% of the mecha's maximum mechanical speed. If you can get to that point, only 3 times faster than you are now, I will consider your training successful, and I will personally certify you as qualified as an elite Special Forces operator in the line mecha. Nico told him with a smirk. That wasn't going to be an easy task for him to accomplish, but he really didn't have a choice in the matter. Alright, so about 8 months in the simulation then. I heard that it feels like nothing once you're out, but you retain the skills. That would be incredible. It might be to do tests on your new mecha, but it will be a benefit for me as well. He agreed. As soon as he was in the simulation, Max turned to Nico and gave her an inquiring look, raising one eyebrow to see if she would volunteer whatever trick she was planning to play on the man. She certainly had something planned. He just couldn't tell what with her system helping block her from his mind. I didn't lie to him. The default setting is 1 month to an hour. I just have it set to 8 months to an hour right now, with an additional setting to loop so that he starts over every hour. By the time his shift is over, he should know all there is to know about being a Cygnus mecha pilot. Nico giggled. Max shook his head at her but didn't bother to change the settings back to default. It wouldn't hurt anything for him to do the simulated training 8 times over, and he wouldn't even remember that it had happened, only that he had gotten much better than he had expected to. So, what did you find after the short activation for the deployment today? He asked her instead of inquiring more about the sergeant's experience. Not a whole lot. It activated perfectly, with no error codes that I could find and no interference or binding. Of course, he didn't get to test a full range of motion, so it's not a conclusive test, but it does at least move around smoothly, and the life support functions are working as intended. That was what Max had expected. Well then, I suppose that we should give it another inspection to make sure that the void didn't damage anything and then go over our own mecha again. I suspect that the Kaleska will want to talk to us again in the morning, and it will likely be about something much more militant than just a training device for their soldiers. That isn't in the agreement that we have with them, and I'm pretty sure that we're not authorized to go that far in helping them, so we should focus on what we can do and what we can find out about the history of this place. There is something hidden about the past of this region, and I want to know what it is. That was just as important as the mecha development itself. The more they knew about the region, the better they could tune the design to what they were going to be facing. Chapter 846. Energy Signature. Nico didn't look up from her data tablet as she answered Max's concerns about what was going on with this region of space. Right, I saw something while we waited that totally didn't make sense. The planet is roughly 2 billion years old, but the star it circles appears to be under 2 million years old, and the particles around the system support that. If the star was older, its gravitational force would have pulled the smaller particles and lumps of rock into more planetoids, but they're still mostly floating freely all over the place. How had that not occurred to Max? This might be another region of the universe, but the rules of galactic formation should still be the same here. The Arisen said that the star systems were destroyed, but that didn't mean nothing survived. The planets could have floated in the remains of their former homes until the stars began to reform or were forcibly reformed by one of the species involved. It most likely wasn't a natural event unless it was a side effect of the battle which had shattered the region, to begin with. The stars had reformed too fast for this gigantic nebula to have been undergoing a natural evolution at the start. There were still a lot of things humans didn't know about how stars formed naturally, but they did know that it wasn't a sudden event, not to the point that the star was fully formed with inhabitable planets orbiting it. Before he got to the full analysis of the star system, he really did have to go over the mecha. It was an essential part of the post-mission process to make sure that they were ready for the next deployment, especially when you didn't know where that would be. He wasn't expecting to find anything, but as he searched the mecha for signs of damage or degradation, he found a rather strange energy pattern. Lingering magnetism or other energy signatures were normal, especially after a warp field had been formed, but this one didn't look like any signature that he had seen before. Because it was unfamiliar, Max checked it against the ship's records, both Santa Maria's and the destroyers. But he came up empty-handed. This wasn't an energy pattern that they were familiar with. It might have come from the warp drive-based power system of the experimental mecha, though, so Max made a note and finished his tests to determine that the mecha was ready to go. Then he went to Shattered Pride and searched it for the same energy pattern. It wasn't there, but there was an unidentified energy pattern there as well. It was similar to the one on his mecha, but not the same, so Max started to compare the two and work on an analysis of the mecha based on where the energy pattern was strongest. That might tell him where it had come from, or at least what direction it had come from, and he could guess how long ago it had been formed and left undetected. It wasn't the most common thing to search for. He had just gone a bit deeper into his inspection today to make very sure that everything was alright after the strange interaction they had with the Arisen fleet today. Once he had some data from both of the larger mecha, he ran the same scan on the prototype and found that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Max had expected there to be something to give him a clue, maybe a base variant of the energy signature if it had come from the mecha's power source, but the signature from the prototype was a very familiar Reaver warp drive signature that Max recognized as soon as the data tablet displayed the list of energy signatures found on the line mecha. That made no sense at all unless it came from an earlier point in time when they weren't all together. So, Max pulled out the old analysis data. The energy signature should be in the logs, though it was such a pile of excess data that it rarely got inspected, like the composition data of the armor, which presumably didn't change after creation unless it was damaged. It was still there in the previous battle, so Max went back to the battle logs from the fight before that. In that log, both Mecha showed a different unknown energy signature. Now Max was well and truly confused. There was no indication of where these energy signatures were coming from, and they had changed at least once since first being applied. So, Max checked his weapons logs. That would show him the shield and weapon signatures of the enemy war walkers and ships. Perhaps there was something in there that he could use to help him understand what he was seeing. Max searched for over an hour before he found what he was looking for. There was a similar energy signature detected on one other occasion. When they watched the Darkling's ship leave after the second time they fought with the Arisen in this star system, an energy signature with the same energy pattern had been detected. It wasn't coming from any recorded vessel or object, but it seemed to come out of the portal that the ship had opened to chase the Arisen. You look like you just found more questions. Nico laughed as she looked over and saw the look on Max's face. I did. There are 2 different energy signatures on our mecha, and they have changed at least once since first being applied. The closest I have found is an energy signature from the portal that the Darklings opened to chase the Arisen, but it doesn't quite match any of the 4 energy signatures that I have identified so far as not being from any weapon or shield on the battlefield. Max explained. Ooh, a mystery. That's a nice change. Note the sarcasm. Why can't anything have a simple explanation here? Nico asked. Likely because we are about 60 million years late to the battle, and we have no idea what happened before we got here. Max sighed. He would find out, though. Chapter 847. Of War and Nostalgia. Max was given relief from the frustration of trying to decipher the mysterious energy signature when the data came in from Santa Maria about the nearby solar systems. It had analyzed them all for signs of age and instability to see if there was more that he could learn about the state of the region, and this time there was solid evidence and easy-to-interpret data. Nico was already poring over it and starting to run another set of scans to verify the information which she had seen in the first scan, so Max brought it up on the screens all around them. Every star system they had scanned had the same signs of instability and the same loose gases around the outer system, which indicated that the stars should still be in the middle of the formation and not supporting developed planets with evolved cultures on them. The asteroid fields and many of the inhabitable planets were ancient, reformed or terraformed in recent history, while the stars were comparatively new and at the start of their life cycle. I've got it. When you finish with that section, check this data I'm sending you. Nico announced as Max was analyzing an asteroid field for signs of fossils. That would be clear evidence that the asteroid in question had been part of a destroyed planet, which would corroborate everything that he had seen in the minds of the Arisen. Legends and myths are usually loosely based on truth, but they also often get transferred when a species moves, so there was no guarantee that it was about the same region and not just one which was similar to this one. Nico brought up some more data and linked it to Max as a reference, along with the other batch she sent him. From what this information said, the reformation of the stars was not a natural event. As Max had suspected, it was forced, and both of the nascent stars in sensor range showed faint signs of the same sort of energy signature that Max had found on the Mecha. He dug deeper into the data to see what he could find and stopped in shock when he found the correlation between the formation of stars and the use of forbidden weaponry. It looks like the stars are forming around sloppily formed portals, and anywhere that antimatter is found in abundance. There isn't enough to form a black hole, but there is enough to cause the lighter elements to reach critical mass and form a star. So, from the looks of it, each of these stars is actually the site of an intense battle between the Darklings and the Arisen at some point in the past. Well, I can't say that it was them for certain, but they are the 2 primary suspects. Max rambled, thinking out loud. It was almost certainly the Darklings. The signatures are so similar to wherever they are going when they portal out that the chances it was someone else seem quite slim. But what I can't tell is if they deliberately rebuilt the stars here, then left them for the various species to inhabit, or if it was accidental. Nico agreed. Given their past history of harvesting planets full of sentient beings, it likely wasn't an accident, and the species likely didn't get there by accident either. Well, that's a good explanation for why we shouldn't use certain weapons and technologies in the area. We've got solid data to pass to the rest of the Reavers on the likely side effects. I don't think anyone else would risk accidentally forming a binary star system because it was easier to use an antimatter weapon against an Arisen attack. Nico added while Max was taking in the data. Alright, we should eliminate them from our armaments then. Standard nukes don't seem to be an issue on the same level, and they have been effective, but I suspect that the Arisen will start keeping us out of the fight as much as they can from now on. When I was close to their ship, I got the impression that they were testing the Kaleska to see if they were worthy as a society of survival and if they were capable of withstanding some theoretical battle scenario against higher beings that the Arisen have been planning for. I don't even know what those species they want to fight are, but according to the Arisen, they destroyed everything here or somewhere like here. If they can do that, I don't think that a few minor species like the Kaleska are going to make much difference in a battle. The thought actually got Nico very excited. What if they have an army? Like, slaves or followers that the Arisen think will destroy the sector while they fight against the greater threat? You mentioned that they aren't trying to kill everything, and that's why they're leaving some species alone for long periods of time, only to return and test them later. Max smiled at her enthusiasm for a prolonged, massive-scale conflict on a level that could destroy star systems outright. It's very possible that they have an army. It would only make sense that they would need someone to do their bidding so that they didn't have to waste all their time dealing with petty matters. Remember those golden ones in our past life? They used their mortal armies for everything and rarely showed up themselves. Max reminded her. Yeah, until you attacked that war god and got tossed so far across the universe that it took you over a year to get back, even using portals. Nico laughed. Max smiled at the memory. Nico had actually stopped her cultists from expanding after the first few battles because there was no challenge without Max leading his armies. They had spent their entire year building up their bases in preparation for his return so that Nico and her zealots would have the sort of glorious, blood-soaked combat that they yearned for. She had gotten exactly what she was after too. The next few years saw billions die in combat, and entire planets became uninhabitable until the blood could be cleansed from their rivers and oceans. Chapter 848. What a line mecha needs. Nico tapped the data screens to bring up the information on the experimental mecha, then started to input a whole new set of data points for a much larger unit. If the Arisen is right and we're going to have to fight something like the Golden Ones eventually, I have a really great idea of how we should be developing our mecha in the future. Being too large is actually a disadvantage in space combat. Unlike on the ground, where if you want to be able to hit every point on your opponent, you have to be nearly the same size as they are. In space, you just need mobility. So, we should be making new mecha that are just large enough to package everything that we need in a unit. Spare ammunition, a replicator system, a backup system, warp drives, spare antimatter and crystals, then a deity-slaying, galaxy-ending level of firepower, plus 2 spare swords. Max couldn't help bursting into laughter at Nico's assessment of what a proper mecha needed. She wasn't exactly wrong, but the phrasing was just so starkly contrasted against the sweet voice that she used that it was hard to keep a straight face when she said it. Alright, you know what we need then. So, what are we going to change on the prototype in order to make it closer to your vision of a new personal mecha? He asked. First off, the weapons we have on it are fine. If we put fusion warheads in each of the small projectiles, it should be more than adequate for a line mecha class unit, and they will scale well with increased size. The disruptors are good as well, and we know that they scale effectively. So that leaves us with the actual mecha and its defensive capabilities. If we're going to let any Rufus, Doofus and Goofus pilot these things, we're going to need better shields on them. Seriously, the average pilot is so slow that they can't even begin to dodge melee attacks, much less do predictive evasion of projectile weapons. That means that we will also need to reinforce the hull for when the shields break. She explained. What about if we do something as I did on Gloriana and have the shield zones tied to the individual armor plating zones on the mecha, so that hits won't take out the whole shell, and the surrounding zones can overlap to protect the mecha when one zone is broken. They're all running on the same generator pair, so there is no loss of power, and you can adjust them for predicted impact zones. All that the line mecha pilots will have to do is try not to get hit in the same spot twice in a row. Max suggested. Nico gave him a look that suggested he was an idiot to have that much faith in the average entry-level pilot, but Max was already working on a schematic for improving the functionality of the line mecha's shield emitters. It would add a fair bit of complexity to the mecha, but the space needed was minimal, and they could be mounted behind the armor plates, so they weren't an additional soft spot in the mecha's defense. He wasn't a master mecha engineer in his past life, just a really good pilot, so the design wasn't as fully detailed as he had hoped, but with a bit of work, he should be able to make it functional using the technology that they had on hand. Nico looked it over for a second and got right back to work, altering the experimental mecha's design in order to accommodate the changes. That didn't leave Max with much to do, so he checked in on Sergeant Khalil's mind to see how the training was going. It had been a few hours, and the program had just reset again, leaving him with the impression that he was only beginning to do the training that Nico had assigned, but his skills had definitely improved from what they were during the first tests. If he didn't hit the limits of his mental capacity, he should be able to move the mecha at over 1/4 of the mecha's mechanical limits by the end of the day's training. That was still short of the goal that Nico had set, but Max was reasonably sure that it wasn't mentally or physically possible for the unaugmented human to do that. The best bet that he had was to have the responses so ground into him that they became autonomic responses, bypassing his conscious mind, which operated more slowly than his subconscious, allowing him to fire blindly when a target was detected and react to threats without thinking in the lag time associated with it. With enough combat experience, every pilot developed that to some degree. Asking the subconscious to take care of an entire battle was too much, though. It couldn't plan or strategize, and for most people, it could barely aim the weapons. It would rely entirely on computer assistance to snap shots at determined targets, letting the computer do the majority of the work on their behalf. With Max's targeting skills, that was actually the better route, but without a system helping, it would be sketchy at best. Add more automatic targeting assistance to the line mecha. Right now, they usually rely almost entirely on the pilot, with the goal of building their skills and saving resources. But for the standards of performance that you are aiming to get out of them, that won't be feasible anymore, and the pilots will have to rely more on the computer to do targeting calculations for them. Max suggested while Nico altered the plans. Good thinking. If there is a good reason that we can't use AI, then I will have to limit the computers as well, but targeting calculations shouldn't be an issue. With enough work, I think that we can make a 2 or 3 target version of your system function, like an advanced version of the Crusader class targeting systems that includes not only trajectory data and target weakness analysis but also enemy behavior analysis to create predictive targeting solutions. Wow, that is going to need a lot of computing power. I should just upgrade the computer first before I start crashing it, trying to get it to work properly with that level of ongoing data rendering. Nico replied happily as she worked. Now, all I need is better nukes, she declared a few minutes later. As with warships, there really was no replacement for displacement, and the line mecha lacked greatly in that department, but a good nuke could never be the wrong answer in Nico's mind. Chapter 849, Change of Schedule. They hadn't made much progress when Sergeant Khalil was finally free of his training loop and returned to the ship to rest. The excessive time dilation might seem like a dream that left behind clear knowledge to the human mind, but it took a toll on the brain, and all he could think about after such an extended period of training was to get as much sleep as possible. That was fine by Max. They didn't need his data right away when they had this much work to do on the line mecha. Before they knew it, they had worked through the night and into the next day. They would have kept at it, giving only a perfunctory nod to the sergeant when he logged back into the training simulation to try to get his skills the rest of the way to the standard that Nico had set, but there was a message from Ray 5 waiting for them. I have been informed that you have made a breakthrough on the mecha development front again. We will send replacement mecha to your location in advance of the regular schedule to accompany the destroyers who are to hold their positions with the Kaleska. You are not being recalled at this time, but you are relieved of defensive duties, except in the gravest of emergencies, beginning when the new super heavy mecha arrive. The message from Uncle Lou's staff was simple and straightforward, without the eccentric designer's personal flair, so it was definitely not directly from him. But if the Reavers were sending an entire 100 super heavy mecha, with all the newest technology, their 2 mecha wouldn't really be needed much. The message sender didn't seem to know that the Arisen had been encouraging the humans not to interfere with their battles lately and had stopped trying to get through the anomaly after being intercepted by the Knife Ears. They were likely in the distribution bureaucracy, not the design teams, so they weren't privy to the details of exactly what was going on here, only the forces which had been authorized to be sent to the region. Well, it looks like we get to do some full-time engineering, Max informed Nico once he had read the message. It certainly does. We should have brought one of our own ships on this mission. I mean, one bigger than Santa Maria. It would be best to do all of our development in a secure lab instead of inside a Cygnus destroyer where there are constant risks of data leaks even when I've got the sensor feeds on lockdown. Nico sighed. Max shrugged. It makes the Cygnus fleet happy, though. They've been getting everything last all this time since it was all made by either Kepler allies or Reavers and far from their territories. Having the chance to get the cool toys first for once will help their morale and remind everyone that the trade group is for all humans and not a new monarchy in the making. Max smiled as he listened to Nico's mind looking for a way to justify making a whole new cruiser class or larger ship, but she wasn't finding a good one. Then she came across the perfect way to use Max's words against him. Well, if we make 2 new ships, we can give one to the Cygnus fleet as a gift and keep the other one for ourselves. Then we will have all the room we need for development. She suggested, one thing at a time. Finish up the line Mecha first, and get at least 1 company worth of them in service for testing, and then we can start on a new project if you're that willing to let your new personal Mecha wait. He had her there, and he knew it. This line Mecha was never the goal. It was just a scale prototype for her own new Mecha. Moving from that to making more ships would mean that she would get sidetracked, and there would be more questions about the ship and its creation and design. If they started on that, she would never get the time to finish a replacement for Shattered Pride. Since they were in a war zone, she couldn't just refurbish the one she had. It would cause too much downtime and loss of capability. She could make minor tweaks to the weapons, but the overhaul of the power system would require a full rebuild. Alright, I have a better idea. How about we have an extra cutter made aboard Absolution, and we bring over a design team in it to help us out? We could use more hands. Nico compromised. If it was identical to the ones they had, there would be no questions about its design, as the Cygnus fleet could pull them all up out of the trade group's records on their own if they had the clearance. The design had been made public after Uncle Lou had gone over it, though the construction method hadn't, so at the moment, very few facilities were capable of even repairing one, much less making a new one. Let's just get back to work tweaking this thing. Max reminded her, then started pulling apart the Mecha to put in some new parts which he had identified as improvements on the originals. That was how the next 3 weeks went for them. Nico and Max made constant small modifications to the Mecha and then tested it in VR along with Sergeant Khalil, who still spent an hour a day in the training simulation, trying to get to the Special Forces standard that Nico had set. He had been reluctant to go to the gym when he arrived, but now he was there. Just as much as Max, working on his strength and agility skills, so his body could keep up with the improved state of his mind, while Nico worked strictly speed and agility, to keep her neural links fresh and at peak reaction times. Then finally, the 2 groups they were waiting for arrived. Chapter 850. More humans. 1 cruiser full of super heavy mecha arrived to take over the duties of guarding the anomaly, and 1 cutter in the new pattern that Absolution used for all her mecha battalions arrived with Nico's design team full of Inu. All that was left of their defensive duty was a welcoming party hosted by the Kaleska to greet the 100 new pilots. They were all supposed to be up to the Phalanx class standard for piloting, which meant they were all Kepler descendants, which was sure to annoy the Cygnus destroyers, but the ship they were on was Cygnus built and staffed. That should be enough to mollify them. Everyone arriving, even the Inu, had taken the time to fully familiarize themselves with the Kaleska language program that Nico and Max had compiled to prevent early misunderstandings between the groups as they transitioned to a full force on defense, and the pilots were always up for a party, as well as the chance to meet a new species. In the traditional Kaleska way, they had scheduled the party for 10 hours after the ship arrived, just enough time to sleep and get ready for the event. The Kaleska rarely planned these things for multiple days in the future. They just made an outline of the event and then scheduled it for half a day after whatever event they thought would trigger it. That was fine by the pilots. After reading their minds, many of them were pulled from active military service to the special training program, and they hadn't done anything but fight and train for most of a year. Partying with a bunch of aliens, even if they weren't the sort of aliens that you could take back to your room for a little fun, was better than more training. As the commanders who were handing over the position to the new arrivals, it was up to Max and Nico to put on the formal front and play the part of somewhat serious military officers, giving a good impression of the Terminus Trading Company. As such, they both went for military uniform coats for the first time in ages, but the fancy dress uniforms, which were more like the Kepler version of a business suit, paired with bright red shirts and pistols on their waists, secured by black silk scarves worn as a belt. It was a common take on formality used by the Reavers and had been in prominent view at the wedding of General Yakov. All right, Sergeant, you have the night off, so go have fun with your friends, and we will be back by the morning. Max instructed Sergeant Khalil as the time for the party drew near. Much appreciated, Commander. Formal events with a bunch of colonels and generals, plus foreign dignitaries, isn't really my thing. Khalil laughed, but he was already on his way to the bay door, intending to get out before Max could change his mind about giving him a day off and not a huge homework assignment based on the last round of VR testing. Max was sure that the man had the wrong impression of him. It was Nico who gave out all of the excessively large homework assignments. Max only gave out the same tactical report assignment every mission because he knew that Nico would assign everything else. Once the sergeant was gone, Max and Nico headed to the shuttle and made their way to the station to greet the new troops and explain in person to Commander Yuri what was going on. He had been kept up to date on the arrival of the additional forces and that Max and Nico would be remaining in the system for some time as they worked on new technologies, but he hadn't been told much more than that. The cruiser and the shuttle were docked on opposite sides of the station, so the first person that Max saw when the airlock doors opened was Commander Yuri, along with a small honor guard, come to welcome them to the station for what might be the last time, and thank them for the help. The pilots among the Koleska were understandably sad that the humans had been blocked from intervening in the past few weeks' battles, but they understood to some degree, and it was better to have these small skirmishes than to have the Arisen show up here in full force to exterminate the planet even with the humans' assistance. I hope that all has been well with you since we last met. Commander Yuri greeted them at the door. It has. How have things been down on the surface? You should have the first fresh batch of pilots from the new academies by now, right? Max replied, we have. They were first deployed in the last battle, and it was incredible. They fought as well as the more experienced soldiers from the last batch who had used the learning machines. This new training regimen that you came up with for them has changed everything for our combat groups. They are being deployed all over the Empire, and they're beginning to give skills training to the others around them. They're so far ahead of the pilots trained using the old method that they fight like the old veterans, with the lowest casualty rates and best coordination. Yuri agreed. How about the overhaul to society? On the assumption that the better you fight back, the more likely the Arisen army is going to be to leave you alone. Nico asked. It was only moderately successful. They have instituted military-level skills training for the police forces and are sending them upgraded equipment, and they have provided all of the farmers with heavy weapons on the orders of the agriculture minister. We will have to see what happens during the next invasion of a planet, but the general sentiment is that the armed farmers are going to make a big difference since they're all over the planet and can slow the Arisen advance until reinforcements arrive. That was a bit optimistic, but it was better than nothing. It's good to hear that they followed the most optimistic of projections. I hope that they never have to find out how well it works. Max replied, and the commander gave them a slight bow before leading them to the event room where the party would be held.